Lamplight presents Master of War, Gate of the Dead by David Gilman. Narrated by Colin Mace. As skilled in war as any man could be, wonderful men at planning a battle and seizing the advantage, at scaling and assaulting towns and castles, as expert and experienced as you could ask for. Basco de Mauleon, man-at-arms, relating the skills of men of the free companies to Jean Froissart, 14th century French chronicler. Part 1. City of Spears. Chapter 1. The screams, echoing down the stone walls, sounded as if souls were being cast into the devil's fire pit. Mercenaries hurled burning torches into buildings and cut down those who tried to escape. The town was aflame, and its citizens had no chance of survival against the invaders who had descended from the mountains like a river of blood. The mixed force of German and Hungarian killers hurled aside the flimsy defences. Small knots of men tried to defend their homes but were overwhelmed. Some were hamstrung and forced to watch the violation and murder of their families. The horror made men beg for a quick death. None was given. These humble townspeople had dared protest at their winter supplies being seized without payment by mercenaries returning to Milan through the mountain passes. As the column of troops made their slow progress home, their commander had left men behind in Santa Marina. A lesson needed to be taught, so the slaughter began. The mercenaries took to the task as savagely as any battlefield barber surgeon hacked off a gangrenous leg. No artisan or farmer could stand up to the might of these soldiers, contracted by the Visconti, lords of Milan, and there would be little chance for another mercenary force to oppose them. To the south of the town ran a broad river fed by the mountain snows. Cold, and in places deep, it formed a natural barrier to anyone attempting to relieve the stricken town. Men would have to traverse narrow mountain tracks into Santa Marina, and such an approach would be seen. No one would dare risk traversing goat paths by night. Except Thomas Blackstone and 100 of his hand-picked men. 5 captains each had 20 men behind them. Each group was led by a scout who trailed a hemp rope held by every man to guide them along different paths through the darkness. When daylight came, they slept hidden among the boulders and scrub, from which they could spy out where their route would take them that night. Step by stumbling step, tripping and cursing beneath their breath, ignoring the cuts and wounds to hands and legs, they finally reached the near bank of the river that skirted Santa Marina's southern edge on the 3rd night, guided by the campfires of the 30 or more tents encamped between river and town. Beyond these mercenary billets, the town still smouldered, and the dull crimson glow of deep-seated fires tinged the night sky. Shrieks still reverberated down the streets. There could be no more than about 70 men left in the town. The odds favoured Blackstone. "Bollocks," said John Jacob, Blackstone's English captain, as he lay in the grass, peering across the river. "Wet feet." "And arse," said Sir Gilbert Kilbert, who was at Blackstone's other shoulder. "Sweet Jesus, Thomas, did you have to bring us this way? That's 100 paces across if it's a yard." He rolled onto his back and pulled his helmet free. The going had been hard enough up until now. He dragged a grubby paw over his grizzled stubble. Blackstone lay watching for shadows moving between the tents. There were few to be seen, and he guessed that most of the killers would be in the town. The campfires burned brightly enough to cast their glow across the river. his attack would be exposed to anyone who came out of a tent and looked the wrong way. No matter how quickly his lightly armed men could move, a boulder-strewn river would take time to cross. The river won't flood for months. It'll be waist-deep at worst. "Where's Will?" he said. There was a scuffle of movement behind them in the reeds that grew on the shore. "Here," answered Will Longden. He belly-crawled closer and peered over the low bank. "Ball ache time, Sir Gilbert. That mountain water will be bloody cold," he said. "Aye, for short-arsed archers like you," said the veteran knight. "The fires will guide us in," said Blackstone. "Deploy your archers, Will. 300 yards downstream. That's the shallowest part, and those who escape us will run for it. Come first light. Half the men there, half here. Snap shut like a wolf trap." He looked down the line of men who lay on the embankment. Gaunt from lack of sleep, dirt-ingrained faces, fists clutching sword, axe or mace, ready for the slaughter. The firelight's glow caught their eyes. They looked frightening enough to scare the scales off a devil's imp. Without another word, Blackstone clambered to his feet, and as one, the men followed. He waded into the shallows, finding what footing he could among the stones underfoot. The near darkness made the crossing even more difficult, but Blackstone and his men had forded more dangerous rivers in the past. Times when French crossbowmen had loosed a sky full of quarrels down onto them, but still they had gone on and beaten their enemy. No man who had ever made that journey would think this to be anything more than an inconvenient cold soaking. They would warm soon enough when they started to kill. The gentle sloshing of men's feet soon gave way to silence as they waded waist-deep into the river, and the sound of their passage was hushed by the water gurgling over the shallows. Blackstone glanced left and right at the ragged line of men who followed him. Spear and sword were used to steady themselves against the current. Once he was satisfied that they were all across, he pushed his way through the grass and reeds that gave him the final few moments of flimsy cover. The 60 fighting men slipped silently between the tents, quickly pulling back the flaps to see if any mercenaries slept. Blackstone and others ran on, ignoring the grunting cries of men who thought themselves safe in their blankets. The closer he got to the town, the louder the screams he heard. Blackstone ran into the first square. Bodies lay strewn, smashed heads, slit stomachs, dark streams of blood glistening on the cobbled surface. Men, dogs, women, and children, all had been put to the sword. A dozen soldiers taunted a man with their spear points as he crawled on all fours, a mass of entrails billowing below him. They jabbed and cut at him, inflicting ever more pain and misery. They guzzled wine from clay pots and laughed at the man's agony. Left and right, narrow alleys echoed with similar cries. Torches flickered here and there, their light throwing night demons up against the walls, as the Visconti men heaved women from doorways and butchered children who ran screaming for their mothers' skirts. One of the soldiers half turned as he heard the sound of pounding boots. Thinking they were men from the tents coming into town to enjoy the slaughter, he grinned, but his leer gave way to a look of puzzlement as he squinted into the uncertain light at the charging, silent men. By the time he realized they were not his own, his warning scream was too late. Blackstone's men fell on them with a suddenness that gave no time for defense. "Left!" Blackstone ordered, moving around the men's bodies, running towards the sound in one of the alleys. The wounded townsman rose to his knees, bloodied hands holding his entrails, blinded eyes lifted to a bearded giant of a man as tall and broad as Blackstone, a man he would never see, and who swiftly cut his throat in an act of mercy. "Moulin!" Blackstone shouted. "5 men! Over there!" The throat cutter looked quickly to where several men in another side street had turned towards them. The half-obscured killing in the square had alerted them, but, like their fallen comrades, their moment of uncertainty lost them any advantage they might have had. They fumbled as they saw that the men who attacked looked more vicious than their own kind. Fear made them falter. By the time they advanced against the intruders, they were shoulder to shoulder in the narrow confines of the alleyway, and no match for lunging spears followed by axe and sword blows. Blackstone wore an open-faced bassinet, and his men's clothing was little different from that of the men who had attacked and torched the town. Some wore greaves to protect their legs, and pieces of armour on their shoulders and upper arms. All had a mail halbergon beneath a jupon, bearing Blackstone's coat of arms, a gauntleted fist grasping a sword blade like a crucifix, cinched at the waist with a belt from which hung a fighting axe and dagger. Halfway down another narrow passage, a woman clawed and kicked against her attacker as a second man relieved himself against a wall, a burning torch in his free hand. He looked over his shoulder as the darkness from the alleyway seemed to move. He turned and pushed the torch forward, and then felt the warmth flood against his leg. By the time he had dropped the torch and fumbled for his sword, John Jacob had swung his blade in an upward arc and taken the man between the legs. The pain from his slashed genitals made him bend double, grasping the bloody mess, and another of Blackstone's men swung his axe down across the man's exposed neck. Blackstone rammed the soldier attacking the woman, throwing him off balance, then smashed Wolfsword's pommel into his snarling mouth. Bones and teeth cracked, the man's head snapped back, and Kilbert's sword lunge took him in the throat. Blackstone's men moved forward. All ignored the half-naked woman. "How many with us?" Blackstone shouted as he came into another small square where 20 or so men were using a horse trough to beat down a heavy chestnut door, its iron hinges the size of a war shield. More bodies lay scattered. Blood smeared the walls, and the square's flaming torches illuminated the carnage. "Enough," answered the veteran knight, who pushed past Blackstone, eager to kill. "Gilbert!" "Wait," Blackstone shouted. There were only 9 men with them, as the others were fighting running battles in the streets behind them. Those who assaulted the doorway turned and in a heartbeat saw that they were superior in numbers to their attackers. Blackstone's feet slithered on blood-wet stone, and by the time he'd recovered his pace, 2 or 3 men had gone past him after Gilbert. Swords clashed. Ill-timed strikes sparked against the cobbled street. Some of Blackstone's men picked up fallen shields and came shoulder to shoulder to form a wall against the erratic attack. Blackstone could see that Gilbert was in danger on his exposed left flank. The older man would soon go down. Blackstone ran towards him, but 3 men lunged from a doorway where flames licked the wooden stairwell behind them. The force of the attack pushed him back against a wall as he parried their blows. He half-turned, letting the first man's momentum carry him stumbling past into the wall. Blackstone reached down and pulled a fallen shield onto his exposed arm. A sudden flurry of blows from the other 2 men hammered down on the metal rim, but he ran his weight against them, and the look in their eyes told him what they saw, a snarling apparition as the shadows contorted his face. He beat them back. One turned and ran, the other sidestepped, swung, and cut at him with his arm raised. Blackstone rammed Wolfsword's hardened steel deep into the exposed armpit, then shouldered the dying man aside. The man on the ground rolled clear, abandoned his sword, and ran into the safety of an alleyway. Blackstone turned to try and catch sight of his friend, but Gilbert was obscured by 2 hulking frames. The 2 Norman spearmen, Moulon and Gallard, who had brought their men from a side street and boxed in the now helpless mercenaries, 7 of whom backed into a corner and threw down their weapons. "Mercy!" they cried, some going down onto their knees. Before Blackstone could stop his men, they had cut into them. 2 survivors cowered back, their arms raised in a futile attempt to shield themselves from the coming blows. "Wait!" Blackstone ordered. Gilbert turned a blood-splattered face towards him. Blackstone knew his own would be similarly smeared by the fighting. "Spare them?" asked Gilbert, incredulously. Blackstone's men parted as he strode through them. "For now. Get up," he ordered. Over his mail, one of the men's jupons bore the insignia of his lord, a viper swallowing a child. "I know Visconti's blazon," he said, and turned to the second man, whose blood-splattered covering revealed a partial image. The cloth was so faded and worn that the image could barely be seen. A crown sat on what appeared to be a woman's head, but instead of arms there were outspread wings, and where there should have been legs were eagle's talons. For a moment the image of those talons clawed at his memory. He knew that coat of arms. He had seen it in the heat of battle. The men trembled from the exertion and fear of the fighting. Their death was moments away, and no man, even barbaric mercenaries such as they, wished to die unshriven. Blackstone laid Wolfsword's blade tip against the insignia. "Who is this you serve?" he said. The sharp point, although only laid gently on the cloth, caused it to tear. The man pushed himself back against the wall. "Werner von Leinhardt," he answered. Blackstone said nothing. His men were waiting for him to push the blade through the man's chest, so they could be about their business of stripping whatever wealth could be found on the men they had killed. Then he spoke. "Your German lord. Where is he? North, with Visconti's other troops, or with the column?" "Milan," the man said, his voice croaking from lack of water. "How many men in the column?" Blackstone asked. The 2 men looked at each other and shrugged, shaking their heads with uncertainty. "A few hundred, lord." "Their route home?" Blackstone said. "Through Vanni de Falco. We were to follow them." The man went down on one knee, and his companion quickly followed. "Mercy, lord. We will do whatever you ask of us. Spare us, and we will serve you." Gilbert's sweat-streaked face glowered with impatience at Blackstone. "We have more to kill, Thomas. We can't stand here all night talking to these vile bastards." Blackstone lowered his sword. "I'll spare them," he said, "but bind their arms and keep them safe." "Bless you, lord. Bless you," the men blurted. Gilbert fell in step beside Blackstone as he strode across the square. "You've a reason for this?" "It'll be dawn soon. Those we didn't kill would have run for the river. Organize the men, Gilbert. Find as many of the townspeople as you can." "Thomas, you're thinking up more trouble for us. Sweet suffering Christ. We've bled enough. We've lost men tonight." Blackstone turned to face the man he respected more than any other. Gilbert had fought for his king, had stepped in front of the English army and urged them to stand shoulder to shoulder against the French, and yet he had chosen to follow Blackstone into exile and serve him. "Gilbert, trust me." The older man hesitated and then nodded. Fatigue and exasperation were getting the better of him. He muttered something incoherently under his breath and turned away to do Blackstone's bidding. Chapter 2. A harvest of white-fletched arrows stood proud from the bodies of those men who had tried to escape. Will Longdon's archers had unleashed their shafts in a storm that would have brought terror and incomprehension to those attempting to evade Blackstone's swordsmen in the town. The bowmen could bring down their targets at 300 paces. At 200, illuminated by the campfires, the retreating men simply ran into a curtain of arrows that fell from the night sky. The archers held their positions until Blackstone sent word for them to cross the river into the field of slaughter and protect his flank in case of any possible counterattack. Longden's men gathered their bloodied arrows, their bodkin points easier to draw free from their victims' punctured flesh than any broadhead. Arrows were a valuable resource, and these yard-length shafts, fashioned from ash, as thick as a man's middle finger and flighted with goose feathers, were difficult to replace in any quantity. Once the archers had gathered the arrows, they scavenged food and drink from the campsite, and then, content with their night's work, they settled into their defensive positions and began to straighten and repair the fletchings. A decent arrow would repay its fletcher's skill by killing more than once. Dawn brought with it the acrid stench of spilled blood, as the breeze tugged at Blackstone's banner that now fluttered from Santa Marina's bell tower. Villagers emerged from cellars and hiding places. Others returned cautiously from the wooded hills and caves that surrounded the town. By nones, they were gathering their dead, laying out the corpses in one of the small piazzas where donkey carts stood ready for them to be loaded for burial. 32 of Visconti's men dead in the field. Another 37 here, reported Moulon to Blackstone. Most of the bastards took fright when they saw you running out of the darkness, said Perrine, one of Blackstone's longest-serving Frenchmen. The sight of you and Galliard could curdle a mother's milk. The weary men leaned against the church wall. Some sat with their backs pressed against it, cleaning their weapons. They had found bread and cured meat, and drank wine taken from the houses. How many did we lose? 9. 2 won't see out the day. John Jacob told him the names of each man lost in the night's fighting. Blackstone knew them all, though some of the names could not be given a face. No matter. They had fought as expected, and would be buried in Santa Marina's graveyard with a prayer said over them by their priest. Where was the priest hiding? Blackstone asked. The bell tower, said Galliard. Should have had Jack Halfpenny bring down the Black Crow, said Gilbert, and spat. Will's a better bowman, said Galliard. Jesus, it doesn't matter who, you Norman oaf. Any damned archer would have done, said Gilbert. Thomas, what's next? Back home for a hot bath, some mulled wine, and a soft-breasted woman? I'm in need of sustenance. Not yet, Gilbert. We've work still to do. Blackstone raised his arm and gestured to the soldiers across the square. The men herded the survivors forward. They stood on steps and walls and gathered in cobbled alleyways. Looking down at their dead, they waited in silent obedience, not knowing what demands would be placed upon them by this new group of mercenaries. The priest was brought forward. He had spent 38 of his 61 years being shunted from village to village. He was a troublesome priest, who railed against levies imposed on the villani by bishops and landlords, but who 5 years before had found himself blessed by being sent to Santa Marina. Bypassed by the pestilence, they believed that God had given them life for a reason other than to have their labour abused by low payment from those who bought their food. It had been the priest who had encouraged the villagers to make a stand and demand better payment. It had been he reasoned, who had brought this act of retribution down upon them. "Your banner flies from my church," he said to Blackstone. "Défiant la mort." I know enough of the language to understand it. The next time these men attack, they will tear down the church stone by stone to reach it. But I will defy them, in God's name and in the name of Sir Thomas Blackstone. These people of Santa Marina will offer prayers every day for you and your men. Gilbert hawked and spat, then sighed, arms folded across his chest, his lack of interest plain for the priest to see. "All of you," the emboldened priest said. "There will be no further attacks against you. My banner guarantees it," said Blackstone. "It's better than 1,000 armed men protecting you," said Gilbert, wishing to add emphasis to Blackstone's reputation. Blackstone turned the priest's shoulders so he could face the townspeople. "How many people died here?" The old priest shook his head. 300, perhaps. I cannot yet say. We have not searched all the houses for their bodies." "And those who live?" "The same number. I pray more. Listen to me, old man. Those who attacked you were only part of a column that is making its way back to the safety of their own territory. These villagers know the mountains. Will they fight?" Gilbert and those within earshot looked momentarily startled, as did the priest, whose shock was more apparent. Townspeople or villagers did not fight armed men. No peasant ever raised a hand against professional soldiers. Words failed the old man. His jaw opened and closed, his eyes widened. "Will they fight?" Blackstone said again. "My men and your people can ambush those who caused the slaughter here. An ambush will not kill them all, but will take plunder, which will be shared with you. Horses, weapons, cloth, coin, supplies, carts and mules. It will provide some degree of recompense. We can isolate them and kill at least a third of them. As many of them as they slaughtered. You know these people, speak to them. They say no, and my men and I return home within the hour." He pushed the recalcitrant priest forward until his sandaled feet stood in pools of blood that had seeped from the bodies laid in the square. He fumbled his words, uncertain how to rouse the townsmen to strike back. And then a lifetime of preaching sermons came to his aid. His voice carried across the square, urging the people to join Blackstone and his men and smite down those who had brought such grief and sorrow to their town. "Thomas, you've a March hare for a brain at times. These peasants can barely wash their own arses," said Gilbert. Blackstone looked at the men, who obviously shared Gilbert's doubts. The priest had come to a faltering stop. No voices were raised to join the fight, but they had not moved away. They were waiting for something more. They know every hill and crooked mountain path. They can throw rocks and loosen boulders. They can snare hundreds of men in the ravines and fall on them with staves and pitchforks. We can kill even more. And if we do, those bastards will not come this way again, and these people will be free. They will be respected by those who would wish to treat them otherwise. Gilbert stood closer to Blackstone. He raised his mouth to Blackstone's ear, and in barely a whisper said, "Thomas, you are no longer a stonemason living in a village under Lord Malden's jurisdiction. You are more than that. You always have been. You cannot give them false hope for such freedom. They have not fought the wars you have endured," he said. He spoke the words in kindness. Blackstone placed a hand on his friend's shoulder. "I will always be that stonemason, Gilbert. I'm a common man, and that can never change. I can give them the fury to fight." "How?" said Gilbert. Blackstone gestured to two of his men who stood guard at a doorway. They dragged out the two surviving mercenaries. Blackstone made his way into the square, the guards manhandling the frightened men to him. "You have a chance to reclaim your lives," he called out. "We came here because we are paid men. Condottiere. And you have seen that we can inflict a greater slaughter on them, even though there were fewer of us. Come with us today, and I, Thomas Blackstone, will give you revenge. Seize it." He grabbed the two terrified men. "Sir Thomas, you said you would spare us," one of them begged. "I did," Blackstone answered. "Now it's up to them." He threw them into the square, where they stumbled and fell over the corpses. The men slipped in the gore, then stood like wounded beasts surrounded by a pack of wolves. One raised his hands in supplication. Nothing happened. No one moved. The two men carefully tried to back away, stepping over the bodies of women and children. It seemed they had a chance to escape, and then a villager's angry voice cried out. It was a shriek of agony so piercing it shocked the crows from the roofs. Another voice joined the cry, and another. A cacophony of pain rose up from the crowd. No words were spoken, no blasphemous curse, no threat issued, just howling anguish that chilled the blood and held all those who were witness to it rigid with expectation. Then someone in the crowd threw a stone that struck one of the mercenaries. He went down on one knee, but staggered to his feet again. Both men tried to retreat, but the howl of anguish became a roar of hate. Another came forward with a stave as a woman pushed her way through from the other side of the square, brandishing a fire-iron. Within moments, others surged across the corpses of their own loved ones towards the helpless men, who tried to run. Their cries for mercy were drowned. They fought with their fists, but went down beneath the flailing attack. Soon the men were dead, battered beyond recognition. Thomas Blackstone had gifted the villagers with bloodlust. The townspeople ran across tracks that were little more than scars in the hillside. They ran as if in a swarm. No single track confined them. Instead, they swamped the hill, picking their way along routes used since their ancestors first grazed goats high in the mountains. Blackstone kept up as best he could, but these sure-footed peasants were used to steep climbs and twisting tracks, and he and his men were forced to stop, gasping for breath, by the time they had reached 2/3 of the way up the steep incline. The men's heaving lungs were raw from exertion, but if they stopped too long their limbs would seize and make the final push to the summit more difficult. "They are like fleas on a dog's back," said Perrine. "We are going to lose sight of those up front. God knows what sort of fuck-up they'll make when they find the column." "He's right," said Killbear. "Thomas, you should take the archers and some of the others to get up there with them. I'm too slow. So I'll follow those breaking off to the right. It's less of a climb, and they must be working their way around the hilltop to flank the column." The men hawked the phlegm from their lungs and throats, bent double to ease their pain. "I'll take 30 men with Sir Gilbert," said John Jacob. "If you can get the higher ground with Will Longdon's lads, then you'll cause the Visconti's men pain and give those mad bastard peasants a chance not to get themselves slaughtered." "Virgin's tears," said Longdon, and then smiled. "You men-at-arms always expect us archers to do the hard grind." "It's a mark of our esteem for your killing skills," said Killbear sarcastically, ready to move on, determined to show the younger men that he was fit enough to lead the flanking assault. "Pick your men," said Blackstone, and turned to run up the mountainside. Longdon gritted his teeth, settled his war bow into its linen bag across his back, and followed his sworn lord and friend. The archers clambered after them as Killbear and Jacob pointed to others, gesturing that they should join them. Talking took too much air from their lungs, air sorely needed for this last leg-punishing run uphill. It would have taken the better part of a day for a column of mounted men, laden with slow-moving carts and supplies, to reach the defile that ran between the curving passes. The men and women of Santa Marina took less than 3 hours, using muscle-tearing shortcuts. Soaked in sweat, Blackstone pulled free his helm and pushed his head beneath a brook that tumbled cold water between the rocks. "Shit," said Jack Halfpenny, as the archers sank to their haunches. "I've barely the strength to spit. Never mind draw my bow." "On your feet," ordered Longdon. He was hurting as much as the next man, but needed to have the archers ready for whatever Blackstone asked of them. There was little chance of controlling those townsmen bent on revenge. There was no one to lead them or to take command. "They've blood in their nostrils, Thomas, like a crazed war-horse. You'll not stop them now." "They'll cause damage, all right," said Blackstone. The townsmen were moving downhill across both sides of the road. They did so in silence. No cries echoed along the defile from them, and the column had not yet looked up to see their approach. The column had split in two. Its vanguard was already moving out of sight around the distant curve, but the main force lumbered along with the wagons. With most of the cavalry at the front, they would be hard-pressed to counterattack. To his right, Blackstone saw armed men appear from around the shoulder of the hillside. It was Gilman and John Jacob with the others, who were now 1,000 yards away and on the far side of the road. Blackstone had to get his archers onto the left flank along the contour line. "There's more to do, lads," he told them. "There always is, Sir Thomas," said Robert Thurgood. The archer was a newcomer, along with Jack Halfpenny. Neither was yet 20 years old. Lean and wiry, their size belied their ability to draw a powerful English warbow. Both men came from the same village, and had tramped across France with the Prince of Wales during his great raid that ended in the slaughter at Poitiers. As children they had stood at the butts and watched the older boys practising archery. Of the two, it was Halfpenny who first felt the strength of a bow in his hand and the squirming joy in his chest as the shaft loosed. Thurgood was more interested in shirking work on the lord's estate and was known for an aggressive temper that had seen him punished on more than one occasion. Jack Halfpenny showed his friend how an accomplished archer earned respect and attracted village girls at a county fair. When they presented themselves to Blackstone's captains, the scarred knight himself tested their skills and heard their testimony, and Halfpenny convinced the legendary knight to allow them to join his company. Halfpenny had stood silently, while Thurgood spoke of battle and killing, of how the English and Welsh archers were the greatest of men and the jewels in the king's crown. Then Halfpenny spoke of the body of the yew bow in his hand and the waxed cord pulled to his cheek, of how the power of the loosed arrow gave flight to a part of him that he could not explain, but that he knew it was a gift from God. Those words gave the two friends the opportunity to join the renowned Thomas Blackstone. Like all fighting men, they were hungry for booty, if it was to be had. But Gilman was as hard a taskmaster as any they had served before Blackstone. "And best, we get to it before Sir Gilbert thinks we're no better than women gossiping at a bathhouse," Halfpenny gasped. The track that followed the contour was level enough for Blackstone and his 53 men to cover the distance, and, once the lumbering wagons below reached the turn in the road, the villagers began hurling rocks from the slopes. The sudden assault caused chaos. Men who had been slumped half asleep in the saddle from the dreary pace of pack mules and ox-drawn wagons were flung into panic. The archers formed their line, bent their bows, and fixed their bow cords. Arrows were readied. "Wait," said Longden to his bowman, watching Blackstone gather the half-dozen men-at-arms ready to plunge downhill into what would surely become a frantic fight for life as the men below realized they were cut off from the vanguard. Santa Marina men and women were forcing iron bars under unstable boulders. Others put their weight behind rotting trees, tipping them into an increasing avalanche of debris onto the mercenaries. Cries of alarm mingled with frantic commands from those trapped, whose horses bolted, slipped, and went down as riders fought to control the panic. Foot soldiers rallied quickly and began to clamber uphill towards their attackers. Unarmed peasants would soon turn tail. Blackstone watched as the mercenaries regrouped. They were trained to turn and attack an ambush. If the villagers held their ground, then Gilman and the others would have the advantage as the Visconti men tried to fight uphill. The mercenaries' lumbering carroccio was an ox-drawn wagon bedecked with their commander's banners, a command post worth seizing, and which now made it difficult for those ambushed to make any quick response. The oxen that pulled the war wagon sat squarely in the middle of the road, helping to further divide the main force. The carroccio swayed, unsettled by the frightened oxen, as men ran past and the wagon master hauled on their reins. The breeze unfurled the flags enough for Blackstone to see the Visconti viper twist and curl, as if in that moment swallowing a child. Blackstone wanted that banner. He raised Wolf's sword in command, and heard Will Longden bark his order to the archers. "Knock! Draw! Loose!" The creaking war bows, their waxed hemp drawn back, were as much a part of Blackstone as the muscles in his body. When the twanging bowstrings gave flight to the bodkin-tipped arrows, Blackstone ran as if propelled from the straining heartwood of yew. Shock reverberated through the mercenaries who had clambered up the opposite hill. They were about to wreak slaughter on defenceless peasants, uncertain why the armed men who stood yards behind had not advanced to engage them. And then they understood. Arrows thudded into them, the force of their impact driving through bodies cloaked in mail. Men fell and writhed, contorted in agony. Many were dead within seconds, gasping those last few breaths, choking on blood as heart and lungs were pierced. Those who survived the first arrow storm faltered, then turned back, seeking out the archers. Another terrifying hammer blow fell on them. And then Gilbert advanced through the stunned villagers who had never before seen what violence archers could inflict. Blackstone ran hard. Those on the track had realized they had been outflanked and turned to face the attack. Now they had armed men in front and behind, and they could see that the archers were firing further down the trapped column as riders tried to make their escape. Blackstone saw Gilbert and Jacob in the centre of an extended line as they hacked their way downhill. Moulon and Gellard speared and jabbed as the townsmen and women scurried behind the killing, finishing off wounded men with knives. The Visconti men were being overwhelmed by the ambush and the weight of townsmen who still hurled rocks and beat them with staves and scythes as they went down. The peasants raised their voices again. Men shouted, others screamed. Blackstone and Perrine were confronted by 4 men who had formed a wall of shortened lances. Neither had a shield, and armed only with swords, they would not be able to get past the 5-foot-long sharpened lances. Perrine bent and picked up a rock, and threw it into one of the men's faces. He stumbled back. Blackstone followed the Frenchman's lead and hurled sharpened flints at the men, who seemed surprised that their ranks could be broken in such a manner. Trying to avoid the rocks, they raised their shoulders and turned their heads, which made their lances waver and gave Blackstone a way forward. Once behind the lethal points, he and Perrine cut down the panicked mercenaries. Enemy riders spurred their mounts into the attack, and 3 of Blackstone's men went down. But the mercenaries could see there was no escape unless they made a break through the archers' storm and tried to rejoin the vanguard that lay beyond the boulder-strewn curve in the track. As one of the riders charged forward, Blackstone and Perrine grabbed a lance, bent their backs into it, and took the horse deep in its chest. The rider fell amidst thrashing hooves, and Perrine nimbly danced to one side and plunged his knife into the injured man's throat. As the pitiful screams of horses began to fade along with those of dying men, one of the cavalrymen rode through the chaos and snatched the Visconti banner. Defeat would bring its own penalty from his master, but to salvage the flag from the hands of their enemy might purchase some grace. Blackstone picked up a fallen shield and fought through men disorientated by Gilbert's advance. As he rammed home Wolfsword's blade into the back of a man who had turned to face Jacob and the others, he knew it was too late to reach the battle flag. He watched the rider spur his horse into a gully, and then found scrub that would hinder those on foot. The fluttering viper took flight. Survivors turned to escape when they saw the flag carried away. They had to run the gauntlet of peasants. and Blackstone's men, but some made it into the forest to find their way across the blocked road. Blackstone heard Kilbert's voice demanding those who surrendered to be spared. Ransom would be paid, so they were worth more alive than dead. Reluctantly, the peasants did as ordered. The fierceness of their own assault now diminished. The tumult settled into the stillness that always followed a battle. This had been little more than a skirmish, but Blackstone's men had attacked a column of the enemy 3 times their own number and, with the help of those from Santa Marina, defeated the main force of well-trained mercenaries. Close to 300 enemy dead lay scattered on the road and hillsides, and as the peasant women went among the corpses to strip them of clothing, belts and weapons, their men turned the great ox carts around and loaded their plunder. Sacks of grain, cloth, saddles and bridles, bags of coin and armour. Some of the loose horses ran wildly on the slopes. Others stood eating grass. All told, more than 200 of them would be caught. 28 townsmen were dead, half again wounded. Blackstone had lost only 3 men. A town had been saved, revenge inflicted, plunder taken, and those who had suffered the defeat would know it was Thomas Blackstone, condottiere of Florence, the outlawed English knight, veteran of Crécy and Poitiers, who had inflicted it upon them. Chapter 3. Blackstone and his men wintered in their own place of safety in the mountains, guardians to the rich city of Florence that lay to the south. Italian lords despised the foreigners among them, who fought with such savagery as to revolt any citizen of a civilized state. They were reviled, but also respected for what they could do. These men seemed impervious to harsh weather. They would fight through winter snows or the worst of summer heat. Fighting was their reason to live, and reward for their efforts would come in this life rather than the next. Santa Marina's misfortune had been caused by a broken treaty. A bad debt had needed to be collected by the Visconti in Milan. And although the city republics contracted their condottieri to work within the confines of their own territory, agreements were occasionally made between opposing forces to allow an enemy to cross another's territory. There were times when it suited opponents to agree a safe passage, as those who gave the indemnity might one day require the same permission in return. Florence had agreed to let the Visconti recover money owed from an unpaid ransom. Conditions of payment were agreed. A fair price would be paid for any damage to crops or livestock along the way, but when the Visconti forces were returning home, they had altered their route and the rear guard of the column, foraging for fresh supplies, entered Santa Marina, where they argued with the townspeople about the price of the food they wanted to buy. Knowing the viciousness of these men, and that they had deviated from their journey home, raised an alarm that brought Blackstone and his men to enforce the terms of agreement. However, by the time Blackstone received the news, it had already been too late for most of those in the town. Now the history of the battle he and his men had fought those months before had been written by monks in their scriptorium, and the battle at Santa Marina had covered the townsmen with glory. The deeds of Thomas Blackstone and his mixed force of English, Welsh, French, and Gascon, already known for their belligerence in battle, were now inscribed on parchment, though in the writing the fight became more about the courage of the townspeople and less about the condottieri. Some rumours even blamed Blackstone for instigating the violence. Such gossip eventually reached the ears of his men. "We are obliged to fight by our contract," said John Jacob, as they sat around the fire in Blackstone's quarters. The Englishman's strength and courage had been tested many times and never found wanting. He had been honoured in the past by Blackstone, choosing him to carry out tasks that might deter lesser men. Years before, he had led men up a castle's sheer walls to help rescue Blackstone's family. John Jacob's men soon learned to trust the stalwart fighter. "Aye, there's a code of law, and we'll be forfeit if we don't," Gilbert agreed. If another bloody town gets into a shit pit, we'd do better to negotiate a settlement with the bastards who started it. Why fight to the death? Said Will Longden. No harm in making a few florins on the side, lift a few sacks of grain, take some horses. They'd only be nags, but it all adds up, and I'll wager there's always a few men in the town with something worth having. We were supposed to rescue the town, not ransom it, said Jacob. Will Longden poked the burning logs with a fire iron. I've a right to my opinion, and if I see an opportunity where we can gain without risking injury or death, then we should take it. Ransom rather than kill. A man who surrenders forfeits all property. Will's right, said Blackstone. I am, Longden said, unable to keep the surprise from his voice. But not about Santa Marina, Blackstone told him. There's no negotiating with Visconti's men. They'll never show or ask for quarter. You have to kill them first. Gilbert sat with his feet outstretched towards the flames. His cloak was pulled around him, and he wore a fur-lined velvet cap, said to have come from the land of the Russians. This cap had once graced the head of a merchant from Bologna, who had thought to travel through the mountain passes to Lucca. "We are paid well for what we do," he said. It sounded as though his words were tinged with regret. "Winter rations always make you discontented," said Blackstone. "Though we've eaten well these past few months. There's been plenty of forest boar, which has started to taste like old goat. I don't much care for these Italian winters, Thomas. The truth is, I don't much care for any of it. The wine is weak and the peasant food barely enough to put flesh on a cur's ribs." "But the women here have the flesh," said John Jacob. "They give me warmth and comfort." The others murmured their agreement, as Moulin bent to stack more logs on the fire. His great frame shielded the heat. "Spring is here, Sir Gilbert. The sun already gives us warmth." "And you tell me you don't hunger for something other than that," answered Gilbert. "You and Gallard. I hear you talking about Normandy. Sweet Mother of God, we are all homesick, and that's the truth." It was always difficult getting the men through winter. No matter how much raiding or defensive work they did, the season ground every man down. "We are alive, fed and paid, without question," added Gallard. The other captains nodded their agreement. How often did lords of their manor, or even their sovereign, neglect to pay their fighting men? "Paid by clerks who keep a tally, as if we were shepherds," said Gilbert. "Who leave us well alone," answered Blackstone. "The Florentines ask little of us. We choose who we raid, who we fight and when. We give our loyalty, they give us money." "And there's always a bonus to be had somewhere along the way," said Jacob. "We captured 70 whores from that brothel in Monte de Castellano last summer." "And we give a firm hand when it is needed," added Gallard lamely. The men laughed. "Gallard, your calloused palm would take the skin off a pig," said Will Longden. "I didn't mean the whores. I meant keeping other bastards in check," Gallard retorted. "We know that, my friend," said Moulin, "just that your mouth was a pace behind your brain." The conversation was running dry. They had complained enough. "The day's routine awaits us," said Jacob, getting to his feet. Routine. The very word was a heavy burden, but one that the captains used to keep short-tempered soldiers out of trouble. A sentry's cry echoed up from the streets below, and then a dwarf on a white donkey rode into view. Chapter 4. Thomas Blackstone hated cities. To him they were forests crisscrossed with animal tracks where violent beasts waited in shadows. An enemy was best confronted on open ground. He gazed down at the bristling towers clustered behind high walls from where he camped in the mountains north of the Italian city-state of Lucca. The air was heavily scented with wild jasmine and yellow-flowered gorse. The city shimmered in the unexpected heat of the spring haze. Lucca, a place of enormous wealth and treachery. "It's a trap," said John Jacob, sucking a piece of meadow grass, gazing down across the vast plain. "They'll snare you, Thomas," agreed Alfred, his master of archers, pointing towards the distant city. "You'll be gutted and hung from the walls, and we won't be there to stop it. Damned if you can't see it for what it is. Damned if you can't." Blackstone nodded. Alfred was getting old, but he had seen enough killing and stupidity on the battlefield to smell a disaster lying in wait. "Moulin?" Blackstone called to the Norman, who had been at his side for these past 12 years, who stood like a sentinel, one foot resting on a boulder, his helmet and piecemeal armour at his feet. The bear of a man pulled his fingers through his beard. He had taken to tying its length with a leather cord. His mane of hair and heavy-set eyebrows, under which his dark eyes stared, made a startling image, enough, it sometimes seemed, to make an enemy falter. A fatal mistake. He turned to Blackstone. "You have more enemies than wild bees on summer flowers," he said. "You cannot take men inside with you, and even you cannot take a city's garrison single-handed." He looked at the others, who nodded their agreement. Perrine, like others among them, had sworn loyalty to Blackstone years before, when they fought in Normandy, and killed the mercenary leader, Jacquerie. He rubbed a hand across his scarred scalp. "Do not go. It means nothing to refuse." There was no shame in turning away from a place where a man could be snared like a rabbit. Blackstone looked at the half-dozen men lounging outside the sweet-smelling cow byre where dung and spring grass gave a pungent, comforting odour. Seasons of Italian sun, wind and rain had burnished their skins and highlighted the scars that had been earned fighting at his side. Each was a trusted companion as well as a captain to his soldiers. Blackstone and his men had forged their way through the Alps less than 2 years before, when he was exiled by the English crown. The slaughter at Poitiers had been a great victory for the English, but Blackstone's bloodlust to slay the French king in revenge for the brutal killing of a friend had offended King Edward's son, the Prince of Wales. He and Blackstone were the same age, men whose destiny had been entwined in battle years before. They had had an uneasy relationship then. A king's son who owed his life to an archer. A common man, knighted on the battlefield, from whom an uncommon fighter had emerged. Sir Thomas Blackstone was the scourge of the French and anyone else who challenged him. However, his determination to kill King John had blinded Blackstone to the demands of his prince, who then stripped him of everything, his towns in France and his stipend to feed and arm his men, and in the aftermath of the battle, Blackstone's terrible, long-hidden secret had been revealed and had caused his wife and children to be taken from him. These men served him. Some had known him as both man and boy. Others had benefited from his loyalty and friendship. Each was expected to speak his mind. One of the men pushed himself deeper into the shade of an olive tree. As with the others, the hard life of serving Thomas Blackstone showed in Will Longden's lean and sinewy body. But like any English archer, he had muscle packed across his back and shoulders. Few men could pull the 160 pounds draw weight of a bow, and none had done it better than Blackstone himself, before his arm had been snapped by a German knight at Crécy. The soldiers of the greatest army in Christendom had been slain in their thousands. Cressy's slaughter was a memory etched on their souls as jagged as a battle sword's chipped edge. "Pissing against the wind is a drunkard's foolishness," said Longden. "A clear-thinking man would do no such thing. We fought long and hard, and now you're about to drop your hose and bare yourself to a scabby bunch of bastards who have more money than bed lice in a mattress, and servants aplenty to pick snot from their noses. Piss on them, aye, but do it upwind. We could burn down one of their gates and slit a few throats. That'd take their mind off you skulking through them alleyways, and I'll wager there'd be a few silver and gold rings to be had," said the veteran archer, who served as Alfred's centener. 100 English warbows were under his command, archers who had been drawn by the reputation of Sir Thomas Blackstone when he had contracted his men's fighting skills to Florence. Near enough, 1,000 men stood at Blackstone's back now, straddling hilltop towns and fortifications that barred any incursion from the north and west of Florence, a protective barrier of sword, spear, and bodkin-tipped, yard-long arrows, behind which Blackstone's men leaned their weight. The centuries-old ruined tower that offered shelter for their horses also half-concealed another soldier. Like the men in the grass, it was hard to tell if he was a knight or a common soldier. Each wore a mail coif to protect head and shoulders over padded jerkins, with Blackstone's armorial device, a symbol more potent than many a priest's admonition. Pieces of armour on thigh, arm, and shoulder gave each of the seasoned fighters agility. Over the years they had taken prized weapons from those they killed, but their greatest weapon was the reputation that went before them. "The dwarf is an omen," Gilbert said, as he stepped from the ruin's shade. He dressed no differently from the others, despite his seniority and the fact that he was a knight of long standing and had been Blackstone's sworn lord when the young Englishman had first gone to war. Gilbert's beard had silken threads of white. His hair, cut close to his scalp, was peppered with grey. He was a ferocious fighter, well able to rally men to hurl themselves against an enemy of greater strength. "Superstition goes hand in hand with the mystery of Christ and his angels." He grinned at the lounging men, and then turned his gaze to where the saddled donkey stood tethered in the olive grove. Sitting patiently like a child, but with an old man's face, the dwarf was dressed in a fine cloth tunic with bone buttons. A soft velvet cap sat jauntily on the misshapen head, which seemed too big for his stunted body, and a pair of fine handmade boots graced the feet now dangling from the rock where he sat. Dwarfs were common enough in rich households. They seemed to have a calming effect on horses, and men of wealth and status often had an entourage of these small men dressed in fine livery. "Dwarfs can be bad luck as well," said Alfred, and spat. "Devil's imps." "Good luck too, though, especially when he serves a priest," countered Will Longden, "and a rich one at that." "You'd as soon lie in a graveyard with a whore than believe in the power of the devil," said Perrine. "Only if it were a priest's whore for good luck," Longden answered, "and I'd rattle her bones enough to wake the dead." The men laughed, but they all glanced uncertainly towards the dwarf, who seemed unconcerned at their deliberations. He had delivered his message from his master, the Florentine priest Niccolo Torlini, who served the Bardi banking family, and what these men did was of no concern to him. He waited, as would any servant, out of earshot and disinterested, for Sir Thomas Blackstone's answer. "Father Torlini saved my family before Poitiers. He secured them sanctuary with the Pope at Avignon," Blackstone told them, glancing at John Jacob, who had accompanied Blackstone's wife, Christiana, and the children on that ill-fated journey, and who had slit the throat of the man who had raped her. "He did," John Jacob agreed, "and like Sir Thomas says, We've sold our sword to his master and been paid well. We're of great value to them here." He hesitated. "Still," he said, looking at Blackstone, "it must strike you as odd that a priest from Florence is now hiding in a church in Lucca, an enemy city, and sends for you." "His own master, Bardi of Florence, pays our contract. What cause is there for him to betray me now?" asked Blackstone. "Unless someone's made him a better offer for your head," said Gilbert. "These are different than the lords we served in England or France," he added, nodding acknowledgment towards the Frenchmen among Blackstone's command. "They at least swore fealty and held a sword in anger. These rich cities buy their protection from us and others like us, and we do the killing and the dying. Money men should never be trusted, Thomas. They serve a different god from the rest of us." Gilbert stood in the middle of the men and levelled his gaze on the younger man. He placed a hand on his shoulder in friendship and concern. "You're an outlaw, Thomas. There's many a man who believes that killing you would please the Prince of Wales. Italians have dealings with the kings of Europe. If it were up to me, I'd have the dwarf on a spit and burn the truth out of him. We'd soon see where the truth lies. Devil or priest's messenger, you'd soon know." Blackstone looked again at Lucca's towers, looming like a barrel of spears within the city's walls, each one proclaiming its owner. Rich and wealthy families built their towers on a piazza with a house attached and another tower on another corner securing their safety. Streets were controlled by rival gangs who made their allegiances to wealthy households, wriggling loyalties that slithered through dark alleys where enemies plunged knife and sword into unwary victims. But the Lucchese were known for buying off their enemies and allowing themselves to be protected by stronger city republics. They were shielded by a powerful allegiance with Pisa and Milan, enemies of Florence. Capture Thomas Blackstone, and a vital blow would be struck against the Florentines. Blackstone was as superstitious as the next man. There was a god to be feared, but he wore a silver talisman of a pagan Celtic goddess around his neck. The medallion of Arianrhod had been pressed into his bloodied hands years before by a mortally wounded Welsh archer during the street fighting in Caen, and she had protected him ever since. "The dwarf is an omen," warned Galliard. Blackstone considered the men's trepidation. He smiled. "Like the Valley of Lost Souls?" he said to them. "Oh, blood of Christ, Thomas," groaned Gilbert. The others uttered no comment, but each made a small gesture of embarrassment or winced at the memory that Blackstone had evoked. When Blackstone had brought his men across the Alps and down into Tuscany, they had made camp in the scented hills on their approach to Florence. As darkness fell, a flickering light appeared, soon joined by a dozen more, and then 30, and then 100. They appeared from bush and tree, floating towards the men. Struck with terror of the supernatural, the men had watched in silent awe. Legend said that the valley had once been a place of great slaughter, and was haunted by 1,000 souls who had died without the comfort of sacrament or priest. Dispossessed, they searched for unsuspecting travellers to become their host. Blackstone had felt the chilled blade of fear cut down his spine as the flickering light swarmed. Revenants. The walking dead. Unshriven ghosts, desperate to take over a man's body and to be reanimated by demons. Men drew in breath and unsheathed swords, making the sign of the cross as they prepared to defend themselves against the malevolent spirits. Blackstone and his company were in a strange land, and he knew that if unknown curses and myths were to halt them at every turn, they would be no use as fighting men. As his men held back, Blackstone stepped into the blinking lights and let them swirl about him. Men swore and prayed in the same breath and begged him to turn back. Blackstone reached out a hand into the pulsating light. He watched one settle and then closed his fist. A flaming torch revealed a small fly crushed in his hand. No blood or blister showed, no wound or incision, no entry into his body to take over his soul. They soon learnt that they were nothing more than fireflies, and, as everyone knew, fireflies were simply the souls of unbaptized children seized by angels. The men's embarrassment knew no bounds until drink and fighting had cleansed them of it. If the dwarf had not been sent by sorcerer or enemy to lure him into the city of towers, then Father Niccolo Torlini needed his help. Gilbert knew the argument was lost. "At least let me come with you. I speak this Tuscan tongue better than most." "You have as much skill with the language as Will Longdon, who curses in it fluently," Blackstone answered. "I'll go alone, and the rest of you will wait in the hills for 2 days and then go back to the men. One way or another, you will know what happens." He glanced towards the dwarf. "Hold him. If it is a trap, pay him a gold florin and let him go." "What?" said John Jacob. "Free the dwarf with a reward if you're taken?" Gilbert smiled. He knew how Blackstone thought. "And then we follow him and kill the sons of whores who laid the trap." Chapter 5. There were several gates into the city, from which the garrison soldiers on the high walls could clearly see the approach roads across the open plain that might bring an enemy. Danger lay outside the walls. Money had bought safety for the Lucchese. A law had long since been passed that stopped any of the ambitious men in the city from building their fortress-like villas within 6 miles of the city. The oligarchs were allowed their tower houses within and their villas in the hills. No private army could ever be gathered close to Lucca, which blunted any ambitious merchant's power-hungry desires. Soon after dawn threw its light across the great plain, Blackstone waited with Gilbert and Moulin in the foothills, identifying which gate might offer him the best chance of entering the city. Their breath plumed in the chilled air. There had been a frost, but it would soon melt in the warmth of the early spring sunshine. "Avoid the southeast port, Thomas," Gilbert said, as Blackstone pulled a coarse cloth shirt over his head. "That's the road that leads to Florence. They'll have extra eyes there. Go further around the walls, to the gate of the foreigners. There will be many wishing to enter the city. The Duomo is close by. It's a good landmark from which to get your bearings." He saw where Gilbert pointed. A steady stream of farmers were already using the narrow road to trundle their produce into the city, and they seemed to be moving through the high gates without being stopped. From where they stood, they could see 3 of the approaches into Lucca. Traffic was moving slowly on the other 2 roads, where small overladen carts of caged livestock, escorted by men and women bearing baskets of produce, were backed up as sentries at the gate impeded their advance. "They may have extra eyes, Gilbert, but they're not searching too closely. It's the other ports into the city they're checking. If it is a trap, they're expecting me to avoid the road from Florence. I'll go in there." Elfrid and Will Longdon had relieved a peasant farmer of his heavy bundle of firewood, paying him more than it's worth. Despite its weight and size, Blackstone could have carried twice as much with ease. But as he got closer to the imposing towers that flanked the high gates, he bent his back and altered his stride to a shuffle. From beneath his cowl, he glanced furtively left and right. The huddle of people jostling towards the entrance to the city, and their constant chatter and shouts as they greeted each other and barracked the soldiers to let them through, all helped to conceal the stooping figure, carrying the oversized load of wood. There were others, with similar loads, fuel to feed the cooking fires and furnaces of the smelting guilds. Others trundled handcarts laden with caged ducks and chickens, pitted wheels rumbling over the uneven road, jostling for a place as pig herders swore and flicked their grunting charges with switches. The walls were over 30 feet high, built of cut sandstone, deep and unyielding, with blocks of limestone spaced horizontally between them that accentuated the curve of the arch. The watchtowers were higher still. A massive double archway, itself 20 feet or more in height, held the double gates and portcullis. If an army made an assault, Blackstone thought, it would take more siege engines than he had heard of in Italy to smash through. He saw crossbowmen on the walls, but their weapons were held casually without intent. They were garrison soldiers, unused to close-quarter battle. The only weapon he carried was a knife in his waistband that would be lethal in his hands, but the confines of the city's passageways meant that garrison troops could overpower and kill him if they were numerous enough. At the entrance of Porta San Gervasio, he reached the narrow footbridge that spanned the canal. It was only a few feet wide. He felt the worn timbers of the lowered drawbridge beneath his feet. This was the most dangerous moment. Farmers were funneling into the archway, pressed shoulder to shoulder, close to the sentries on either side. The stone-lined stream was as ancient as some of the city's Roman walls, and men and women were plunging folds of material into the water, tanning the fabrics. Two of the women tanners began to argue, their voices pitched high in anger as one grabbed yards of fabric from another, and in the tussle a length of cloth fell into the stream. No sooner had one of the women reached for it than she slipped, and the situation quickly escalated. A man pulled the second woman away and slapped her hard. The queue of farmers shuffled almost to a halt as two of the sentries strode towards them to restore order. Blackstone edged forward, taking advantage of the distraction. A woman in front of him struggled with a heavy hand-basket as she was jostled. She cursed to another, but Blackstone quickly lifted the basket and muttered an offer to help. His back was so bent his face barely reached her chest. The cowl kept his scarred face from view. By the time she had muttered her thanks and begun a diatribe against the amount of time it took to get into the city these days, the line had quickly passed under the raised portcullis. The sentries looked past him, their eyes scanning the crowd, uninterested in a peasant bent double or his woman companion, who chattered like a caged bird. The fetid, narrow chiassi swallowed the crowds, each alley filtering the peasants away to the different piazzas where they would set up their stalls. Blackstone straightened his back. The sky was pierced by tower after tower, a forest of neatly cut stone blocks of granite and limestone, built up with narrow clay bricks that soared skywards. Some had covered balconies at their summit. Most had 4 or 5-story houses attached to them. He admired the thinking behind them, for there were no outside stairs from which to gain access, a perfect defence, unless an enemy managed to hurl a torch through one of the first-floor windows. The dwarf had scratched an outline of the ancient city in the dirt. No street bore a name, only the churches, built by the wealthy, who claimed a piazza as their own territory and would then build a private chapel across from their homes, only a few paces away so they could walk quickly into its sanctuary without fear of assault from rival gangs that supported other families. Blackstone was quickly lost. He cursed to himself. He needed the sky and the touch of breeze on his face to find his way. "Follow your nose," the dwarf had instructed him. Beyond where the iron pots are made, he was to go past the nearest church. Then there would be the stench of leather workers. The guildsman's church would be at his right shoulder. Another piazza lay to the east, with the place he sought pressed against the north wall. The figure of Christ would beckon him. That was where Father Torlini waited. The hard-baked dirt street led to a darkened passage. He eased the rope supports from his shoulders, dropped the bundle and stepped clear. Glancing down through the funnels of shadows, he saw light penetrating onto small piazzas, some of them barely 30 feet wide. A darkened doorway led into a courtyard, from which he heard voices tumbling from the rooms above. And something else, a steady, rhythmic sound that he realized could be heard throughout the alleyways and streets. He looked up at open windows that allowed what little air there was to pass through the buildings. The heat and stench of thousands of people crowded into a walled city, wood smoke from the fires, the foulness of open drains, and the acrid smell of small foundries clung like a miasma to the confined walls. The rhythms he heard fought against themselves like a confused sea of sound. He remembered Torlini had told him there were more than 3,000 looms in the city. So great was its world trade in silk. No wonder the Lucchese could buy their way out of conflict. That was what he heard. Looms, the heartbeat of the city. It seemed that every floor of every house released the sound of its promise of wealth. Blackstone felt a breeze waft down an alleyway to his right. That's where the foundry smell came from. Instinct guided him. Where each chiasso broadened into a square, groups of armed men lounged idly. Some sat with their backs against the wall, others leaned, talked, gestured, argued, or laughed. Some taunted others across the piazza, trading insults. But the violence was confined to verbal abuse. These were family gangs holding their own territory. Blackstone avoided them all, sometimes retracing his steps, finding another passageway, leaving behind another cacophony of metal being beaten into pots. The city reminded him of Paris, though Lucca, as far as he could see, had no wide streets. However, guildsmen were belligerent, no matter in what bramble patch of a city a man found himself. Trespass, and you would feel their resentment at the end of a club or knife. A dancing bear, chained by a ring through its nose, reared up as a crowd quickly stepped back, amazed at the size of the beast. Coins tinkled in appreciation, and acrobats turned somersaults in the air. A flurry of activity made him press his back into an alcove. A dozen armed young men, full of bravado, were pushing people aside as they made their way towards him. Was this the trap, or a belligerent personal feud between gangs to be settled? There was no point in risking discovery, so he pushed open the door at his back. Voices and laughter echoed from walls that held sconces, lighting the steps leading below. Blackstone quickly closed the door and followed the passage downwards. He turned into a basement with an arched roof and sturdy pillars that supported it. Washed-out images on the walls proved to be ancient frescoes of men and women. Fragrant oils clung to the Roman bricks, so neatly laid that his stonemason's eye recognized the work of a master builder centuries earlier. Figures moved in the half-light, a splash of water, a woman's squeal and a man's voice bellowing with laughter. The air was heavy, and he realized why the fragrance was so strong. It was to diffuse the heavy smell of human sweat. Something touched his arm, making him turn quickly. A woman gazed up at him. She wore a fine silk drape over one shoulder, her breasts exposed. They pressed against him.
"This place welcomes every man who can pay, but there are those present who would object to a man of low class being here. Men of more affluence usually honor us."
She had spoken quietly, as if not wishing others in the shadows to hear or notice the roughly dressed man who had entered the brothel. Blackstone listened for any intrusion from the street, but the gang of malcontents had passed by. "Where am I?" he asked the woman. She raised an eyebrow and glanced to where a middle-aged man lay on a narrow bed with a woman straddling him. The dim light caught the sheen of sweat on his balding head and the dewdrop of sweat from her breasts. "I know what this place is, but where am I in the city?" he said.
"A stranger. Up to no good. Are you a cut-purse, or do you have business on a farm stall?"
she answered, taking a step back, her voice taunting him. She faltered at Blackstone's silence. His gaze frightened her. She pulled the drape across her breasts, holding it at her throat.
"You are beneath the walls of the ancient city."
"How close am I to the church that shows Christ with the angels?" She almost sneered.
"You're a pilgrim, and you end up in here. We can show you paradise, stranger."
Blackstone snatched her arm and pulled her to him. The silk fell noiselessly to the floor. She was close enough now to see his scarred face. "Where is it?" he whispered. Oil lamps were being lit, the cellar becoming brighter and the shadows more threatening as others realized there was an intruder. She gave in quickly, her arrogance crushed by fear. "The church of San Frediano is the only one, I think," she muttered. "Where?" She seemed confused. Men of God, or those who sought his comfort in a church, were usually more meek than threatening. "Follow the streets opposite, to the right, and then you will see the city walls. Then keep going to your left. It's there." He released his grip. She stepped back fearfully and bent to pick up the silk drape. When she raised her head, he was gone. Blackstone sensed he was nearing the church that gave sanctuary to the priest. He used the shadows and alleys like an animal wary of danger that could leap out at any corner, but he was unaware of the black-cloaked figure who had followed him since he entered the city. The cloaked man's fist rested on his sword's hilt. As the sun arced its way across the clay-tiled roofs, and its rays sought out the darkened squares, Blackstone stepped into the brilliance of a broad piazza. Stall-holders clung to its edges as crowds jostled to buy food from their tables. Men and women dressed in fine clothes of colourful silk, some escorted by 2 or 3 personal bodyguards, strolled along another street that bisected the square. Beggars came and went among the crowds. Occasionally, coins were dropped into the outstretched palm of one sprawled in a doorway. Charity was a fine thing. The rich only paid beggars so that their own sins in this life could be accounted for by the poor in the next. Those Lucchese with money gazed at the shops cut into the walls, the T-shaped narrow doors, flanked on each side by an unglazed window displaying their wares. A shopkeeper stood back in the cool shadows, hands clasped in gratitude as one of the wealthy citizens entered the doorway. Blackstone stayed in the narrow alley at the corner of the piazza, taking in all that went on before him. Nothing seemed out of place, but it was the perfect ambush site. Across the piazza, the gleaming white limestone church stood squarely before him. Above its pillared entrance was a magnificent mosaic facade, rich in hues of gold and blue, that spanned the upper width of the church. It showed the ascension of Christ, flanked by 2 angels, and beneath his feet, the 12 disciples. It was 200 arrow-long paces to the church's door. He waited. A man at one of the stalls bent down to lift a copper pot. With barely a tilt of his head, his eyes looked in Blackstone's direction. When he straightened, his gaze went past the woman customer, extending her hand with money. Blackstone glanced left. 2 men stood examining pock-marked pewter plates, but their faces had turned away the moment their glances met. Hands reached beneath cloaks. These were the professionals. They would have paid others less able to strike first. It was a trap. It needed no prediction from his friends. He expected it. 3, then. Were there more? Christ's eyes gazed down with benevolence. "Reach out and ascend to the glory of my Father's house," he seemed to implore. Blackstone kissed the silver goddess. If there were more assassins waiting, he could not identify them. Cut a clear path through the crowd, he told himself. Halfway, sidestep to the right. The copper pot stool-holder was the closest. Kill him first. The others would rush him. The crowd would scatter. Chaos. Go down on one knee and strike upwards. Gut the second man low. Hamstring the third. Panic would do the rest. Blackstone had to reach the church of San Frediano and its sanctuary. He strode into the piazza and felt the sun's warmth. The glare from the pale stonework creased his eyes. He gripped his knife, holding it down at his side. There were 5 assassins waiting to kill him. Chapter 6. Blackstone eased himself through the milling crowd, edging his shoulder towards the stall-holders on the right-hand side of the piazza. The heavy church door was open to allow the citizens of Lucca access to pray. The darkness that lay within might conceal those wishing to cause him harm, but it was more likely that the killers would ply their trade outside the sacred place. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw the furthest two men ease their way into the crowd from his left-hand side, and the man who had pretended to sell the copper pot was already less than 6 paces away, his eyes intent upon his victim. That alone marked him as an amateur, unused to killing with stealth, a common thug hired to do a butcher's work. The other two assassins still had to negotiate the shuffling crowds, but Blackstone knew the moment he killed the first man they would rush him, but that too would aid him. They would be forced to push people aside and be hindered by them, and he would kill them easily. The first man bared his teeth, his body turned slightly, left shoulder forward, ready to strike upwards with the knife held low in his right hand. Blackstone turned his back on the other two men and pushed himself into his attacker. His left hand grasped the man's wrist in a crushing grip before he could strike, and in the instant before he plunged his knife into the man's ribs, piercing lungs and heart, he saw his eyes widen in surprise that his attack had been foiled, and in pain as the bones in his hands cracked from the strength of the man he had come to kill. A stonemason's grip. Blackstone embraced the body, letting the dying man slip onto the ground, and then twisted to meet the rush of the attack coming from behind him. For a few moments there was no reaction from the crowd. A man had fallen. Another eased him to the ground. They stepped around Blackstone and the dead man. It was only when the other two killers began to push their way through that people called out in alarm and warning. By then, Blackstone was on one knee, letting the first man stumble over him, as if caught by undergrowth. Blackstone lunged, slashing the man's hamstring. He crumpled to the ground, screaming in agony, as he dropped his weapon and clutched at the wounded leg. His shrieks were quickly silenced as Blackstone's knife went into the hollow of his throat. Now those immediately around Blackstone realized that there was killing being done. Cries and shouts of panic spread across the square as people milled, not knowing which way to turn to escape. Blackstone was already pulling a woman aside as the second man swept down his sword. He had used both hands, a high guard above his right shoulder, but the momentum that carried him forward made his strike clumsy. Blackstone sidestepped, his knife now in his left hand, and, as the man passed him less than an arm's length away, let his blade and the man's own momentum do their work. The man's throat was cut. Blood spurted. He dropped the sword and grasped the pulsing wound as he staggered and fell and then squirmed, gurgling, gazing upwards, seeing the vision of Christ beckoning him. The chaos spread like the plague. Blackstone moved towards the church. He made no attempt to run, as he had no desire to alert any witnesses to his escape. He suddenly caught a glimpse of a gaunt-faced man who swirled past him feet away, his black cape billowing with an embroidered blazon on its back that looked like the symbol of an axe with a pointed shaft. He checked his stride, turned, and saw the cloaked man wield his sword. Beyond him, a burly man, leather apron pulled tight across his broad body, and the look of a blacksmith about him, thick-set bare forearms, face pitted with soot, a gnarled hand clutching a falchion raised ready to strike, its short, curved, cutting blade a weapon to hack and maim. He was less than 6 paces away, and, had the swirl of the cape not caught his eye, Blackstone's back would have been towards the assailant. The gaunt man braced, drew back his sword on the barrel-chested man. It was a simple killing. The blade rammed into the man from below his heart. The sudden agony throwing back his head, eyes wide, falchion clattering onto the paved square. Blackstone's mystery saviour quickly withdrew his blade, turned to Blackstone. His eyes darted over Blackstone's shoulder in warning. Blackstone spun, instinctively sidestepped, and saw the 5th assassin. He was little more than a youth, and fear and desperation creased his face. His clothes were threadbare. The long-bladed knife he wielded might have been fine for slicing meat for the stew pot, but useless in a struggle. Then Blackstone fell heavily, his feet slipping in blood. The boy slashed down, yelling to give himself courage as Blackstone twisted away. The black cloak smothered his vision as a Samaritan stepped over him. Blackstone saw the blade strike the boy, heard a pitiful whimper of pain that was a final exhalation of breath. Blackstone stood and faced the stranger who had saved his life. The man's wiry frame belied his strength and agility. Gaunt cheekbones projected below brown eyes of a piercing intensity. Whoever this man was, he was older than Blackstone, closer in age to Gilbert. Fighters who had angels at their back had either the devil or God in their hearts. "Hurry," the man said, and turned for the church. The small door into the church gave way to a cavernous, vaulted interior. The piazza's glaring heat and the blood that flooded across the pale stones were banished. The cool embrace of the ancient church suddenly chilled Blackstone. Stools and benches were few. Prayer here meant that most worshippers would feel the hardness of the flagstones on their knees. Penance was delivered with ease. The gloom gave way to darkness in the side chapels from which the altar's muted light beckoned. The church was empty, except for an elderly woman who knelt in prayer. When she heard the scuff of boots and the closing of the door, she turned, saw the two men, made the sign of the cross, and, pulling her shawl further over her face, shuffled away, leaving Blackstone and his Samaritan alone. Blackstone's saviour unclipped his scabbard and prostrated himself full length before the altar. Blackstone could now clearly see the emblem blazoned on the cloak, but still did not recognize the woven double-bladed axe with its pointed shaft. He waited, still wary, letting his eyes adjust. From slashing assault to a house of sanctuary was little more than a dozen paces. Was anyone waiting in the shadows, knife in hand, willing to risk excommunication for the mortal sin of murder in a church? The black-cloaked swordsman got to his feet and stepped away towards a marble font. He waited, scabbard point to the floor, hands resting on the pommel of his sword, like a tomb's guardian. His eyes, though, stayed on Blackstone. No sound of movement reached Blackstone. He wiped the blood from his hands across his tunic. Then he took a dozen paces from the entrance, where he knelt and crossed himself, glancing at the silent Samaritan. He would not prostrate himself. To kneel before the unseen God was humility enough when assassins lurked. From the darkness someone whispered his name. Blackstone turned and saw the familiar figure of Father Niccolo Torlini emerge from a side chapel beyond the pillars. Torlini was the proof that fate had entwined an English king, a French lord, and an Italian priest with influence. Blackstone had learnt, years after the event, that this had been the same man of God who had cradled his mutilated body on the field at Crécy. After the battle, Blackstone had been given into the care of Jean de Harcourt and trained as a man-at-arms. And then he and his family had been hunted by mercenaries, led by Gilles de Marcy, the savage priest. It was Torlini who had given Blackstone's family safe passage to the Pope at Avignon, and in return Blackstone accepted the task of warning the Prince of Wales that he and his exhausted army would stand alone against the might of the French king. Much good it did the French. Sir Gilbert Gilbert, Elfred, Will Longden, and the others had stood at Blackstone's shoulder and, despite the odds, defeated the French at Poitiers. "Thomas," the old man whispered again, a sigh of both gratitude and relief. He barely came up to Blackstone's chest, but he took the Englishman's arms, and Blackstone lowered his scarred face to be kissed on each cheek. "I knew you would come," he said, and led Blackstone further into the cool shadows. The silent guardian followed 20 paces behind. Father Torlini eased Blackstone onto a bench. "Here. Sit here, Thomas. I prayed for your safety." His eyes settled on the silver image of the figure with outstretched arms that hung around Blackstone's neck.
"You still pray to a pagan goddess," he said,
though not as a criticism. Blackstone smiled. "I see her as one of God's angels."
"Good answer. One day I will believe you," said Torlini,
and waited for Blackstone's inevitable question. Blackstone half-turned so he could watch the swordsman. The man remained expressionless, but Blackstone's instinct told him that if a shadow moved or a breath of air touched his cheek, the sword would be in his hand. "Who is he?" Blackstone asked.
"His name is Fratello Stefano Caprini. He is here to ensure that you live long enough to embrace your destiny."
"He saved my life. There were 2 assassins I hadn't seen. He's your man? A soldier of Florence?"
"He's God's man, a warrior of the Lord. You saw his coat of arms."
"The axe? Yes," Blackstone answered, though there was a nagging memory that he had seen it before.
"It is not an axe, Thomas. It is the Tau, a symbol of the letter that was the first word of Christ. He is one of the Cavalieri del Tau, a military order of Hospitalers. These fratelli care for pilgrims and the sick."
"And outlawed Englishmen," Blackstone said. Then he remembered a time when he and his men had come across a dead Franciscan monk, found after a routier's raid, butchered and staked to a tree. Around his ankle was a piece of twisted hemp that bore a small wooden cross similar in design. It had been of no significance to the killers, but Blackstone had noticed it when they buried him. He nodded in thanks to the swordsman, but got no response. "Why did you send for me?" asked Blackstone. Chapter 7. Samuel Cracknell lay hidden in a room of a merchant's house in Lucca. He had sailed from England several weeks earlier, bound for Genoa, from where he would be given safe passage to Florence. There he was to seek out Father Torlini, who served the Italian banker Rodolfo Bardi, friend and lender to the English crown. The priest would ensure that word reached Sir Thomas Blackstone, and Sergeant-at-Arms Cracknell would then deliver the message whose wax seal bore the arms of Edward, King of England. The ship, an unwieldy cog, almost foundered, but the ship's master saved his vessel, only to lose it when 2 enemy Pisan ships appeared. The feud between Pisa, Florence, and Genoa was an ongoing conflict, and although Genoa traded with the world, Pisa ruled the southern waters of the Tyrrhenian Sea. Cracknell had thrown his cloak and tunic, bearing the insignia of a messenger from the court of Edward III, King of England, into the churning sea when the ship was seized west of Genoa. By a miracle, his captors did not find the folded parchment he carried, or the gold coin sewn into a hem. Cracknell lied to save his life, telling them he was a servant to an English wool merchant, travelling to Genoa to secure a contract, and that his letters of authority had been lost in the storm. He bore no emblem or ring of office. He displayed no obvious signs of wealth. He was worth no ransom. It was a grave risk, but one that had to be taken. Had he admitted his true status, they would have tortured him and discovered that he carried a letter for the English condottiere, contracted by Florence, who secured the mountain roads between Florence and Pisa. He risked death because he was worthless to them, unless they sold him into slavery. Every minute he still drew breath would offer him a chance to escape. The ship's master knew his identity and could have traded the secret for his own safety, but when his captors decided Cracknell was worthless, and moments before they pulled a knife across his throat, the seamen cursed the sons of whores who lived like sea lice, feasting on unarmed merchantmen, and head-butted the nearest Pisan guard. It cost him his life, but it gave Cracknell the chance he needed. He leapt overboard and made good his escape. The crossbow bolt that struck his shoulder was a lucky shot. Falling at the end of its trajectory and weakened by the distance, it penetrated his shoulder muscle, but lacked the force to shatter bones and sever vital arteries. Desperation drove him inland, where finally his wounds and exhaustion left him crumpled by the roadside. The vagaries of fate might have left him to die where carrion crows would soon feed on him, but he was found by devout Christians, servants of a Lucchese merchant travelling home, who dressed his wounds and took him to their master. The silk merchant, Oliviero Dantini, faced a dilemma. He found the sealed message, wrapped in a pig's bladder to keep it dry, stitched into the man's clothing. His fingers barely resisted the urge to slit open the folded parchment and violate the royal seal, but a lifetime of deliberation stopped him. He fingered the shiny document, smelling its musk of sweat and salt and the subtle aroma of ink. Cracknell slipped in and out of consciousness and begged that word be sent to Father Niccolo Torlini in Florence. Dantini's words soothed and comforted his distress, until finally the man admitted he was a messenger from the English court. No thief, then, Dantini realized. The man had travelled several hundred miles to bring word to a friend of England, who knew, perhaps even a friend of the king. Others would be on the same journey. One man, with a letter, would not be the only one bearing such a message. Others perhaps by land or by another ship. If he, Dantini, were to contact the Florentine, then he would have the opportunity to ingratiate himself with those who had influence with the English king. On the other hand, Lucca was an enemy of Florence and allied to Pisa. Where was the profit and loss in this situation? Christian duty had been fulfilled, but commerce and politics made other demands that had to be served. There was also the danger that the authorities in Lucca would discover that the man he harboured was not simply an injured traveller who might have been waylaid and wounded by brigands. Why, he had asked Cracknell, did he need Father Torlini? But the Englishman fought the pain and shook his head. He refused to succumb to the infected injury that was slowly sucking his life away, or the persuasive questioning of the merchant, who leant close to his face and lowered his ear to listen for a whisper of explanation. "Father Torlini," were the only words he murmured as he slipped in and out of consciousness. The fever caused by his wounds would soon kill him, and the merchant knew he had to make a decision quickly. Checks and balances. Dantini never made less than 150% profit on any deal. Influence was a desirable commodity that could be traded. He watched as the physician did what he could to ease Cracknell's pain. He dressed the wound and bled him, then eased drops of hemlock between his lips. If Dantini had not spent time in Bruges, had not conversed in the English courts with other merchants, had not understood and spoke English, he would have let the wounded man die without another thought. But then his fever made him ramble, and Oliviero Dantini heard him mutter, "Torlini, find Torlini and Sir Thomas Blackstone." The mention of the Englishman's name made him catch his breath. A mixture of fear and excitement dried his mouth. He knew the risk was worth it. Florence and Blackstone's sword were blessed by the Pope. The great divide between the city republics meant loyalties shifted as soon as one alliance was dropped and another formed. Lucca had Pisa's protection. To have saved King Edward's messenger and delivered the man's sealed orders to the influential priest, that would give him greater access to the English court. And Edward was known to reward those who showed loyalty. Like any business transaction, this situation required some thought and guile. Those in Pisa and Milan would be generous. The English condottiere was a prize that could be better than gold, and someone had already tried to claim the reward in the piazza. Who it was he did not know, but it had been a brutish and clumsy attempt. The trick was to kill Thomas Blackstone, but without being seen to be involved. Blackstone waited with Torlini until the priest finally unclasped his hands. He had twisted and held them in a rare sign of anxiety during the telling of what he knew about the Englishman now sheltering in Dantini's house. The light was fading. They would soon be in darkness.
I was fearful that when I sent for you, I was drawing you into a trap, which is why I asked Stefano to watch for you.
Who knew I was coming into the city?
Father Torlini shook his head. This merchant made no mention of your name, only that the king's messenger had a document for me. I knew, as did Stefano.
Then this Dantini seeks reward for the service.
Torlini nodded. The merchants of Lucca have houses in Bruges. They travel the courts, England, France and Spain, the Holy Roman Empire. They take news of who says what to whom and what alliances seem fragile. They speak many languages. It's how the likes of Edward learn what is happening in the world.
It's unlikely the men in the square were simple cut-purses. I had nothing they could want, except my life.
The priest reached out and touched Blackstone's shoulder. Are there any of your men who would betray you? Anyone?
Not one, Blackstone said, barely able to keep the irritation from his voice.
Thomas, I understand, but a new man, perhaps, a woman you lie with.
Blackstone shook his head. Only those closest to him knew of the clandestine meeting. Your dwarf, Blackstone said. You sent him to me. He knew.
Paolo? No. He has served me for 30 years. I sent him to you when I left Florence. He never came here. He would know no one. I was told to come to this church, and when I got here, the local priest gave me the name of the man I must seek out.
Whoever is responsible will show his hand again. Are we to stay here for the night? Blackstone asked.
No, we go to the house.
We can't stumble around without torches, and the city patrols will be on us.
No need for torchlight. There is a man being sent who can see despite the darkness.
By nightfall the city was so dark, Blackstone could not see his hand in front of his face. When night fell, the Lucchesi shut down their looms as master and servant alike went to bed. Candles were expensive and used sparingly. Blackstone held the guide's rope as he stumbled along uneven streets. Behind him Father Torlini took his length of rope, as did Stefano Caprini at the rear. The only sound in the narrow streets was the tap-tapping of the blind man's stick as he led the 3 men through chiassi, known to him since childhood. Each brick and stone on the building's flanks told him where he was in these narrow passageways, some barely wide enough for Blackstone's shoulders to pass through. Blackstone could hear Father Torlini's laboured breath, and then, as they made their way beneath the black cowl of an archway, Blackstone sensed they had stepped into a small piazza. The moonless, heavily clouded night sky was a different shade of darkness, and the black shadows loomed upwards like malevolent giants gazing down on the intruders. The blind beggar stopped, and the men behind him stumbled into each other.
"Thomas, what is it?" the priest whispered.
Blackstone made no reply, and eased his arm against Torlini in a gesture of assurance. The old beggar grunted, and Blackstone heard his hand rasp against the stone wall. And then he struck the wall 3 times, so that the sound echoed around the open space. He paused, and then made the same signal again. No one spoke. Then, in the building opposite, Blackstone heard what sounded like a large piece of canvas being moved, followed by the creaking of shutters as a first-floor window opened. He could make out a figure lowering a ladder into the street below. The scrape of timber against stone and the final dull sound as it touched the ground made the old beggar grunt again, this time in satisfaction. No instructions were needed. The blind man tugged the rope free from their hands and tapped his way into the darkness. "We're here," Blackstone said. Chapter 8. Oliviero Dantini sat in a darkened corner of his apartment that spanned the breadth of the townhouse. Below him were 2 floors of looms standing silent. If he secured the trust of the Florentine priest, then betrayed his Englishman later, it would place sufficient distance between him and the act. Had he not put himself at huge risk, he would tell the English court? Had he not done as much as he could? He would kneel before the priest, expressing his humility, and the priest would bless him. And the first step of his new journey would be taken not only with the English, but here in Lucca. He could rise to the office of podesta. There was power and influence to be wielded as chief magistrate. God knows, he had lent the city enough money over the years, and his influence with the farmers and peasants in the contado would grow. Though how anyone could choose to live beyond the city walls was a mystery to him. He had extended the hand of financial friendship to the Drapers' Guild, and helped to provide cheap cloth for the market. Becoming chief magistrate would allow him to settle scores with rival families. He might even be able to exert influence on communal councils and shape the rural statutes that protected local interests. Lucca was a city-state, its people bovine creatures cosseted by the city wall since Roman times. As the city grew, more walls were built, and financial inducements ensured Pisa's protection. Now that trade with England and Flanders demanded even more silk. Dantini could already see himself in the Palazzo della Podesta, wearing the chief magistrate's magnificent gowns. Or perhaps not. Doubt entered his mind. Power should not be seen but rather felt. No, he decided. The common populace would respect the show, and he could build more wealth, and wealth would buy title, and then he could pay for his own condottieri, a small army outside the walls exerting their strength. His thoughts were interrupted by his servant's announcement. "The priest is here, master." "Then allow him to enter. Does he need help?" he answered impatiently. "There are 2 other men with him," answered the servant. Fear suddenly stripped away all ambition. He waved a hand impatiently. "Be certain it's the priest. Make sure. If it is, then lower the ladder fully. Bring him to me. Go, go." He touched his fingers to his brow. It was a cool night, but the sweat glistened. He dabbed his face and waited in the half-lit room as he heard the outside curtain being drawn and the shutters opened. He crossed himself and muttered a prayer. If his worst fear was realized, the priest was bringing a dark angel into his house. Father Torlini identified himself and was beckoned to climb the ladder. "I'll go first," Blackstone told him, and shuffled forward with the priest's hand on his back for guidance. As he reached the ladder, he palmed the knife in his hand. To go through the darkened window into an unknown room was to accept an assassin's invitation. He clambered up and then, readying himself for violence, felt the tension ease from his shoulder as a muted, warm glow seeped from the room. Against the far wall stood a servant holding a candle, with his hand shielding the light, casting everything else in the room into shadow. Blackstone could see that behind the servant stood a man, clearly the master of the house, who held one hand across his chest, gripping the folds of his cloak. The figures were barely recognizable, their features almost hidden in the soft light. Blackstone quickly took in what little of the room he could see. It was large and almost devoid of furnishings. Broad planks formed the floor, stout beams the ceiling. There were wall hangings, but he couldn't make them out. He stepped over into the room, and without taking his eyes from the servant and his master, extended his hand through the window. "Come on up," he said quietly, and heard the creak of the priest's weight on the ladder below. When the two men joined him in the room, the servant passed the candle to his master, who still seemed nervous of the strangers in his house. The servant quickly pulled up the ladder, and then drew an outside canvas covering, held across the opening on an iron rod. He closed the wooden shutters, trapping what little light there was in the room. The merchant stepped forward nervously. Here was the man so many had tried to kill. The shadows heightened the merchant's fear. The dimness served to accentuate Sir Thomas Blackstone's fearful aspect. Thank Christ the Lord Almighty and the Blessed Virgin Mary that he had not been involved in the killing in the piazza, because who else could know of Blackstone's association with the priest, or that the Florentine was in the city, or that the Englishman would come to Lucca? That Dantini protected the English messenger would surely convince Torlini and Blackstone that he was uninvolved in that attempt. Italy swarmed with paid mercenaries to protect city-states. Some were greater than others. But this condottiere who protected Florence was taller than he imagined. This was no squat, muscled man like other thugs and killers he knew of. His height alone gave him authority. Dantini realized that he had involuntarily stepped forward, raising the candle holder so that he could see the tall man's face. The stubble clung to the running scar like scrub on the side of a dusty road. "Sir Thomas," he said in almost a whisper, flustered for the moment. His hand trembled, making the feeble light flicker. He bowed, keeping his eyes averted longer than necessary, desperately hoping that the killer in his midst would not savage him or his family. "I did not know you would be with Father Torlini," he managed to say without too much hesitation. "Someone did. I met them in the piazza," Blackstone answered. Dantini raised his face. His innocence in the matter must be seen. "Terrible news, Sir Thomas, terrible." "For them, and whoever paid them," said Blackstone, staring down the merchant. Before Dantini answered, Torlini stepped forward. "I am Father Torlini, and these men serve as my protection." He spoke with the authority that church and state gave him. "You take a great risk." Dantini sighed with relief, thankful that the priest seemed to be on his side. "I do, yes. Indeed, that is true. A great risk," he said, almost stumbling over the words, uncertainty suddenly clouding his thoughts again. All his skills of negotiation in trade, of buying cheap and selling dear, all his years of usury and cunning fraud seemed to desert him. How many times had he watched men less able than himself succumbing to his skills? The wealth of the Lucca silk trade gave him power over those who desired it. Be they kings or queens, upstart noblemen and their whores, or common wool farmers, Oliviero Dantini had outsmarted them all. He recovered his composure and gestured to the doorway that led to another room. "I will wait by the window," said Caprini. "Best to see who else might be in the streets at this time of night." Blackstone nodded, and followed the others, as the servant quickly ran forward and opened the ornate carved doors that led to a more sumptuous apartment where furnishings and carpets softened the broader planked floors and stone walls. All the windows were shuttered, and Blackstone realized that without a ground-floor entrance, access to these tower houses with their interconnecting rooms was possible only by a ladder lowered into the courtyard. Those that had towers attached, like this merchant's house, were well-defended strongholds in a city plagued with family rivalries. Blackstone had taken an instant dislike to Dantini. There was a slyness about him. His posture kept changing. One moment he was gesturing with his arm as they strode across the luxurious apartment, as if about to tell them of its wealth and finery. The next, his shoulders slumped like a whipped servant as Blackstone demanded, "Where is the king's messenger?" Another room, a bed, woven carpet and drapes, a woman who cowered in nightgown and cap, as old as the merchant himself, and fatter. The wife of a rich man in a sumptuous bed surrounded by drapes. She looked defiant, but made the sign of the cross and lowered her gaze when she saw Father Torlini.
"Yes, yes. Blessings, sister," Blackstone heard the priest mutter tiredly behind him.
Oliviero Dantini led them to a central staircase that ascended into the tower. Another candle was lit as the servant went ahead and cast light up into landings with oppressively dark chestnut beams and flooring.
"I had the best physician. Trustworthy, I assure you. I paid him well," Dantini said breathlessly as he took the steps, eager to let it be known that he had spared no expense despite the citizens of Lucca's reputation for miserliness. "Here, a safe room, he is here," he added, as the servant waited at the next landing by a doorway. He gestured impatiently for the man to open the door. "Let me speak with him first, Thomas. Who knows what delirium he may suffer," said Torlini.
Blackstone stepped back and let him go into the room. Dantini shifted nervously, but his anxiety calmed as a servant girl stepped forward carrying a tray of wine glasses. The girl was no more than 14 or 15 years old, but composed and self-assured. Her eyes were lowered respectfully, Blackstone thought, in obedience to a master who probably took such a beautiful girl to his bed. Her plain linen dress showed her slender neck and shoulders. Her fair hair and blue eyes gave her an almost angelic air. Dantini took a glass of wine and noticed Blackstone watching the girl, who remained unmoving, waiting until her master's guest took his wine.
"Georgian," Dantini said, leering over the rim of the goblet, "from the Black Sea. A better choice, I have always thought, than the Tartars they bring in. Such ugly creatures. Beauty, Sir Thomas, should always be at the center of a man's desires, in all things. Don't you agree?"
"Does she speak?" asked Blackstone, ignoring the question.
No. They have a foul guttural tongue. They learn quickly enough to remain silent, with a strap laid to their backs. Cheaper than hiring Italian servants. Why pay exorbitant wages when you can buy a slave for 15 florins?
A woman's voice called from the lower floors.
"My lord! My lord!"
An exclamation of concern.
Dantini winced. "My wife! Forgive me, Sir Thomas. I must assure her that no harm will befall us this night."
For a moment he considered dismissing the servant girl, but changed his mind, thinking that she would amuse the Englishman. Perhaps he might even offer to buy the tender-looking girl, and in that instant he regretted telling Blackstone that she had cost 15 florins at the Pisa slave market. He scurried downstairs to attend to his wife's anxiety. Blackstone gently lifted the girl's chin. She looked at him defiantly. He understood that look and the feelings that lay behind it. Her breasts looked firm, their nipples pressing through the undershift and linen dress. It was not difficult to understand how such innocence could be desired, though by now, of course, innocence had long since fled the girl. He laid a hand on her shoulder, and with the lightest of touch, turned her so that he could see the nape of her neck and the smooth skin between her shoulders. The tips of flat welts, new and old, crisscrossed her back. He knew the full strike of the belt would go down to her buttocks. Somewhere on that tender white skin would be a mark burned into her flesh to denote her slavery. Probably no bigger than a small coin. It would pucker in a pink eruption. Either her thigh or her breast, he thought. It made no difference. The flesh healed, but slavery was death to the soul. He turned her to face him again. He took the purse from his belt and placed it on the tray. The girl's eyes widened, but Blackstone smiled and calmed her fear. Dantini's footsteps echoed up the stairs. "Go, when you can," Blackstone said quietly, hoping she might understand his intent, even if she did not comprehend the words he spoke. He made a childlike gesture of his first 2 fingers walking. She caught her breath, and then quickly took the purse from the tray. Dantini puffed his way to the landing. "You don't care for wine, Sir Thomas?" he said. "Or anything else?" "Nothing." "Of course. As you wish. I am here to serve," he said, and waved the girl away, unable to avoid watching her buttocks clench and sway as she moved downstairs. He smiled apologetically at Blackstone, who gave no sign of sharing the moment of pleasure. The door opened. The merchant stepped aside, allowing Blackstone to bend beneath the door frame and enter the room, which had a cot, a pitcher of water and a bowl, and the wounded man, who lay half-raised on the pillows. His linen shirt was blood-stained, his left arm bound in a sling. Cracknell held a knife in his good hand. Sweat ran into his eyes. He blinked and shook his head, his hair flicking the sweat away. The air was oppressive. It stank of urine and infection, a stench that was no stranger to Blackstone. "He was unconscious. I prayed for him and bathed his face, and no sooner did he awake than a knife was in his hand," explained Torlini, who turned and raised a hand to calm the wounded man. "I am Father Niccolo Torlini, my son. We have found you. You are safe." Cracknell gave an audible sigh of relief and lowered the knife. Blackstone looked at him. He had seen poison creep into men from their wounds, and this man was no different, with his pallor and palsy and his struggle for breath. He knew they had reached him with barely enough time before he died, and die he would. No physician could cure whatever happened to the blood and heart of a wounded man. It needed good luck, and God on your side, and both, it seemed, had abandoned the king's messenger. It was only his courage and duty that had kept him alive this long. Blackstone eased the merchant from the room, pushing the inquisitive but obedient man onto the landing, then closed the door behind him. Whatever was said in the dying man's room was for Father Torlini and Thomas Blackstone. "What is your name, my son?" asked Torlini. "I am Samuel Cracknell. I have a document that must reach Sir Thomas. Only he can read it. I have your word, Father?" "I will not give it to him," Torlini said quietly, and smiled at Cracknell's sudden uncertainty. He laid a comforting hand across the man's. "He is here. He has come to see you himself. You can give him the document with your own hand." The priest moved away from the bedside, and took the branch of candles from Blackstone, who pulled the footstool closer to the dying man's cot. Cracknell peered through the shadows that played on Blackstone's face. Was he ready to give the vital message to this man dressed as a commoner?
"You're Sir Thomas?"
he asked uncertainly. Blackstone nodded, turning his face so that his scar might be seen more clearly. Like a doubting child, Cracknell raised an uncertain finger and traced the scar without touching Blackstone's face. His eyes narrowed as a moment of indecision intruded on his fevered mind. Battle-scarred veterans were 10 a penny.
"You once knew a king's messenger, did you not?"
he asked, determined to make sure that Blackstone was who he said. "I did," answered Blackstone. "Some years ago. A good man. I sat with him as I sit with you, and he was taken by the French king's men in my place."
"And you would remember his name?"
Blackstone remembered it well enough from back then, when the Norman lords teetered on the edge of rebellion, and Blackstone was taught the art of killing with the sword. Normandy, a dozen years before. Christiana, his wife-to-be. Henry and Agnes, his children yet to be born. Names, and the feelings that came with them, crowded his memory like a winter forest, skeletal boughs reaching out to scratch his conscience. His name was William Harness, a brave, good man who was wounded by French villagers. I made sure they paid for their viciousness to him. Cracknell sighed, as if releasing a great weight.
"We know that story well. Every man who rides into foreign fields for the king knows it, as will their children."
His hand grasped Blackstone's wrist to help him half turn and reach beneath the mattress. He pulled out a document, folded twice vertically. Its thin ties wrapped around and crossed. At its crease was a dark red globule of dried wax, its heart pressed with the royal seal. The parchment had a greasy sheen to it, and a smear of blood had dried into its grime.
"One thing more, Sir Thomas. Use your knife and cut away the stitching that holds the cord for my hose."
"Here," Cracknell said, touching his waist beneath his shirt. Blackstone carefully lifted the cloth, felt the cord in the man's waistband. His fingers touched a coin stitched into the seam. He carefully separated a few stitches and eased out a gold coin. Cracknell nodded.
"I was told that should also be placed in your hand."
He grimaced in pain, his breathing now more laboured.
"My duty is done, Sir Thomas. Don't linger in this place. You are in danger, my lord."
Blackstone dampened the cloth rag in the bowl of water and wiped the man's brow. "I'm always in danger, Master Cracknell." Chapter 9. Footfalls scuffed the wooden stairs into the tower. Blackstone eased Father Torlini aside and gripped his knife. Whispers filtered through the doorframe, followed by a gentle tap. Blackstone opened the door and saw that there were 2 men, both dressed similarly to Stefano Caprini, cloaked knights of the Tau.
"We should take him from this place, Sir Thomas," Stefano said. "I send word to my brother monks. Our hospital is close enough, and no one will question us."
Blackstone glanced at Cracknell. The man was close to death. "Even so," Stefano said, understanding the Englishman's thoughts. "He will be under the hospital's care." He lowered his voice to barely a whisper, ensuring the dying man did not hear him. "Until he dies, and then we will bury him in our graveyard. He has fulfilled his duty to you?" Blackstone nodded. "Then you can do no more for him," said Thomas. "Stefano is correct, Thomas. Let me administer the sacrament," urged Father Torlini. "Now that he has done his duty, the will to live will slip away from him." Blackstone looked back at the royal messenger, who had clung to life so that he could carry out the king's wishes. He nodded. "You and Stefano attend to him, Father," he told them, and eased open the document, tilting the parchment to the candlelight, and read the neat script. "Do as this man commands. No harm will befall you." 10 words that demanded Blackstone's obedience. "Wait," he said, and pushed between the priest and the knight. He quickly knelt at the cot and shook the dying man. "Master Cracknell!" He shook him again, but there was no response.
"Thomas, he is beyond the words now,"
said Father Torlini. Blackstone kept shaking the man. His free arm stretched back to give the document to the priest so he could see for himself. "I need his words, Father. He's the voice of the king." Cracknell's breath was slow and heavy, easing him away from the flickering shadows. Blackstone gripped the man's shoulder and squeezed the wound. Cracknell's breathing faltered.
"Thomas, in God's name, mercy,"
Father Torlini said, stepping forward to restrain Blackstone, but was in turn held back by the town knight.
"Pain awakens a man from the darkest places," said Caprini.
Once again, Blackstone pressed into the injury. Cracknell groaned. Now Blackstone forced his fingers into the suppurating wound itself, and the man gasped in agony, his eyes staring wildly as his upper body curled from the cot. Blackstone held him, easing him gently back onto the pillows, and pressed a beaker of water to his lips.
"Sir Thomas,"
he whispered, uncertainly. "Master Cracknell, listen to me. You have information I need. What were you told that you should pass on to me?" Cracknell's eyes focused, his mind searching for an answer.
"Nothing, my lord. No instructions for you."
"I am to follow your command," Blackstone said. "Did you know what was written?" he asked, already aware that no messenger would be privy to the contents of what they carried, but hoping that a personal message from the king to the outlawed knight might be an exception. Cracknell shook his head. "You were given nothing for me?" Blackstone repeated, knowing there was little else to be asked.
"Nothing,"
came the answer. Blackstone felt the frustration squirm within him. Cracknell must know something. "Think of when the document was handed to you. The royal clerk, the chancellor, whoever it was, what did he say?"
"To Genoa, and then Florence under escort, and safe passage to Florence and Father Torlini."
"More than that. You carry a command for me, but you do not yet know it. It lies in the words that were spoken to you. Father Torlini would have sent for me had you reached Florence, and there I would have questioned you as I question you now. Clear your mind and think." Cracknell's eyes darted through the layers of pain and time, searching desperately for the answer. Seeing the royal clerk place the folded parchment into his hand, watching his lips, hearing his orders.
"I was to board ship at Portsmouth, from where you first sailed to war, but was commanded to return before the king's tournament.
"The king holds a tournament many times a year," Blackstone repeated. "Those are his pleasures." It seemed a mystery he could not unravel. Was there any meaning in those instructions? Cracknell smiled, as if finally understanding the subterfuge that had been his to carry. "There can be only one. At Windsor, St. George's Day, Sir Thomas. It can be no other." Blackstone laid the palm of his hand on Cracknell's face, as he would on a child's. "It can be no other," he said gently. Blackstone waited out the night, sitting in the high tower's darkness, watching the late-risen moon come and go behind clouds, throwing shadows from the city towers across the rooftops. Here and there in the distance, a dull glow seeped upwards from the darkened alleyways as the night patrols of armed young men went about their business. Fireflies, who sought out the living. He heard muffled whispers from Torlini and the Tau Knight, and then the weary footfall of the older man as he climbed the night-black stairs. "Thomas?" "Here, by the window." A cloud shifted, and the moon briefly illuminated the unshuttered opening. The priest sighed. "I see you." He sat on the top step. "Cracknell has died, his soul cleansed by absolution. The Cavalieri are swaddling his body. At first light they will take him to their graveyard. When the city gates are opened, they will accompany a handcart carrying his body. You will pull the cart, Thomas. No soldier will question us then." Blackstone nodded, even though Torlini could not see his response. Where in this labyrinth had he been betrayed, and by whom? A wounded man washed ashore and by chance brought to a merchant's house. Who knew of the meeting? The merchant, Father Torlini, and the dwarf who had ridden with the message to Blackstone. "Why does an English king use you?" he asked the priest. "Edward has always had strong links with us," Father Torlini answered. "Because the bankers of Florence fund his war chest." "It's more than that." Blackstone sensed the hesitation in the priest's answer. "There is a history between us, Thomas. It goes back further than you can imagine. Before you were born, I serve one of the greatest men in Florence, and before him others served King Edward's father. It goes beyond the business of lending money." He paused, evidently reluctant to continue. The darkness was Blackstone's friend. Like a confessional, it eased men's souls and loosened their tongues. He remained silent, listening to the priest's breathing. "There is a Genoese family, the Fieschi, cardinals and the diplomats used by the king's father," Torlini said. "And, like them, there are other Italians, such as my master, Bardi of Florence, whose family have been confidants of both royal father and son. The king has strong ties with us. His physician was Pancio di Cotrone, who helped the king open dialogue with other Italian bankers. Edward appointed Nicolino of Florence to the royal mint. We share a lifetime of vows suddenly silenced him. Blackstone listened to the old man's intake of breath, as if catching himself on the brink of an indiscretion. "A secret?" Blackstone suggested. "Yes, an intimacy of trust." It was obvious that was all the priest was going to say. In the city of 50,000 souls, a dog barked. Others took up the challenge and then fell silent again. Blackstone knew little of King Edward's life. He had been a village stonemason who could read the sheriff's proclamations, an archer arrayed for war, a man-at-arms blessed with the strength to harness the rage within him. A king was divine. "He trusts you to reach out to me," said Blackstone.
Did you understand the message?
"I think so. I can't be certain. But I believe I am being summoned to England before the final week of April, when Edward holds his tournament on St. George's Day." Torlini was silent for a moment.
"I have heard that the king has granted a pardon to those who travel to the tournament. Foreign knights and princes are to be welcome to fight there."
"Not for me, father. No pardon is granted to a man exiled by the king's son. But this message must have something to do with it."
"Then it is nothing more than guesswork."
"It's all I have." He felt the embossed coin between his fingers. "And Cracknell was told to give me this." He reached across the wall opening, the brightness of the moon showing the gold coin held between finger and thumb.
"A double leopard,"
said Father Torlini when he saw the embossed coin. "Worth all of 6 shillings when it was in use. Why send me a coin that can't be traded except to be melted down?" Father Torlini teased the coin in his fingers. Why indeed? A coin taken out of circulation many years before and now sent to a fighting man who had enough money to buy passage home. A condottiere, whose contract with Florence meant that if the king needed Blackstone's men at his side, then the Florentines would risk engaging ships and crews for them to be transported to England. But no such request had been sent to Florence. No. The gold coin was a symbol of royal authority, showing 2 heraldic leopards crouched each side of King Edward on his throne. It was a deliberate reference to the throne of King Solomon, described in the Old Testament. The image that told his subjects that theirs was a wise king.
"Ah,"
Torlini sighed.
"I knew there was something wrong."
Before Blackstone could question him, the priest gathered his garments and turned on the stairs.
"We need candlelight, Thomas. Come."
Refusing to explain, Torlini scuttled down the stairs as quickly as he could, with an air of anticipation verging on excitement.
Be patient, was all he would say to Blackstone's questions.
When they descended to the first floor, Father Torlini instructed the merchant to provide a dozen candle holders. Eager to please, Dantini hurried his servant, quietened his wife's protests, and ushered Blackstone and the priest into his private chamber. The outer curtains were drawn and the shutters closed, sealing the light of a dozen candles within the room. Torlini dismissed the merchant and arranged the candle holders on a table, and then unfolded the parchment.
"The document you received is not what you think."
He brought the royal seal into the light.
"Do you see?"
Blackstone studied the seal's imprint, a monarch on horseback, a crowned helm, shield and sword. The horse's forelegs raised, the king posed as if his sword arm was ready to strike. "I do not," said Blackstone. "It's the king's seal. I've seen it before on an archer's leave of absence from the battlefield."
"A king's great seal is broken when a new monarch is crowned," said Torlini, biting a knuckle as he worried about his explanation and whether his thoughts could even be true. "This," he tapped the document, "this seal shows the king with crowned helm and 3 lions on the horse's caparison. Edward's seal does not. Edward's shield is coated with the fleur-de-lis. His father's was not."
"I've seen the seal before," Blackstone insisted. "This is the king's seal."
"No, Thomas. This is his father's seal."
Blackstone remained silent for a moment. Neither man spoke. "I don't understand," said Blackstone. "If his father's seal was broken when Edward took the crown, then how can this be his?"
"A copy is always held by the Chancellor of the time," the priest said. "And, Thomas, if the king wished to send you a personal message, he would not use the Great Seal. He would hide such a message from his advisers. He would use his signet as a secret seal for such a private document."
He held a gold double leopard out to Blackstone. The dull glint of light caught the figure of the king.
"This carries a Latin inscription. Has that pagan goddess you wear around your neck supplanted our Lord Jesus Christ in your life? Do you know the Bible's teaching? Were you taught it in your village?"
"Only enough to bear the sting of the village priest's switch before he absconded to the whorehouses of France. I cannot read Latin."
"No matter,"
said Torlini, as Blackstone took the coin.
"The inscription translates to, 'Jesus, passing through the midst of them, went on his way.'"
Blackstone felt the blank despair of ignorance. Father Torlini smiled and patted his arm.
"The book of Luke refers to Jesus passing through a hostile crowd of Pharisees. Do you see, Thomas? For those who are superstitious, these words are a charm against thieves and the perils of travel. You have been sent a token to protect your journey home."
He pressed the coin into Blackstone's hand, using both of his own to close the Englishman's big fist.
"There are enemies waiting for you. Their assassins have already tried here. This is only the beginning."
Chapter 10. Blackstone's men waited, impervious to the chill wind twisting down through the valleys from the Apuan Alps. The sun's spring warmth returned only when the wind shifted and the forests suffocated its bitterness. Gilbert had posted men as outlooks, but it was Blackstone's battle-scarred bastard horse that first gave warning of his master's approach. It snuffled the air, its whinny alerting the men. Within minutes, Blackstone's lone figure clambered up a jagged ravine, through gorse and olive trees, an unexpected route for his return. John Jacob cuffed one of the sentries. "The dumb beast has better sense," he chastised the man. Blackstone pulled off the cloak and hood, and then his linen shirt, wiping the sweat from his body. The chill wind prickled his skin. Elfred undid a blanket roll and gave him a fresh shirt. "You insult my horse, John. He's not dumb. He can turn against lance and sword. He can trample and kill along with the best of men, and his eyes are better than my own." "We'd be best served if we had a few more like him, Sir Thomas," said John Jacob, giving the shamed sentry a glaring scold. "Well?" demanded Gilbert. "You were right. It was a trap," Blackstone answered as he finished dressing, hooking the ties across his padded jacket. "Damned if it wasn't obvious. But you haven't been in a whorehouse while our balls have been shrunk to walnuts in the night's cold, have you?" he said, handing Wolf's sword to its master. Blackstone took a half-eaten apple from Will Longdon's grubby fist and bit hungrily. He had not eaten in hours. "It's my pleasure, Thomas, to sacrifice life and limb in your service But that apple was paid for with coin from my own purse. No theft or threat was involved in its taking, Longden said. Elfrid jabbed him with the fletched end of an arrow. Sir Thomas to you, you insolent lying bastard. I saw you steal that apple. That was another, you old blind fool. And I have known Sir Thomas since he got his feet wet invading Normandy, and his blade wet killing those who got past your archers intent on killing our king. Aye, and it was likely your poor rate of fire that let them, Elfrid said to the gathered men who jeered the hard-done-by Longden. Blackstone tossed the core to his horse, ignoring Longden's outstretched hand. You can fill your belly later, he said, and walked to the horse, which raised its ears and snorted. He put his boot in the stirrup and pulled on the opposite rein to stop the belligerent beast from turning and biting him, contesting his right to mount. The men got to their feet to follow Blackstone to their mounts. Elfrid looked inquiringly at Killbear, who had been Blackstone's first sworn lord many years before. He was ignored. This was not the time for questions. Blackstone had learnt something, and he would tell them in his own time. The hilltop town of Cardetto, from which they commanded the surrounding countryside, was a day's ride away. Towers and long-abandoned fortified houses on surrounding hills had been repaired since Blackstone and his men wrested them from a marauding band of routiers, who savaged villager and merchant alike on the mountain tracks. The brigands had had no leader strong enough to hold the towers, and after they had burned a nearby monastery and slaughtered the monks, Blackstone and his men hanged 20 of the mercenaries in plain sight, and killed another 40 who refused to yield their ground. Blackstone was a war leader who brutally imposed his authority, and his enemies had heard of it. Florence paid the bills, and Blackstone's men held the heights like sharp-eyed eagles. There had been no idle time between skirmishes. Every man had carried stone to those hilltops to rebuild and reinforce the ruins, Blackstone among them. Florence's enemies employed other mercenaries to replace those Blackstone had killed, but they ventured no further than the boundaries of their own territory. It made no sense to fight unless they had no choice. A cowl of smoke from Lucca's fires hovered over its roofs and towers like a malignant spirit. Blackstone was glad to be free of its claustrophobic narrowness. The anticipation of returning to England, despite the danger that awaited, thrilled him. He turned in the saddle. Moulin! Galard! Will and John! Go down the mountain the way I came. 2 miles south and 1 east is a shepherd's hut. Father Torlini and a frightened silk merchant are there. 1 man guards them. Give him respect, he's a knight. Escort them to me. The men mounted, ready to do his bidding. Will Longden pulled a face. Another knight to obey, and a damned priest to try and save our souls, he moaned quietly. Killbear hawked and spat. You're an archer. Your soul is beyond redemption. You should hope for a quick death so no priest has to wrestle with the devil for it. Get to it. As the 4 men spurred their horses, Killbear turned to Blackstone. He has a point, Thomas, and a silk merchant to boot. Is there a ransom for him? There's a way home, and if we use our wits, we will live long enough to see England again. Chapter 11. Hours later, Blackstone and his men made their way through the defile that led up to their village. Flags wavered against a clear sky as Blackstone's troops signalled each other from their mountain stronghold. The defensive line across the mountains had been unbroken these past 14 months. The men's bellicosity cooled by the winter snows, and Blackstone's regime of ongoing fortification. A stone-paved track led up through the village, whose houses tumbled down the hillside towards the broad spread of the valley below. The town dominated the main roads of the area, a strategic position of considerable importance. The Romans had seen its value, and so did Blackstone. Its alleyways connected houses where his men lived with their women, sharing the town with the villany who had been abused by others before Blackstone came with his men. Those who had held Cardetto before were allied to the Visconti of Milan, the northern lords who were growing ever more powerful. Pisa had funded these mercenaries in return for a guarantee that Lucca and Pisa would be protected against anyone from the south fighting for Florence. Protection soon turned into savagery. With no one willing to challenge them, the mercenaries' cruelty was inflicted on the villagers. There were more than 400 of these killers, Germans and Bretons, with a hard core of Hungarians, who were the vilest of men, and who committed the worst atrocities, news of which spread across the mountain villages like a gorse fire on an August day. The surrounding villainy fled for their lives, but these peasants' cries for help made little impression on the Lucchese. Their city was safe. Its gates were closed. Those who scraped a living in the mountains were hardy, adaptable. They would build new hovels elsewhere, was the Lucchese's argument. The communes closer to the city walls were safe. Food supply would not be interrupted. Fuel would be brought in daily. Vicious slaughter was far removed from the day-to-day existence of the city dwellers. "It is impossible to seize the village," Blackstone's paymasters had told him. "The streets are steep, and houses clutter the chiassi. There's barely room for a donkey to pass between the buildings." Blackstone saw the difficulty, and had taken a dozen men to reconnoitre the mountain slopes that rose up from the impassable ravines on either side of the village. Abandoned hovels, shepherders' huts, and ancient towers long broken down for their stone had been left to the wild grass and brambles. Their positions were no threat to anyone foolish enough to attack Cardetto, but once the village was seized, those places would be like an eagle's wings, broad shields to a sharpened beak. He made certain that the mercenaries in the village saw his intent. For several days his men stood behind their shields, blocking any escape from the village. His archers wedged themselves in the rock crevices on either flank. Every man lit 3 small fires to give the impression that there were more of them than their enemy believed. By night more than 2,000 fires flickered across plain and hill. Blackstone waited, letting the defenders' nerves fray a little more each day. "Let them wait," he had told his captains. "They have food, they have water, but they do not have our advantage, that of knowing when the conflict will come. Blackstone would attack when the time was right." The snow stayed high on the mountain tops, the low winter sun throwing spear-long shadows to the front of Blackstone's men. These lower slopes were tinder dry as the east wind flayed gorse and men alike. Their muscles ached, and the cold stiffened their grip on axe and sword. Gilbert stamped his feet and pulled his hands beneath his cloak. "We need to take this goddamn place, Thomas, before my balls crack and drop into my boots. A good fight will stir the blood." Blackstone shook his head. "Tomorrow, Gilbert. Ready the men for tomorrow." "Another day? Sweet Jesu! They'll barely be able to crawl into the place." "They will run, and they will fight through the streets, house to house. They'll do it because I'll do it." "Well, I'm getting too damned old to run. I'll do my killing at a more leisurely pace." "I want you to stay here and attend to the rear guard." "You taunt me, Thomas. I'll not be denied my share of the blooding." Blackstone nodded and remained silent, a look that was almost one of pity. The colour flushed into Gilbert's face. "You take the centre, I'll take the right flank." "Very well," Blackstone answered. If you feel it's not too steep a climb for you. It was only Blackstone's smile a moment after he had spoken that stifled the older man's impending retort. Aye, well, you just remember who saved your ignorant backside when you were a boy. Who stepped forward at Crécy, and the whole army stepped after me? Who stood at the hedgerow at Poitiers shoulder to shoulder with you and took the French bastards full on? If it had not been for your bloodlust for the French king, I would not have had to follow you into banishment. You've a short memory, since that damned German knight beat you around your thick skull at Crécy. We should go at them today. Why wait? Blackstone turned to face the men who waited 200 paces behind them. You always told me to choose my ground when I fought. Can you feel that? The wind is turning. From the north. It will be at our backs tomorrow, and it will scour through that village. That's when we light the fires and let the smoke choke and blind them. And that is when we follow and kill them. They built up fires and dragged brush and wood onto them, smothered them in tufts of bog grass, laid wet sacking across the flames. Choking smoke funneled up through the narrow streets, smothering the buildings, a thick plume that would soon be seen as a funeral pyre. Inside the hovels, mercenaries boarded up their windows, lay down on dirt floors, covered their faces with rags, poured what water they had over themselves, ignoring the women and children's screams. As the wind twisted smoke through the village, Blackstone and his men followed in its wake, pounding up stone-laid steps, racing for the top through empty streets, not giving the defenders a chance to organize themselves. Blackstone and his men were silent, making no effort to break down doors and kill, their pounding feet the only sound. The more men up the hill, the less chance of being repulsed. As the mercenaries finally gathered their wits and pushed open their doors, they were greeted by sudden violence, as groups of Blackstone's men surged up behind him and slaughtered them. Blackstone reached the top of the hill, where 3 houses stood proud of the hovels below. 20 men were behind him, as they put shoulders and shields to flimsy doors. No one had ever dared attack this place before. No one could have even reached the lower streets. No one had thought of using the north wind as an ally. Moulin and Gallard kicked a door down and met a rush of resistance. Their size and weight held the mercenaries, who threw themselves forward, but the narrow doorway limited their attack. The 2 Normans thrust their spears into throat and groin, forced others back as their men killed the squirming mercenaries, and then boxed another 4 into a corner. The small room stank of death. Swords were no match for spears, and another house was taken. As the Normans jabbed and cut their way forward, Blackstone forced his way into the second house, John Jacob and his men the third. Blackstone had Perrine at his side, and Will Longdon at his back. A dozen archers crowded the alleyways, spilling into any space that allowed them to use their bows in the narrow confines and to search out a target in window or door. Some of the mercenaries turned their backs to run, but cloth-yard shafts pierced spines and hearts. Inside the house, children screamed, a woman wailed, men yelled in defiance. Blackstone called Will Longdon's name as he felt the wood splinter beneath his shoulder. Shield held high, he was in the squalid half-lit room, where smoke still clung to daylight. A broad-shouldered man stood with 6 others. Blackstone could see he was the brigand leader, armour on his chest and arms. One of his men kicked a woman to her knees, grabbing a handful of hair. The snarling mercenary held the mother's child and put a blade to its throat. He grimaced, saying something in a guttural voice that Blackstone did not understand. No need to. He would kill the small boy. In an instant, Blackstone turned on the balls of his feet, away from the threat, going instead for the man who held the woman. Wolf swords scythed down, cleaving the man from neck to waist, severing the hand that held the woman's hair, and whispering through a handful of her dark locks. So quickly had he turned and struck, so instinctive was his attack, that the mercenary leader's gaze followed him, and did not see Will Longden, behind Blackstone's shoulder, and the drawn-back arrow that would pierce his left eye a heartbeat later. The child fell, and the mother scrambled for him. Blackstone stepped over her as she slid below the attacker's feet, drenched in blood, slithering through the gutted man's entrails to reach her wailing child. By the time she had curled her body about him, the remaining men were dead. Strong hands pulled her to her feet. Will Longden's rough voice shouted a command to quieten her screaming, and passed the shivering woman back through the men to those outside for safekeeping. Blackstone put his foot on the mercenary leader's chest, pulled free the bodkin-tipped arrow from the skull, and gave it back to his archer. "Well shot, Will," Blackstone said, loosening Wolfsword's blood knot from his wrist. "A poor aim, Thomas," said Longden, taking the bloodied shaft. "I was aiming for his right eye." "It was good enough," said Blackstone. The village had been taken. Chapter 12. Father Torlini sat astride his horse and gazed up at Blackstone's village. Smoke curled from roof holes. Coloured cloth and linen shirts fluttered like flags on washing lines strung between the houses. He could see that at every turn of the narrow passageways armed men stood vigilant. Across the hillsides, signal flags bent in the breeze on top of the long poles as Blackstone's men passed information. Torlini did not understand what they meant, but perhaps these lookouts were giving assurances that no one followed in their wake. And scattered around the fringes of the town were the usual camp followers, prostitutes, barbers, and servants, those willing to serve a warlord, being paid for their services and enjoying the protection he might afford them. Condottieri were loyal to their company and the men who led them. Father Torlini knew merchant families and rich citizens who gathered family around them for protection, and these men were bound together by similar loyalties. Blackstone had his casa, the household of men who served him, be they knight, squire, man-at-arms, or archer. Nothing would break their ranks. And Blackstone was different from most other commanders. He did not seek fine silks, rich food, or collaterali, those ostentatious trumpeters paid to announce a commander's status. Before the pathways began their ascent through the houses, a dry stone wall had been built as a redoubt, a first defence to hamper anyone clambering across the broken ground, trying to use the shelter of the ditch that ran along the foot of the village, which, he guessed, would flood in winter. Father Torlini sighed with grim satisfaction. Not only had Blackstone created an obstacle for an enemy foolish enough to try and attack from that position, but he had also made the graveyard serve his purpose of defence. Father Torlini's eyes scanned the mounds, more than 50 of them at first glance. The wooden crosses, bound together with hemp, marking each grave, were yet more obstacles for an enemy to overcome. 3 paths led away from where his horse stood, to the left and right, trails that would be used by travellers. The third would take him straight ahead, up through the village. At the centre of his crossroads was a gibbet. There was no body swinging from it today, but when Blackstone executed anyone, the death would proclaim to all those who paid their toll that the Englishman commanded these roads. A simple stone shelter had been built on the approach path, barely big enough for 6 men to stand in, but its purpose was not a sentry position. It housed a crucifix, and a fine one at that. The figure of Christ in his torment was solid silver against the dark, heavy wood to which it was nailed. Blackstone had given his men a place to remember their Lord God. Next to it stood another stone hut, a hermitage, where an aging mendicant monk offered his blessings to each of Blackstone's fighters. The Holy Mother Church forgave them their sins. A man could go to war knowing his soul had been cleansed. Blackstone turned in the saddle and looked at Torlini, as if he could hear the priest's thoughts echoing across the hillsides. He smiled. He knew what his men needed, and that prayer and forgiveness gave comfort not only to them, but to those who paid Blackstone to fight for them. "We took the crucifix from a merchant from Siena who tried to slip past us on his way to Lucca," said Blackstone.
"And the graveyard is sanctified?" Father Torlini asked.
Blackstone nodded towards the old monk kneeling before his saviour. "We found him wandering the hillsides. Too much sun, but he's devout. So I had him sprinkle some holy water. He can chant as many prayers a day as he wants. I can't hear him." Blackstone urged his horse forward, while Father Torlini watched the monk muttering incessant prayer, spittle dribbling into his matted beard.
"And where would he get holy water from?" the priest called after him.
"We stole it," Blackstone answered. Village boys ran forward to take the men's horses, as Blackstone and his captains walked up the twisting passages. Elthred and Will Longden each took one of the silk merchant's arms, their pace and strength aiding the frightened man up the steps. His questions about his abduction had so far been unanswered. His only consolation was that the Cavaliere, Fra Stefano Caprini, followed them up the tortuous streets. One who protected pilgrims would surely not allow Blackstone to murder or torture him. Torlini's dwarf trailed at the rear as Mulon took it upon himself to carry the priest on his back to the top. "And a donkey carried the holy man," mocked Will Longden. "And the donkey will kick your balls if you get too close," said John Jacob, striding past them both, catching up with Killbear and Blackstone. "Your loose tongue will lash you to death one day," Alfred added, puffing with effort. "A man should have some joy in his life. Not that you'd know anything about that, old man," he answered, then grinned at Oliviero Dantini's worried face. "You understand?" said Longden. The man nodded. "Good. Happiness is the next best thing to godliness, and godliness is only on my lips and in my heart when I'm shit scared of getting killed. But happiness is with me all the time, providing I can torment these miserable Norman bastards. It's a simple life." "You stupid whoreson. He has no idea what you're talking about," Alfred moaned. "Get a move on." "Course he understands. Even rich men like a joke, don't you?" he said, grinning again at the confused silk merchant. Longden unslung his covered bow to jab at Mulon, but before he could stretch out his arm, he smelled the stench of sweat at his shoulder. Gaillard looked down at the smaller man, nudging him aside. The two Normans had fought together before Blackstone had even arrived at their master's castle after Cressy. "Be careful, little man," Gaillard said. "You trip on these steps, and that warbow might go up your ass and out of your big mouth." Longden was, like most of the others, smaller than the two hulking Normans, whose stature was matched only by Blackstone, but he was as muscled as any archer who could draw a war bow. The years with Blackstone meant that men from different countries fought together without rancour, but for Will Longden, Frenchman, Norman or not, belonged lying face down in the mud with an English arrow between their ribs. He was not afraid of either of them, and swore by God's blood that if ever the humour left him, he would strike low and fast with his archer's knife and geld the bastards. The fear that held him back was Blackstone's retribution. His sworn lord valued those close to him. He quickened his pace, stepping past Mulon dragging both merchant and Elfrid with him. "Heaven favours the strong of heart, Moulon, but you'd best hope the good priest has a prayer an English god can understand." What Dantini took to be ruffians came out of their houses and greeted Blackstone and their captains as they made their way through the twisting streets. The silk merchant had never seen such rough-looking men. Their appearance frightened him. They wore barely any armour, preferring leather doublets tied with broad belts that held knives and swords. Some wore a metal breastplate, others a thigh-piece on their exposed fighting side. They looked filthy, and all were unshaven. Some chewed food and spat into the gutter. Others pushed women back into the darkness of their houses when they tried to peek out and see the warlord and his men return. Yet others loitered like the gangs on the corners of his own city. But these men were a different breed from the young men of rival families in Lucca. He averted his eyes from their gaze, feeling like a lamb trying to creep through a pack of wolves. Their eyes followed him. No one smiled. It was with relief that he finally stepped into the small piazza at the top of the town. 4 houses squared off the area, and the house at the head of the square was 1 story higher than the 2-story houses that flanked it. Women came out of the buildings to greet Blackstone's captains. Whores or wives or both, Dantini did not know. But he noticed that when Blackstone pushed open the door to the bigger of the houses and stood back to allow Father Torlini to enter, no woman came out to greet him. Dantini stood helplessly, trying to take in what was going on around him. Nothing was as he had ever witnessed before. His attention was caught by the lower rows of stone on the base of the house next to him, and without thinking his fingers reached out and caressed the uneven, etched grooves. The marks were not from the hand of any stonemason or sculptor. He was suddenly startled as one of Blackstone's men grinned at his uncertainty and drew an arrow from his belt. He rubbed its point into the groove and then made a small gesture with the arrow. "Sharpens up the edge nicely," said the man. Blackstone turned back from the door and faced the men. "John, have the dwarf and our rich friend put into separate rooms. Guard them. Treat them well. Food and water. A woman if they want one." Dantini felt the sweat drying on his spine, a shiver of discomfort that was not fear. "Sir Thomas," he called impulsively, and wished he had not spoken when those in the square turned their gaze upon him. Blackstone waited as the merchant found the courage to continue, and realized he might soon be the laughing-stock of these barbarians. I would like to bathe." "Of course," Blackstone answered. "You'll have hot water brought to your quarters, or you can join me and my men in the bathhouse." Dantini was caught by surprise. The Englishman had a bathhouse. His men washed. "I would prefer to bathe alone," he answered lamely. The alternative was too unpalatable for words. "And you shall have a clean linen shirt, Signor Dantini. It will be of sufficient quality not to irritate the skin. We took it from a baggage train going to Milan." Blackstone paused and waited for the merchant's reaction. "The man who wore it won't be needing it anymore." His comment had the desired effect. Dantini's jaw dropped, and then Blackstone added, "We ransomed him. He lives in a palace and has many more." The men in the square laughed, and Dantini could do little more than smile thinly at being the butt of the Englishman's humour. "We don't kill every merchant we meet," Perrine added. "Only those who can't take a joke." Blackstone ushered Torlini into his house as one of the Normans, the one called Galad, pointed to one of the houses. "Your room is there," and then, as an afterthought, You want a woman?
Dantini shook his head vigorously. No, I do not.
I didn't think so, Gallard said, and placed a hand, which seemed, to the diminutive Italian, to be the size of a pig's thigh, against his back, and gently nudged him towards the door. What sport would be had with him, he wondered. What conclusion would Thomas Blackstone reach as to who had betrayed his presence in Lucca? It had been impossible to ignore the gibbet at the crossroads. Chapter 13. Blackstone settled Father Torlini onto the straw mattress, which was half-propped like a chair. Woven grass mats covered the baked clay tiles, and the stone walls held the heat from the fireplace, where Blackstone stacked more split logs. The mountain oak would burn long and warm. Torlini looked around the sparsely furnished room. It was a soldier's quarters. A roughly hewn table and bench in front of the window, and a cot with blankets on the opposite side of the room. He had been told there was a privy at the back of the house, and that the drains took water and waste below the piazza and into the ravine on one side of the town. Another deterrent. Climbing through excrement would take a particular type of soldier. Probably only the likes of Blackstone himself would consider such a route in attack. The town's foundations had been built by the Romans, which was why there were sufficient wells for the town to survive even if besieged. A couple of women brought hot food and extra blankets for the older man. The women were not unattractive, and the broad hips and tantalizing breasts swaying beneath their half-tied shawls reminded the old priest of a time when he had tasted the pleasures of the flesh. The two men ate in silence, watching flames devour the logs.
"Those women are not yours," Torlini said, matter-of-factly.
"No," said Blackstone, shoving another mouthful of goat stew into his mouth.
"Aha," muttered Torlini.
"What does that mean?" Blackstone asked.
Torlini pulled a piece of gristle from his teeth and threw it into the flames. "A man like you needs a woman. All men like you need women."
Blackstone glanced at this priest, who had cradled his torn body at Cressy, taken his wife and children to safety before Poitiers, and who served God and the wealth of Florence. "I lie with one when I need to," he answered. "I make sure they are looked after. No one here is taken against their will."
"You've taken no wife either, nor bred more children?" Torlini said,
making it sound like casual conversation, as if he had no care for Blackstone's domestic arrangements. A gust of wind swirled around the piazza and flapped the tanned pigskin stretched across the window opening. Blackstone scraped the plate, wiping it with a crust of bread. He filled his mouth, as if camouflaging the words. "I have a wife and children," he said. "What other sins would you have me commit?"
"I have an interest. I apologize. Yes, I remember them."
"So do I," Blackstone grunted, pushing himself up from where he sat cross-legged before the fire.
"You have heard nothing these past years?"
"They're somewhere in France. That's all I know. They are lost to me. But what happened in Lucca is not. You have more important things to worry about than my family. I'm going to find out who betrayed me." Steam smothered the room's ceiling, making heavy rivulets of condensation trickle down the old plastered walls etched with men's names. How long had names and comments been scratched into the wall? 1,000 years? More? Latin and Tuscan, Hungarian and German, words Blackstone could neither read nor understand. Bored and angry men leaving their mark, telling the world they had been there, wanting little more than sex and money and a full belly to sleep on. At some time in history, someone had painted images onto the walls that curved into arches supporting the ceiling's tightly laid Roman bricks. They haunted the walls like ghosts in the plasterwork. Tints of blue and terracotta, broken faces like scarred fighters on a fractured background. The square bath was big enough for a dozen men to sit chest deep. Women had boiled copper pots, crushing scented herbs into the bubbling water, then warmed bolts of linen cloth for the men to dry themselves. The bathhouse was used only by Blackstone and his closest companions, those who had fought at his side over the years and who commanded his men. John Jacob, Alfred, Moulin, and Gallard sweated in the humid air. Will Longden, linen cloth wrapped around him, lay stretched out on the clay tiles. Sir Gilbert Kilbert, as always, declined to share anyone's water. An old warrior did not consent to bathe with those he commanded, and these men still respected his rank and privilege. Had it not been Thomas Blackstone they followed, they would stand in Kilbert's shadow and face the enemy. A mongrel, born and bred. Blackstone's own words echoed from the past. How in Christ's name he kept the strictness of command in place, yet could still bathe in the same soup water as them, Kilbert never understood. But Blackstone did just that. A fine line separated familiarity and obedience. So be it. But Sir Gilbert would bathe on his own terms. "I have been summoned to England," Blackstone told them. They looked surprised, but each man kept his thoughts to himself. No one spoke. Their sworn lord would explain his own reasoning when it suited him, but the silence was only a few seconds old before Will Longden expressed his opinion. "That is to be welcomed, I would say. We've done no fighting here worth speaking of. Defending these mountains is one thing, but it's not anything to move the blood around a man's body. The men's arses are growing as fat as sows, even though you keep building these damn walls halfway up towards the heavens," he said, nodding towards Blackstone. "England, eh? My dick quivers at the thought. It means there's summat afoot with the French." "Your cock has no connection to your head, you ignorant bastard," Kilbert growled. "It would rise like a flagpole if a damned goat fluttered her eyelashes. It has a mind of its own. Sweet Jesus on the cross, Thomas, you've 100 archers commanded by a village idiot." "Aye, but he's my village idiot," Blackstone answered, "and with Alfred's wisdom at his back, he's brought down enough death to carve a path for us through our enemies." The men in the bath nodded in agreement, breaking into smiles at Kilbert's belligerent antagonism. He too knew that men needed prodding, that a kick up the arse from him was a welcome sign of respect for those who would stand at his back. "That is a fact," said John Jacob gravely, "and cannot be denied, Sir Gilbert. It should be written that death has been unleashed by a village idiot." All the men except Moulin laughed and splashed water on the already dry Longden, who complained bitterly, and would have showed them his backside had Blackstone and Kilbert not been present. "You have already been betrayed, Sir Thomas," Moulin said, "and a summons to England might be another trap." "It's a command from the king," said Blackstone. There was no need to explain Torlini's questioning of the Great Seal. "Forgive me, Sir Thomas, but we have seen how kings behave. King John butchered my first master, Lord d'Harcourt, and Edward's son outlawed you on pain of death," Moulin answered. "Because Thomas tried to kill a king. You do not strike down the divine, Moulin, whether he's French or not," said Alfred. "I am Norman, and Sir Thomas knows where my heart lies. I would have slain Jean le Bon
myself given the chance," said Moulin. And then, as the memory was caught, "We lost too many good men to the House of Valois. A cause needs to be great for that to happen again." He looked at Blackstone. "Isn't money a good enough reason for us to stay here?" He turned to the others and shrugged. "What do I know? I am a common man who follows Sir Thomas. Where you go, I go." Alfred clambered from the bath and wrapped the linen sheet around him. The heated water still steamed, and it was an opinion long held that too much of it could weaken a man. "According to the quill dippers, we have 245 lances. That's several 135 men. Are we to march them home? We are contracted to Florence." "The contract is only held for 6 months at a time," said John Jacob. "And we've had 3 contracts," said Moulin. "They will want Sir Thomas for as long as he is prepared to stay." "They'll find others," Galahad said. "Will Longden is not wrong, Sir Thomas. Our fighting days are few and far between. Our enemies stay in their own territory. They take their payments and have no wish to die fighting us." There was muttered agreement between them. "For now we keep this news to ourselves," Blackstone said. "The men will be told in the next few days, but Moulin is right. We must discover who betrayed me and why." John Jacob shrugged. "It can only be one of 3 men. Your priest, his dwarf, or the merchant. Only they knew in what church you would meet." "It was not Father Torlini," Blackstone said in a tone that would accept no argument. "Throw the bastards over the cliff," said Will Longden. "Whoever bounces is the guilty one." "You would make a fine priest yourself with such skills for determining a man's guilt," said Blackstone, and then explained what he wanted done. When the others had left, and as Blackstone dried himself, Gilbert remained, keeping stubbornly silent. "You can say what's on your mind now they've gone," said Blackstone. "And what good would it do me? Your counsel has always been considered. I never treat it lightly. And your stubbornness is a defence that cannot be breached." Gilbert wagged a finger. "Very well. You're too trusting, Thomas. Fate places Torlini in your life. He once served you. He took your family to safety and commissions us all with money from a Florentine banker. A banker! They pay for war and profit from dying men's misery. They would sell their mothers into slavery if it turned an extra florin. Who is to say they have not made agreements with the Visconti? Who is to say the king himself has not subscribed to a deal? Our good king, and I bless and honour his name, is tight with the Italians, as good a fit as sword and scabbard. The priest could be playing you at the behest of our king and his master." Blackstone waited patiently, but the knight only scowled in frustration. "He serves me still, Gilbert. Trust me, he did not betray me." Chapter 14. Paolo the dwarf stared out of the window across the clay-tiled rooftops. He knew his master was with the scar-faced Englishman, and that Father Torlini was probably being held as was he, not guarded as prisoners, but given quarters as reluctant guests until the Englishman decided what was to be done. There was little reason for them to try and escape. And if there were, how far would anyone get down those twisting streets? Dogs would soon alert the mercenaries in the houses. No, he decided, they were safe enough. There was no fear within him, only the stoic patience of a lifelong servant. Father Torlini was a priest of enormous influence, and he knew of his master's connections with the English court. There would be no question of harm coming to either of them. When he had first set eyes on Thomas Blackstone, he saw a man as tall as a mountain, a giant who could smite an army as a thrashing storm destroyed fields of corn.
That was his legend, and the diminutive man could well believe it. He had obeyed his master and ridden into Blackstone's camp. No one killed a dwarf. Everyone knew that was bad luck, and Father Torlini had been correct. A mixture of superstition and respect for the Florentine priest secured him safe passage. The door to the room creaked open. One of the mercenaries from the village, a vicious-looking man whose foul breath made him recoil, held a plate. A grimy thumb pressed into the piece of bread as he brought him food and wine. There was wood for the fire, and the skins and blankets provided adequate warmth on the straw mattress. He tore off the soiled piece of bread and hungrily mopped up the peasant food. He had taken the offer of a woman and instructed her to wait outside. There was no point in sharing his food with a whore. He swilled the wine and belched, letting the firelight hold his gaze until he felt ready to call her into the room. When she entered, she kept her eyes averted, either through subservience or fear of being had by a dwarf. It was something she knew nothing of. The men who usually paid her were assorted. They had calloused hands, blemished bodies, and often black stumps where teeth should be, but they were men, hasty and quick to be done with her. None had ever harmed her, because word of that would reach their sworn lord. One of the Hungarians who had joined Blackstone's company had punched her a year ago, drunk and feeble with lust. He was stripped and lashed. Afterwards, insulted by the whipping, he raised a knife in anger against the one that was called John Jacob. But a great bearded Frenchman caught the man's hand, broke his arm, and slashed his throat. He was a throat-cutter, that one. Everyone knew that, except the ignorant pig Hungarian. But the dwarf? Had he been told no harm should be inflicted on the whores? Best not to challenge him. She kept her eyes lowered. He pointed to the mattress, and she obediently lay down and lifted her skirts, her face averted as he stripped naked, wanting her to see his muscled body. A dwarf was no different than any other man, and before Father Torlini had rescued him, he had wrestled other dwarves, for those whose tastes ran to such entertainment. He lifted her breasts free, and turned her face towards his own.
"Do as I tell you," he instructed.
She was well fed, and her belly and breasts wobbled with satisfying enticement as he exerted himself against her. She showed little interest in his efforts, so he slapped her face hard to elicit anger and fear, and then she behaved and did everything he told her to do. A dwarf commanded little respect in the world, but a village whore was barely worth her keep. When he finished with her, she wiped her hand across her face, smearing her tears. As he buttoned his shirt, he heard her mutter something beneath her breath. A curse, was it?
"What did you say?"
he demanded. She shook her head. He grabbed her hair, twisting it so that she could not move.
"What did you say?"
he asked again. More tears. Her hand trying to break his grip, gasping, begging for him not to hit her again.
"The merchant,"
she said, stumbling to find the words through her pain.
"The merchant. The one here."
She nodded.
"What about him? Have you opened your legs for him as well?"
"Pay me, and I'll tell you,"
she said defiantly. He slapped her again and reached for his knife.
"You don't bargain with me, you slut. What about him?"
All right, she begged. "He says he has evidence, that he can prove you betrayed Sir Thomas."
He released her, his own fear suddenly tightening its grip.
"Not so,"
he said. She cowered, easing her dress over her breasts, then pulling her hair back from her face.
"I heard it from one of the men. The merchant is frightened That's all I know.
"Get out," Paolo said.
Had he not taken the whore, he would not have discovered the information that now threatened him. Had Dantini already spoken to Blackstone? He weighed the odds in his mind. It was late. The village slept. The darkness challenged only by the occasional fleeting glimpse of the moon behind shifting clouds. Dawn would bring its own reckoning. The silk merchant's room was no less Spartan than the dwarf's. Food and wine and wood for the fire had been provided, but fear had taken his appetite, and the warmth from the fire made little difference to the chill that crept into his bones. He pulled his cloak tighter about him. They had offered him a woman. Sweet, merciful God! He was in the hands of barbarians. He, Oliviero Dantini, who had stood in the courts of kings, being offered a village whore. "Take your opportunity while you can," one of Blackstone's English soldiers had suggested when he laid the plate of food down on the rough-hewn table. "There's a chance you'll swing tomorrow." That which gripped the silk merchant's throat was no physical hand squeezing the breath from him. It was a terror that struck from within.
I am the one who saved the messenger. I paid the physician. I sent for the good father. It was I who took the risk, he blurted to the disinterested mercenary.
"I don't know anything about that. I just heard that the dwarf has proof it was you what laid the trap. He's having a good time with the whore, he is. He'll be all right. That's all I know." And then, as if trying to bring cheer to the frightened merchant, "The food's not bad, if you've the stomach for it."
I must speak to Sir Thomas.
"He won't get you any better food. He eats the same as every other man." He grinned, knowing full well it was not the food the merchant wanted to contest. "The town is asleep. Tomorrow is soon enough," he said, and closed the door on the man's stricken face. Never had Dantini felt so alone. The thoughts he had entertained of benefiting from Blackstone being killed in Lucca had been only fleeting. Thoughts could not condemn a man. They were known only to him and God. The Almighty would not punish him for thoughts. Untrue. Every priest and monk told how evil thoughts were like a whip to Christ's flesh. But, Dantini argued with his mind, he paid the church, he paid the priests, he paid for his sins, he bought forgiveness. He fell to the floor in prayer, arms resting on the bench, his knees pressing into the wooden planks to feel the pain of contrition. He hid himself in prayer without any thought to time, and had no idea how long he spent muttering every benediction known to him since childhood. As a distant monastery bell woke its monks for vigils, there was a creak of a wooden floorboard outside his door. Paolo had clambered across the rooftop to the next building. His physical strength and agility served him well as he swung down onto the external steps of the house where Dantini was lodged. The floorboards creaked as he stepped into the passageway, but he soon found the firmness of a beam beneath the planking, and his lightness helped him move quickly towards the room, where a faint glimmer of firelight and the soft whisper of prayer filtered beneath the door. With the palm of his hand he pressed the door gently, letting it ease away from him, its leather hinges making a barely audible protest. It went unnoticed by the man in the near darkness whose back was to him, hunched deep in prayer, and whose whispers continued unbroken as he stepped closer, knife in hand. He saw the murder clearly in his mind's eye. The kneeling man was the perfect target. The merchant's cloak and clothing would be too thick and of too good a weave to penetrate without a struggle, so he would pierce the man's throat and then his heart. He would steal the rings from his hands and let the killing be blamed on a godless mercenary. Keeping his eyes on the humbled figure, He turned the knife, stepped forward and raised it. The figure before him seemed to shudder momentarily. 4 more paces and—
"Oh, Paolo, I prayed it was not you," said Father Tolini.
The dwarf faltered, stunned by the suddenness of his master's words. Father Tolini half-turned, pulling the merchant's cowl from his head and showing his features to his servant's dumbfounded face. Paolo dropped the knife. He could not kill the man he had served these past 30 years. He had not even time to show remorse. Darkness behind the door came to life as Thomas Blackstone stepped forward and clubbed him to the ground. Chapter 15. Betrayal was worth a few hours of torture, insisted Blackstone's captains. There might be a greater conspiracy to uncover. "Brand him and hang him over coals," said Will Longden. "A slow roast to give him a taste of what awaits him in hell." Gaillard shrugged. "For once I agree with him, Lord," said the Norman to Blackstone and the gathered men. "He must suffer. Impale him and plant him at the crossroads." There was a murmur of agreement among the half-dozen men who sat around Blackstone on the roof terrace of his quarters. Kilbert poked a finger into Gallard's shoulder. There was no give in the muscle, but Kilbert was concerned only with making his point. "You would have Sir Thomas behave like the Hungarian barbarians? You are a pious shit, Gallard. You pray before the Virgin, yet you would ram a spear up a man's arse and have the world see what kind of men we are."
"Then burn him, Sir Gilbert," said Moulin, in an attempt to save Gallard's distress at being picked on.
"Aye, burn him and hang a crucifix around his neck," said Kilbert. "And for what? Witchcraft?"
"He's a dwarf. He could be Satan's imp," suggested Perrine, and made the sign of the cross.
Kilbert turned to Blackstone, who stood with his back to them all, gazing across the valleys and mountain peaks. Beyond the white mountain of marble in the distance lay his way home. "Thomas, these men would damn us all by their thirst for revenge. You mutilate the dwarf at your peril. It's bad luck, for God's sake," Kilbert implored Blackstone. "Have the priest deal with him. Damnation will cast him out into his own wilderness." Blackstone turned to face the same men who had warned him against going into Lucca. "Elfred, how far back does your memory go?"
"Sir Thomas?" queried his master of archers,
uncertain what his lord meant. "I was a boy when we went into France. We young archers served each other well enough. You were the voice of reason for us. We soiled ourselves and retched blood because of our fear, but you and Sir Gilbert held us together. You forged us, my friend, but you raised no objection when Sir Gilbert hanged John Nightingale because he'd fallen asleep at his post. Remember?" "I do, aye. He let the enemy burn the barn where we slept. We lost many a good man that night. And afterwards your rank gave you responsibilities that meant men died under your command." "It did?" "Then you are the senior man here after Sir Gilbert. What would you have us do with the dwarf?" Alfred's mouth dried. His uncertainty was plain to see as he looked to each of the men sheepishly. "It can be bad luck. Sir Gilbert's right about that. God made these small men, full-formed and no different than us, but he made 'em right enough. And his purpose is known only to himself. Perhaps it'd be better to give the small man a chance." Unease crept through the men. "A chance?" said John Jacob. "You mean mercy?" "Aye. Somehow. That's what I do mean," Alfred answered. "And that would square us with God, you reckon?" Will Longden asked. "It might.
Elfrid told him. John Jacob rubbed a callous hand across his stubbled head. "All right. Put him to the stake, and I'll garrote him before we light the kindling. That's mercy enough." He looked to his sworn lord. "Sir Thomas?" Killbear spoke before Blackstone could answer. "I say again, kill this dwarf and bring down a lifetime of bad luck on us all." "That's superstition, Gilbert," said Blackstone. "And I believe it, as do you in that pagan Welsh goddess you wear around your neck." "Arianrhod." He swore by her protection. Blackstone met the great knight's stare with his own. "He has to die, Gilbert. There's no mercy here for a traitor. It will be by my hand. Any misfortune will be mine, and mine alone." The threat of torture and Father Torlini's imploring made Paolo confess more than his sins. He had sold the information of where Blackstone would be in Lucca to Englishmen who had stopped him on the road to Blackstone's camp. They were men of rough trade, but they did not seem to be mercenaries. Paolo swore they were English and not German, like the mercenaries who held ground further north. And they knew about the messenger, but not of his whereabouts or whether he still lived. It had been a simple bargain, his own life and that of his master's, for the prize that was Blackstone. Any word of the betrayal and Father Torlini would also die. He could not have known that his master had sought the help of a guardian knight of the Tau to watch over Blackstone in the city. Paolo begged for his life. He had gone to kill the merchant in order to protect his master, so great was his love for the man who had cared for him for more than half his life. Had the silk merchant held proof against the dwarf, then sooner or later Father Torlini would have died beneath an assassin's blade. The dwarf's entrapment had been a simple bait laid by Blackstone to see who would attempt to commit murder in order to save himself. His men had watched and waited, and when Oliviero d'Antini submitted himself to prayer, and Paolo had gone to kill him, Blackstone had taken the Florentine priest into the room and snared his trusted servant. Paolo had been stripped to shirt and breeches and knelt, tied beneath the silver crucifix in the stone shelter. The mendicant monk stood beyond the crossroads, wild hair and beard like a biblical prophet, chanting a liturgy of garbled prayer as he gazed up at the Englishmen who strode towards them. The villagers gathered behind him, but none ventured any further than where the houses ended. Superstition gathered them like a dog penning sheep. Only his captains followed, willing to share their sworn lord's decision. Tears welled in Father Torlini's eyes. He rested his hands on his servant's head. "My trusted Paolo, you sold Thomas Blackstone's life. You would have had a great man slain in order to save me. I cannot save you, but I absolve you of the sin, and will pray for your safe-keeping in heaven." The dwarf wept. "Courage," Torlini whispered, and gathered him in his arms as he would a child. "Courage," he said again, and stepped back as he saw Blackstone approaching. Paolo nodded and tried to control his fear as Father Torlini wiped the tears from his servant's face. Blackstone stepped inside the shrine, and without a word to either man, seized the rope that bound the dwarf's wrists and pulled him outside. Father Torlini crossed himself and muttered the benediction as Paolo scurried to keep up with Blackstone's long, unfaltering strides towards the gibbet. Like a child being taken from its parent, he kept looking back to Father Torlini,
who stood outside the shelter, hands clasped in prayer. Paolo's gibbering words were a mixture of regret and desperation, imploring Blackstone to look after his master, whose life might still be in danger, as might Blackstone's. Paolo only ever wanted to serve his master. Nothing more, nothing less.
"Forgive me, Sir Thomas. What I did for Father Tolini," he said, as Blackstone put the noose around his neck.
It was to be no easy death. No scaffold for a drop that would snap his neck. Instead, a choking, kicking strangulation awaited him. "You served him well," Blackstone told him. "I forgive you." His words seemed to have a calming effect on the condemned man. Blackstone hauled on the rope. Chapter 16. The cold wind had swung, and now blew from the north, and the men gathered their cloaks around them as they looked down across the village rooftops. The mountain passes were secure, but Blackstone had not yet told them of his plans. He had spoken to Tolini and shared his thoughts. It was plain to see that the Englishmen who had accosted the dwarf in Lucca were looking for the king's messenger, knowing Blackstone would obey the command issued. Whoever had sent these men knew the connection between Father Tolini and Thomas Blackstone. What was also plain to see was that there were too many bad omens connected to this matter, a common opinion held by Blackstone's captains. Nor was Blackstone immune from superstition. On his way to Lucca that day to meet the priest, a flock of crows had settled to peck grit from the roadside. These grey-backed harbingers of doom differed from the birds in England or France. Theirs was no cawing cry, but more of a growling warning. It gurgled in their throats, like a witch's cackle. It was a warning he had heeded, and his guard had been up. Now storm winds blew hard. By nightfall, the lash of hail beat against the clay roofs. "I, for one, will be happy to leave this place," said Gilbert, easing a log into the fireplace as the others sat around the long plank table eating their supper. "We've become little more than paid whores to rich merchants. We no longer fight an enemy. We skirmish and kill other whores who are paid by other rich bastards. There's no glory to be had. There's no sovereign to serve. Thomas, we should wrest ourselves from here. Be gone. Look how many administrators we are obliged to carry now. Tell the coin counters and the bookkeepers and the clerks and the victuallers that they no longer have us as little more than names in their ledgers." "Are we to take nearly 1,000 men to England?" John Jacob asked. "No. We are still contracted to Florence," said Blackstone. Gilbert pushed himself back onto the bench, elbowing Elfred along. "A contract is only worth the paper it is written on. Our word and our loyalty lie with the king, and if he has called for you to return, then the way is clear. God, king, and country, Thomas." "I have no country, Gilbert. I am outlawed." Moulon, who rarely offered an opinion, spoke up. "Sir Thomas, those of us here would not wish to be left behind, if you think to go alone." It was obvious he spoke for all at the table. "Gilbert, are there men in your opinion who could command in our absence?" Blackstone asked. "A dozen or more. If any of us fell, they would step forward. Ask anyone here, they will say the same. A captain dies, and another must be able to take his place. That's how we trained them." "And if I take 100 men, how many will desert?" The men looked among themselves. "No more than a few," said Longden. "I have a handful of archers who would sell their souls. Each company has like-minded men." "Pay them off," and pay them well. Then choose 30 archers, and each captain 10 men of your choice. Promote your best men to command those who stay. Our contract will not be forfeit."
"You've a plan for us then, Sir Thomas?" Perrine asked, knowing there was no need for an answer.
Oliviero Dantini sat and waited for Blackstone's proposition to be set before him. Father Torlini watched his nervousness, offering no sign of comfort or understanding of what he had endured. The hanging of the dwarf had been a terrible sight, and he could easily see himself suffering the same plight if he was not circumspect about what he said and did. A deal was to be made. That had been clear when he was summoned from his quarters. "I've learned that you not only commission ships for your trade from Pisa, but also from Genoa, who is their enemy," Blackstone said.
"Of course, it is business," he answered nervously. "The Genoese sent mercenary crossbowmen to fight your king. Italian ships paid for by the French. But the trade finds its own route."
"I want 100 men taken to France. The Florentines cannot commission ships without alerting my enemies. You will pay for ships from Genoa." Dantini swallowed hard. That would require a great outlay of money. His mind toyed with the options that were open to him. The Englishman could kill him without hesitation, but what purpose would that serve? So it was likely that if he could make a deal, then he would live and might even make a profit. It would not be wise to agree and then betray Blackstone's plans, because then the day would come when a knife would find his throat. Hire the ships then. Use these men to escort a valuable cargo, because that would ensure his wealth would be protected. And then Torlini would send word secretly to the English court that the merchant of Lucca had not only saved the life of his messenger, but also helped Blackstone and his men to return. A profit would be made, and his reputation enhanced. His eyes flickered with the thought.
"You know how this would benefit you," Father Torlini said.
Had it been that obvious? He nodded.
"I do. You and 100 men," he said to Blackstone.
Blackstone took Father Torlini and the town knight to his men. "There are French and English knights and squires among our company. The men will vote on who shall lead them. Sir Gilbert knows of my plans. He will sail from Genoa to Marseille, and then ride on to Calais with 100 men."
"My lord? And you?" said Moulin.
"I go overland," Blackstone answered, knowing his own misery at being aboard a turbulent ship would never be repeated if there was a choice to be had. "You and Gallard will not be going to England." Moulin's bearded face crumpled.
"You would leave us here?"
"No. You travel with me, and meet up with Sir Gilbert when I cross to England." The Norman slapped the table. He could wish for nothing more. "Safer for 2 Normans to be in France and await my orders with the others," said Blackstone. "Fra Caprini will also ride with me, and John Jacob and Will."
"North, through Visconti territory, and then the Alps?" Alfred said, unable to keep the doubt from his voice.
What Blackstone proposed was almost impossible.
"Most of the passes will be closed."
"The monks at the abbey will get us through, just as they did when they brought us here," Blackstone said.
"Sir Thomas, that was autumn. Now, after the winter snows, it will be hard going." "It can be done," Father Torlini said. "The monks keep the route clear. There are ropes spiked into the rock. If a man does not freeze to death, he can get through."
Will Longden forced a grin. "I don't mind boats," said Thomas.
A few bowmen might be useful aboard ship. The risk is great either way, Sir Gilbert told them. Storm or blizzard, both can kill you just the same. And I've seen you flounder across many a river from the day we went into France. You have never yet learned to swim. Your death is only of value if it's in the service of your sworn lord. I don't much like the cold, is all I was saying, Sir Gilbert, Longden replied. And you say too much, too often, said Gilbert. You'll go where you're sent, and you'll keep your bow-cord dry and your fletchings covered from the snow. God help Sir Thomas and those who travel with him, but your hunting skills might be all that stands between them and starvation. And Will can poach with the best of them, said Alfred. And get himself hanged for it one day, said John Jacob. Caprini rolled out a map and laid his finger along a curving line that snaked through mountains and plains across the border into France. The Via Francigena is the pilgrim route from Rome to Canterbury. The men gathered closer to the map. Some of the territory they knew from their patrols and fighting with Florence's enemies, but the route that Caprini traced was not familiar. It meandered along valleys and skirted towns, through deep forests and across what looked to be narrow ravines. Some of the place names they had heard of, particularly further north, where the route would take them between mountains and sea. It would be an arduous journey. A laden army might travel 20 miles a day with a good road and plenty of sweat. A king's messenger 90, if there were fresh horses every 20 miles or so. A pilgrim on foot could manage 12 miles or more a day. The men knew without asking that Blackstone would push them to cover the distance back to England in a month with good fortune on their side. It was 60 miles from Lucca to Aula, and that would take them far enough north for the turn west and 100 more to take Blackstone past Genoa through the mountains. We separate at Genoa, said Blackstone. Sir Gilbert takes the main force by ship to France. I'll go through the mountains with 6 men, and Fra Caprini as my guide. The Fratelli of Tau are sworn to protect pilgrims on their journey, Father Tolini said, explaining to the others. They know every turn. Sir Thomas could not be in safer hands. Will Longden snorted. Aye, but if the Visconti hear of it, Sir Thomas will be trapped on a mountain pass. 6 men. What chance then? The fewer the better, Blackstone told him. And there's a rumour already being whispered by servants of a certain merchant in Lucca that one of the Englishmen killed in the piazza might be an outlaw called Blackstone. His body, and that of other unnamed men who died that day, have already gone into a communal grave smothered in lime. It might hold off those still interested in my death, but they will watch those boarding the ships at Genoa. Well, I still foresee trouble, argued Will Longden uncertainly. 100 men leaving without their sworn lord. Gallard looked pitifully at him. Your brains are too near your ass. If Sir Thomas had been killed in Lucca, then perhaps some of his men would return to France and England. He looked hopefully to the knights, trusting he was correct. Gilbert gestured at Longden. It's a fine day when a Norman has to explain a simple matter to an English archer. Longden bristled. I understood it all, Sir Gilbert. Sometimes it's important to see that others grasp it as well. Caprini rolled up the canvas map. We will not visit any town or village on this journey. We will rest and be fed at monasteries and abbeys along the way. There is more than one route on the Via Francigena, and I know them. I have sworn to take Sir Thomas through the mountains and across France to Canterbury. Blackstone said, We will not go north of Aula on the Via Francigena. That takes us too close to the Visconti. Our enemies will be watching,
but they wouldn't dare strike against Genoa. Once past the city we will shadow the same road that brought us here, using another pilgrim's route. When we reach the Alps, the Marquis de Montferrat will give us safe passage. And if my enemies believe I still live, then, when 100 men set sail, they will think I am aboard. Gilbert tapped the map. Gascony is ours. Calais is ours. Once Sir Thomas is in England, we will wait under English protection for our orders. Blackstone looked at each of his captains. He saw their concern for the venture, but they had never been unwilling to go forward into danger. It was not possible for such men to refuse. Father Torlini blessed them as they prepared to leave. Saddle panniers, blanket rolls, and personal weapons were all they carried. Each wore a cloak over his tunic, and a helm and shield strapped to his horse's pommel. Those who would travel beyond Genoa and across the mountains took no pack mules for provisions. With favourable roads and a relentless journey, Blackstone and his escort should reach Calais in little over a month's time, if he was not discovered. Now that Dantini had agreed to engage the ships, he would be taken with Gilbert as surety for the ship's commission. Blackstone had permitted the dwarf's body to be taken down and buried, and now his business at Cardetto was almost finished. The captains were chosen. Elfred would remain as master of archers. He made no objection to being left behind. He could still draw a war bow along with the best of men. Gristle and muscle had not deserted him, but he was better suited for command now that old wounds and age hampered him from making a strenuous journey. There was to be no man taken who would slow their pace. Father Torlini took Blackstone aside. "Thomas, you will arrive in England not knowing why you have been summoned. Englishmen have already tried to kill you here. Who knows what alliances have been formed, or who wishes to claim your death?" He looked across at the gathered men who waited for their sworn lord. "You have often survived because a god has willed it, and no doubt you believe your pagan goddess has shielded you from greater harm. But you have always looked forward and seen the lie of the land, and then chosen your place to fight. Now you must look to the future, because your enemies will be hidden from you, and you must find a way to kill them before they kill you." Blackstone ruffled the donkey's ears. The sturdy beast would carry Father Niccolo home to Florence. He gathered the reins for the priest. "They will make themselves known one way or another. If it is in combat, I will have a chance. If it is an assassin, I may not." Torlini took the reins and placed his hand on Wulfsword's hilt. "Thomas, when you were close to death at Crécy, you clutched this sword to your chest. None could prise it from your grip. Now the years have run by like the wolf mark etched on its blade. The half-cut silver penny pressed into its pommel is a memento of your wife. These are our unyielding strengths that you carry. But your sword may not be enough to save you in the future. Perhaps now is not the time, but you must look to those who serve you, those who are closest to you, and ask yourself who might be prepared to betray you, as I was betrayed." Blackstone looked uncertainly at the priest, and then to his escort. Moulin and Galad, oxen of men in battle, and hard with loyalty. John Jacob fought fiercely, and had helped save Blackstone's wife and children, as had Will Longden that day on the Alpine Pass, when Blackstone slew Gilles de Marcy, the savage priest. "Those men carry my life with them, Father." "Of course they do.
But the priest brought his hands to Blackstone's shoulders and faced him squarely. The scarred face gazed down at him, and Father Niccolo Torlini made his point again. Think of battle. What you know of your enemy's intentions brings a victory. Let my words be your companion for the future. Who among these men might betray you? Because your enemies already know your intentions.
Chapter 17. The two surviving Visconti brothers, Galeazzo and Bernabo, lords of Milan, were separated by 2 years in age. The dynasty had spread across swathes of northern Italy, and these inheritors of ruthless ambition were more determined than their ancestors to increase their power further. Guile, cruelty, avarice, and murder were the tools they used to further their ambitions, and these vipers of Milan barely needed protective walls around their cities. So great was the terror they inflicted. Galeazzo, the elder of the brothers, was a man who appreciated art and culture and encouraged it when not devising slaughter and war. Debauchery was left mostly to his brother Bernabo, a mad bastard, a dangerous and insane bastard, according to those who dared to whisper the truth. Galeazzo held a dozen towns to the west and south. The more violent Bernabo, much the same to the east. But his raiding parties, consisting of the most vicious mercenaries he could find, patrolled wherever they pleased within their vast tracts of territory. Occasionally, Bernabo's men overstepped the mark in Galeazzo's lands, and the two brothers would argue bitterly, threatening each other with death, until finally Bernabo would trade his men's trespass for gold and gifts, and take pleasure in a week-long torture of those who had transgressed, a mere sideshow of impatient entertainment, given that both brothers were renowned for the Quaresima, when they tortured victims for 40 days. And now they were arguing again. As his brother ranted, Galeazzo felt unsure whether his life was being threatened. "You ignore our inheritance," Bernabo spat. "You squander it. I embrace it," he bellowed. "It is not written in any document, but we have it in our blood, so don't lecture me, brother. I will get dressed when I am good and ready. Sex and violence embrace me as I embrace them." Bernabo had invited his brother to a banquet to celebrate a moment that might allow them some advantage in their war against the papacy, yet had failed to appear at his own dining table. Galeazzo had sent a nervous servant to search out his brother, but the man had returned bloodied, and so he had taken it upon himself to go up to Bernabo's bedchamber. The sight of the half-dozen naked women who lay across cushions and bedding told him the preceding days had passed in orgy. Bernabo stood equally naked in the middle of the room, a bottle in one hand, the other scratching his balls. His beard was matted with food and wine, and now flecked with spittle, as he pointed an accusing finger at his brother. The incoherent rage built to dangerous levels, and the deranged lord's roaring was made more frightening when some of his hunting mastiffs raised their howls from the yards below. Bernabo kept hundreds of the beasts. Many were savage beyond control, and would be set loose on helpless villagers when Bernabo rode out. And woe betide any houndsman who allowed one of the beloved dogs to be injured. The offending houndsman was tortured to death. Galeazzo was not prepared to be insulted, but he had come to his brother's palace with fewer guards than usual. To fight his way clear would be futile, especially if the dogs were set free. 3 years before, the two men had killed their brother, Matteo, whose vile behaviour exceeded even their own, when his actions threatened the Visconti Empire. Better to cut away the diseased limb than have it infect the body. Was this a ploy for Bernabo to murder him, or just a ranting taunt from a man whose excesses could not be sated. Galeazzo was even-tempered, which made him the more dangerous. But he had been no stranger to the same excesses in his own youth. He had once fornicated with his aunt, and several other lovers at the same time, and that drunken week was still a blur. The only clear memory he had was that she murdered her husband before he killed her.
"We need a proper war. A real war against the fucking Pope," Bernabo yelled. "We took Bologna from him. We should take Florence. Take those Tuscan bastards and burn them over coals. Burn every last fucking brick down."
Galeazzo threw a silk robe to his brother. He was safe. It was to be an overweening rant, something that he had calmed and controlled before. Bernabo had indulged in such displays since the Pope had threatened to excommunicate them. Such a threat made little difference to Galeazzo. He had bargained away his soul years before, but Bernabo's hatred was greater. The ongoing hostilities against the Papal States had, in the past, secured them riches from the success of their own condottieri. But there were few gains to be had these days. Bernabo pulled on the robe but left it untied as he slumped onto the bed next to a drunken whore.
"She has the best ass of them all," he grinned.
The temper gone almost as quickly as it had arrived. He slapped the woman's rear and then bent and kissed the inflamed mark. He sighed and rolled his shoulders, letting the tension ease.
"Florence is too beautiful to destroy," said Galeazzo, sitting on a stool by the fire.
He tipped a half-empty bottle to his lips.
"Art and the sculpture define our civilization." "Fucking and killing define our civilization,"
roared Bernabo, and laughed until his face turned red with apoplexy, which made Galeazzo think for a moment he would choke and fall dead to the floor. But Bernabo wheezed and spat, and then sighed with great satisfaction.
"We can hurt them. A little, at least. Chop one hand off. Maybe an arm," he said.
"What are you talking about?" Galeazzo said wearily, hunger pangs from his missed dinner beginning to feed his irritability. Bernabo mouthed a word, making his lips exaggerated. Galeazzo was amused enough to smile.
"What, you drunken fool?"
Bernabo put a finger to his lips.
"We can only whisper the name,"
he said, making a game of it. "Am I to guess? What? You've poisoned the Pope. You've sent him a whore with the plague. You've pissed in the Arno." Bernabo stuck out his tongue, like a finger from the orifice, then curled it back to his lips.
"Blackstone."
One man stood between them and Florence, and that was the Englishman. There were others like him. He had only a small number of men, fewer than 1,000 on contract, but they held ground that could not be taken. The attrition for the Visconti and their allies would be too great should they ever try. Besides, they were not ready to attack Florence, not yet, but they would be, one day, and if Thomas Blackstone were not there to help defend the city, it would be an advantage. Their own mercenaries had fallen foul of the Englishman on a number of occasions, but none of his actions had threatened their well-being. Despite his reputation, it was obvious that Florence did not have the manpower to come after them. Last winter, Blackstone's men had slain hundreds of theirs who had been stupid enough to raid a small, worthless town in the Tuscan hills. They had paid the price, and their commanders had returned to Milan and Pavia in shame. It should have been in fear, for retribution awaited them. These men would have done better to desert and make their home elsewhere. They had broken an agreement made with Florence, and trust had been left lying in the bloodshed on those hillsides. Now there could be no further incursion to collect debts, and Santa Marina had fallen under the protection of Blackstone. To strike back would be costly and pointless for such a worthless heap of stones. The Visconti executed 2 of the 4 commanders who had ridden in the vanguard that day, but spared the others. One was a German, who sold his services and those of his men to the Visconti, and despite the loss that day they considered him valuable. Had they had any romantic inclination towards chivalry, they would have called von Lionheart their champion. No one had bested him in any challenge. The other commander was a favourite cousin, albeit a bastard relation. The Visconti were no strangers to the murder of family members, but in this instance, to have killed him would have caused yet another rift among the clan, and neither brother was ready for another internecine war. When the time was right, alliances would be made, and Florence and its treasures would be taken. The Viper's spies were in brothels and churches, city-states, council chambers, and bedrooms of the perverted, embedded like ticks in a dog's skin. "What do you have?" Galeazzo asked, wanting the stupid game to end. "An English courier came through the mountains. He carried no letter of safe conduct. He died." Bernabo grinned. "After a while. He had destroyed the sealed document he was to deliver before my men caught him, but he had been sent to Badi's priest in Florence." "Torlini?" Bernabo nodded. "So the English reach out to the priest. So what? It means nothing. They deal with the bankers there. There's more. Blackstone is leaving Italy. There was another messenger who sailed south." "You have him?" "I have my assassin." "Even he cannot reach the Englishman," said Galeazzo. "We don't even know if Torlini made contact with him." The twisted face smirked, his quivering tongue flicking from his lips like a snake. "Yes, we do." Galeazzo held on to his patience. "Enough, brother. Tell me what you have." "A runaway slave." The assassin was an aberration, especially to Bernabo Visconti. The killer led a chaste life, never knowingly seen with man or woman for the pleasures of sex. Bernabo didn't care. The self-imposed restraint was a ligature that choked distraction. His was a life that took gratification from death. If ever Bernabo Visconti felt the emotion of love, it was for this man, his perfect assassin. The killer was expert in waiting long, patient hours until the perfect moment to slay his victim presented itself. Sometimes the strike was quickly taken, shocking in its audacity. Other times he would infiltrate the inner circle of the man who was to die, a master of simple disguise that made him both visible but unsuspected. He was versed in all weapons, accomplished with sword and mace, but he favoured the knife. It was a special knife. The hilt and grip crafted for balance, long enough in the blade to penetrate, sharp to sever, and small enough to conceal. The great craftsmen of Pistoia were renowned for such skills, and it was always their knives that he used. He knew in particular of one old man who was renowned as a master blade-maker. Years before he had travelled to the small town which lay between Florence and her enemy Lucca. It was a place where men killed frequently in vendettas, encouraged by the Florentines to wage their vicious feuds within their own streets and piazzas, keeping their violence away from Florence. He had visited secretly, not wishing to be seen in the streets, despite no one being aware of who he was or what his skills were. A stranger's face was always noticed in these small towns, and suspicion hung in the air, ready to turn, as quickly as the spin of a coin, into a brutal assault in case such a stranger had been brought in as an assassin. Avoiding the narrow streets, he went to the Ceppo hospital, where he offered his skills in herbal medicine to those who suffered wounds and other ailments. He had been taught how to staunch cuts that went to the bone, and suture the wounds, and then to apply the balms and herbs. The knowledge passed down to him by his mother, and her mother before her. After a month he disappeared, and no one knew where. Undetected, he had gone beneath the hospital into the labyrinth that led below the city walls, and several 100 yards later emerged in a side alley, so narrow that a loaded donkey could not pass through it. No sound of beaten metal came from behind the studded door that hid the small foundry where the blade maker produced his pistolesi, the daggers so favoured by assassins. Instead, there was the sound of files and rubbing stones, grinding away at the blades. It was a slow, laborious task that required concentration to shape the beveled centre of the knife and painstakingly smooth away its edges. He slept in the foundry, unwilling to leave until the knife he wanted was ready. It had been cut from a piece of steel and measured for its balance, its double-edged blade taking weeks to shape, its beveled edges crafted and ground by the master's apprentice, then taken to the charcoal fire that glowed with deep red heat and thrust into Satan's domain to be tested by his heat. He never forgot the sight as the steel was prodded gently to harden, a process that demanded not only skill but years of experience. The charcoal had not to be too hot, or it would ruin the steel. And if the blade became too yellow or blue, then it remained too soft. Only when it turned a rich crimson along its whole length did the master have his assistant quench it in a vat of olive oil. It was the oil that sealed its strength. The cool blade was cleaned, slowly rubbed clean of the fire's deposits, by a grinding stone, coarse at first and then finer. Once that was done, it was placed on a griddle above a lesser heated fire, allowing the embers to heat the metal gradually until it turned the colour of mountain honey. It was this that tempered the blade into hardened steel. Yet again it was quenched, and once more ground and burnished until the metal gleamed. The chestnut grip was carved to shape and bored end to end, then held in a vice, and when the dagger's narrow tang was heated, it was pushed through the small cross-guard and into the wood, forming a perfect fit. A young child, whose small fingers could bind thin strips of cured leather, wound and glued the grip. The dagger's blade was no more than the length of a man's palm from wrist to fingertip. It was an object of beauty to the Visconti's assassin, a blade so finely honed it could sting through the slender gaps of the best armour, and its beveled edges so sharp it could slash a man's throat, so that he did not know it until he choked on his own blood. Unlike those who contracted him, especially the cruel Italian lord to whom he was bound by blood, he took no delight in the killing of a victim, felt no visceral thrill in making the final cut. Sending a soul to meet its judgment was an act that transcended the brutality of torture. Not for him the skills of tearing flesh and extending suffering. His pleasure came from the perfection of the kill, and the deception of making the victim believe that the man sent to kill him was an ally. Suffering could be achieved in different ways. Take that which a man loves, and then take the man himself once he knows he has lost it. The killer was not known by face except to the one corrupt lord. Throughout the Italian city-states, a whisper sent out for his talent would, like a bee gathering pollen from flower to flower before returning to its hive, gain momentum and eventually reach him. He had never failed to kill his victim, and usually within plain sight of others. It was his ability to kill quickly and often with flair, and then to disappear like a phantom, that enhanced his legend. There was no name attached to him, no one place of residence. It was suspected that he lived in comfort, given the rumours that he only killed those of importance, merchant, politician, or soldier, anyone whose influence had begun to encroach on another's power. That there could never be any link to those who hired him, and the death of their adversary meant they had a golden cage of security, better than any Peruzzi or Bardi bank. His appearance could change. His short hair meant his head could easily be covered by black cloth pulled tightly over his scalp. He wore no adornment or material that might warn his victim. He was a lithe man, slender as an acrobat. His practised muscles stretched across a torso that carried no fat, no sign of indolence or indulgence in fine, sweet foods. When contracted to follow and slay a quarry, he wore no boots, leaving his feet bare for purchase on marble floor or dirt street. He bound his legs and wrapped his torso in finely woven black cloth, with no leather belt to creak when he moved, rather a thin corded rope to hold the material around him. He had learnt to control his respiration so that his breath would not plume in the chilled winter shadows, and he would not be heard to inhale as he lunged or exhale as he struck. Like a dancer, he could turn on heel or toe. One cut, then dance away. Now he was already in place. His orders were simple. Infiltrate Blackstone's men, lie in wait, become unseen, and when the time was right to inflict great pain and suffering on the Englishman, make him scream in agony, so that his pain ripped out his heart, and he died a slow death. Chapter 18. Fra Stefano Caprini led the way along mist-hidden tracks that made the going slow over the next few days. Rivulets slithered down the rock faces as if the stone that protruded from the forest banks wept from being held by ancient roots that clawed them back to the earth. Breath feathered the air as the horses made their way steadily at the walk, nose to tail. Saddle creak and jingling bridles were the only sounds that broke the silence as they clumped along the dirt pathway. Over the centuries, the Via Francigena had been scraped from the countryside and in most places allowed only 2 men to walk abreast, which meant that riders could travel only in single file. Despite the closeness of the man in front and the dripping wet from the overhanging trees, Blackstone's men stayed alert during these passages through narrow confines. Saddlebags scraped the embankments. Riders bent low over their pommels to avoid low-hanging branches. None voiced his tiredness or irritation at being hemmed in by the landscape. As they cleared a bend, the valley mist was swept away, as if by the hand of God, and sucked further into the deep valleys. 9 hours after daylight had pierced its way through the hills, they heard a solitary church bell's desolate tolling. Across the saddle of land was a bell tower and some stone buildings, big enough to house 12 or more monks. A wisp of smoke went up and then bent as the air took it in the mist's wake. "Little more than a monastery cell," Caprini said, turning in the saddle to Blackstone, who nudged his belligerent horse alongside his guide. It snuffled and champed the bit, yanking its head. Blackstone gave a firm tug of the rein to settle it. "Perhaps 12 monks who work the fields and tend the livestock. So we will sleep with the horses in the stable. Food for us, and the last of the winter silage for the horses," the town knight continued, pointing to the low wooden thatched building on the other side of the tower. "This is our final resting place before we climb into the foothills and seek out our guides through the pass." "You know this place?" Blackstone asked. "I have not been here for 10 years. It's grown. It used to be little more than a hermitage." Blackstone studied the lie of the land. The small plateau had been divided into sections. Low stone walls had been laid to protect their small potager, a meagre diet for a grueling life. A goat was tethered. That would be for milk, not meat. It flicked its ears as a donkey brayed defiance, probably at being kept in such miserable company as that offered by the hermit monks, Blackstone thought. The monks would grind what flour they could buy or trade and bake rough-crusted bread. but no such tantalizing smells accompanied the wisp of smoke. This was the third similar refuge they had stayed in over the past 9 days. They had made steady time, though too slow for Blackstone's liking, since bidding farewell to Gilbert and the men south of Aula. No threat had been made against them, no challenge offered, as the company of men skirted village and town. "When you reach Bordeaux," Blackstone had told Gilbert, "go north. Find the causeway to Saint-Clair de la Beaumont. It will still be held by Jean de Grailly's troops. There's a church nearby, and a monk there by the name of Brother Clement. I gave him my silver when we took Saint-Clair." Gilbert's eyes widened. Blackstone raised a hand to stop his friend's inquisition. "I promised our Lord Jesus that day, if he carried me safely ashore off that barrel of a cog, then I would give over my plunder." Gilbert scratched his beard. "You are a man of conflicting habits, Thomas, but you're a man of your word, for which I, and no doubt the Lord, are grateful. And now I understand why you would rather have the ground beneath your feet than a rolling deck." Gilbert considered what was being asked of him. Normandy was a dangerous place, more so since King John had been defeated and taken prisoner at Poitiers. Thousands of routiers were raping and burning across France. Knights lost their domains, and Norman strongholds changed hands through siege or corruption, and the king's son was trying to keep Paris out of the clutches of the avaricious Charles of Navarre, who still had designs on the French crown. The whole place was an angry hornet's nest. "And if de Grailly has forsaken the place?" "His men will hold it. It's too vital to lose." Gilbert was agitated. "I don't trust monks at the best of times. Half-wits, illegitimate cast-offs, and self-serving, lying thieves who would strip a corpse in the name of the Almighty. God forbid they should seek a legitimate trade in the world." He held a finger to the side of his nose and blew the snot free. "Why not go further into Normandy, and use those at Chaulion? It was your citadel, and you gave the monks there more than a few pots of silver." "No. The prince took my towns from me. His men would send word if you approach. Go to Brother Clement. See if he has spent my gift wisely. If he has, then use him to find a safe route for you and the men. He'll be trustworthy, and in my debt." Gilbert had gazed down from the hills towards Genoa. There was sanctuary within sight at the Romanesque churches of Commenda di San Giovanni di Pre, a place that had protected pilgrims and fighting men since the time of the Crusades. "You'll not reconsider? There's a straw mattress and hot food down there. God's blood, Thomas. A damned boat ride is better than a saddle-sore arse, even if you retch it over the side. You might not get through those mountains. Take the boat with us." Blackstone turned his horse. "Gilbert, I would rather face Satan and his devils with one arm tied behind my back than surrender to his kindred spirits lurking beneath those waves. Get to Calais, or wait my orders." There was no more to be said, and now, days later, hungry, wet and tired, Blackstone eased himself from the saddle and listened to the Tau knight's caution. "This is a route seldom used, Sir Thomas. These monks prefer solitude and prayer. Such a community may not always express kindness to fighting men." Blackstone knew monks could be belligerent bastards, if they were not there to serve pilgrims and receive payment for it. "We pay our way, Stefano. I'm not here for conversation or prayer." Blackstone made a slow, cautious approach. Once they left the cover of the trees, they would be seen, even by any devout monk who went about his work with his head full of prayer. Movement was a concealed fighting man's greatest weakness. He held the men at 300 paces, the tree shadows making their numbers indistinct to anyone below. One of the monks raised his head from hoeing the stony ground and shielded his eyes from the low sun. His voice carried as he called to his brother monks. "Armed men!" Other monks appeared, carrying implements from the buildings and the fields behind the tower. They made no attempt to come together. There was no sense of them standing shoulder to shoulder as brothers who shared a sacred and remote hilltop religious cell. They stayed where they were. "Frau Caprini," Blackstone said, "go forward. Tell them we mean them no harm. Once they see your blazon, they'll know it's the truth." The Tau knight nodded. "If I am uncertain of our reception, I will call you in with my right hand. Otherwise, the left." He spurred his horse forward, leaving Blackstone and the men waiting. John Jacob brought his horse alongside. "Seems safe enough," he said, letting his eyes sweep across the plateau and broken hills to snow-capped mountains beyond. "So it seems," said Blackstone, unable to keep a nagging doubt from his voice. Most of those below had moved towards the shelter of the buildings. Others had gone inside. A natural fear of armed men approaching was understandable. Gallard and Moulin eased around in their saddles to look at Blackstone. "Good place for dismounted men to be at a disadvantage once we get down there, Sir Thomas," said Moulin. "Those low walls and livestock fences could hinder a fight when we're on foot." "Or be used to hide an ambush," added Gallard. "I see that. And something else. Will," he called, bringing the archer forward. "Put your eye past those hillside walls. Up the slope, past those boulders." A bird of prey curved high in the sky, using the mountain air to gain its height. "What do you see?" Blackstone asked. "The ground is scuffed, as if men and horses have gone up," said Longden. "Donkeys or goats, perhaps?" Jacob asked. "Perhaps," said Blackstone. "I see one donkey fenced and a goat tethered. Poor monks won't have more livestock than that." "Can you see the ground birds?" said Will Longden. "Further still, way beyond. Raven or crow, I can't be certain." "I can't see them," Jacob said. "Look beyond the slope and the rocks. The ground falls away into a dip and then rises to the right and falls away again like a wave. In the curl of the wave there's movement." He looked to Blackstone, who nodded in confirmation. An archer's eye was keener than most. "Carrion feeding. A bird of prey in the sky. There's little food to be had this time of year. A few spring rabbits. A deer that's fallen to its death," Blackstone said, knowing it was unlikely. "They would be in the forest. Might be a dead bear or wolf, though," said Jacob. "Then there would be more birds," said Longden. "Could also be dead men," said Moulin. Blackstone watched Caprini speak to the monk in the distance. There was still only one of them doing the talking, the one who called out at their approach. The others had gone back inside the buildings or were standing near doorways or alongside a pig pen or wood store. Chickens clucked in the henhouse. "It's been a slow journey. If word has got here before us that this was our route, this is the last chance our enemies would have to stop us." He turned in the saddle. "Will, take Halfpenny and Thurgood. Ease the horses back. Dismount, and in case they can see you, make it seem that you think one of the horses is lame. Walk one of them back, around that corner out of sight. Tether him, and the three of you move downhill through the trees and find a place to cover us." "Aye, Thomas," Will Longden said, and turned back. "We'll ride in, then," said Jacob. "Soon as Caprini signals." Let's not make it obvious that we doubt who's down there. We are weary travellers, exhausted by the journey. Gaillard, slump forward, you're sick. Tell the men. Be ready. They waited, and then Caprini turned in the saddle and waved them in with his right hand. Danger. They eased their horses down the gentle slope towards the monks, hunched in the saddle like men who had been riding for days without sleep. Men who might be lulled into thinking they were safe. Caprini understood. As Blackstone pulled up his horse, a dozen paces away, he touched the monk's shoulder.
The brothers here are a silent order, but he will speak on their behalf.
Blackstone considered the monk's appearance. Dirt-caked habits. Hands calloused and grimy. If the other monks were as lean and strong as this monk appeared to be, then it showed that their life here was hard and demanding. The man's face was stubbled, and his tonsure had not been shaved for days. Perhaps so remote a place made the act of washing less important. Caprini turned to the monk and gestured to Blackstone.
These men are exhausted, brother. They need nothing more than sleep and food for the night.
Gaillard slumped across the saddle's pommel. Without the monk seeing, Moulin jabbed him in the ribs, making him groan. John Jacob's eyes widened. Not too much acting, he was trying to say. Moulin shrugged. "And I have a man sick," said Blackstone. The monk nodded. He showed no trace of concern at the arrival of the armed men. No sign of nervousness that these riders were not pilgrims of Christ.
"All are welcome here, but—"
And as he hesitated, Blackstone saw his eyes shift like a stool-holder bargaining a piece of cloth.
"We are poor recluses. Some payment, no matter how small, would be welcome as a charity."
Caprini glanced backwards at Blackstone as the others dismounted. Blackstone stayed where he was, head bowed into the cowl of his cloak.
"We have gold florins, and enough silver coin to pay for a king's hospitality," said Caprini. "We carry funds from Florence to the Marquis de Montferrat, so that he might keep the pass through the mountains safe."
He carried the lie well. He lowered his voice so that only the monk could hear him.
"They will cause no harm. Drunk and tired men sleep the sleep of the dead. This was the safest route I could find for them." "Then you are welcome," said the monk. "How many men?"
"There are 6 of us, brother," said Blackstone, looking at Caprini, whose eyes quickly scanned the dismounted men. Will Longden and 2 others were missing. Perrine was already dismounted, fussing at his saddle-strap, his eyes searching the compound for any untoward movement that might warn of a trap. Caprini nodded to the monk. "As you can see, 6. Blackstone hoped that when he sent Longden into the trees, they had been far enough away from the sanctuary not to have been noticed. The monk looked at the weary men, but also let his gaze go past them up the track and across the tree line. There was no sign of movement. He seemed satisfied.
"Then we will accommodate you as best we can. Here in this remote place we seldom see travellers, 1, perhaps 2 at a time. But we shall do what we can. 2 men can sleep in the dormitory, another in the stable. The sick man should be taken to the kitchen for warmth. We will do what we can for him."
He pointed to the 3 different areas where the men should tether their horses, then turned and gave a barely noticeable nod to one of the other monks near the woodshed, a tip of the chin that John Jacob noticed.
"Monk's my arse," he whispered to Blackstone as they walked their horses towards the shelter. "They're separating us. Easy picking, Sir Thomas."
He and Blackstone led their horses where they were instructed. A warning look from Jacquerie was acknowledged. The horses jostled. The Tau knight muttered,
"Be cautious. This man's dialect is not from these parts."
The uncanny silence of the mountain foothills was broken only by the horses' shifting weight and the screech of the raptor high in the sky. Even the chickens had fallen silent, perhaps because of the hunting bird's distant threat. In the stillness, the men tied off their horses and eased the saddles from their backs. Each man knew that Blackstone and John Jacob were already positioning themselves for an attack that might come from behind the low wall or the building's darkened doorway. They appeared unconcerned, yet eyes and ears sought out the moment that they knew must come. They were vulnerable, but alert. Moulin made a fuss of getting Gaillard down from his horse, easing his friend so that he sat, back against the wall but with his spear laid at his side. Then Moulin took his time untying the panniers, looking across his horse's withers to where one of the monks had stepped out of sight. It took 6 heartbeats before the attack started. At the edge of the sanctuary, 7 armed men broke cover, their feet pounding into the damp earth like a war drum that signalled several things to happen at once. The tethered goat jerked at its restraint, alarmed as a monk stepped from behind a wall and swung an axe at Moulin. He parried with his spear shaft, and Gaillard went quickly onto one knee and rammed his spear point up through the man's lungs and heart. Moulin put his boot into the gasping man's chest as Gaillard pulled his haft free. The 2 Normans recovered quickly, turning as screams suddenly echoed from the running men being cut down by Longdon and his archers in the forest. 3 armed men broke through, turning the corner of the furthest building, swords raised, their faces contorted with fear and disbelief that their own ambush had failed, knowing that there was no escape. They attacked with the desperate belief that all fighting men carry with them, that they will not die, not this day. John Jacob caught sight of the Italian knight as he squared himself to face the oncoming attack. "He needs help," he grunted, as he and Blackstone shouldered their horses aside, forcing the animals between themselves and the armed monks who suddenly appeared from the doorway. The bastard horse objected, and swayed its weight against Blackstone, throwing him off balance and making him step back. A crossbow bolt whipped through the air where he had stood a moment before. One man carried a fighting axe in each hand, the other a sword, and as the crossbowman threw aside his now useless weapon, he snatched up a spear that had been hidden at the corner of the building. They lunged. Aggressive men who made no sound, who kept their eyes on their intended victims. John Jacob was at Blackstone's shoulder to help block the swordsman, which hampered the double-handed axeman. Blackstone ignored Jacob's words. Jacquerie would have to deal with his own attackers. The stocky Perrine hacked down a monk who wielded a falchion, swinging his blade with such force it cut through the man's heavy clothing, its keen edge slicing into ribs, lungs, and heart. Blackstone and Jacob parried blows from wild-eyed assailants. Madness. Men of God attacking with such violence. Fleeting thoughts flashed through Blackstone's mind. A planned ambush to stop him reaching England, or fighting men disguised as monks to rob exhausted pilgrims. Every man was battling for his life. Jacquerie stood his ground. He caught the first man's strike on the crosspiece of his sword, turned and slashed his knife hand across the attacker's face. Blinded, he fell squirming, ignored by the Tau knight, who altered his stance, dropped to one knee, and took the second man in the groin. The charging man's weight forced Jacquerie down with him, but by then Moulin and Gaillard were at his back. Moulin's spear hooked into the attacker's collarbone, and the screaming man was hoisted like a fish snatched from a stream. Moulin kicked down onto the man's neck, cracking bones, and wrenched his spear shaft free. The other man had faltered in his attack. The 2 giant men shielding the Tau knight were a terrifying sight, and the man's courage failed him. He turned and ran. He did not see the 3 archers emerge from the trees and bend their backs into their war bows. The hiss of the arrow shafts through the air was unmistakable. The fleeing man turned, desperately seeking the arrows in the sky in a vain attempt to avoid them. By the time he saw them, 2 had pierced him, one through the chest, one the thigh. The third thudded into the ground less than half a shaft's length away. He squirmed, muscles contorting, a shattered body trying to deal with its agony. By the time the archers reached him, he was dead. As Blackstone killed the third man, he looked across at Caprini. The moment was held like a stitched tableau. Figures lay dead. The Tau knight stood over a writhing monk, and then rammed his blade into his chest to strangle a final terrified scream. "So much for them being a silent order," John Jacobs said, smiling as he wiped his blade clean on a handful of straw. The archers finished off 2 or 3 men who lay in the dirt, arrow shafts embedded in them. The killing had taken less time than it would to toll the bell a dozen times. Blackstone's men stood their ground. Were there others? "Will?" Blackstone called. "No more down here," Longden shouted. Blackstone turned to where the 2 Normans stood with bloodied spears. Both shook their heads. "It's finished, Sir Thomas." "No one inside. This was all," said Perrine. 9 monks lay dead. 7 more bodies lay sprawled. These men were dressed little differently than Blackstone's own men. Fighters. Brigands, perhaps. "Strip them," Blackstone ordered. Chapter 19. There was no need for Blackstone to order the others to take up a defensive position. Will Longden placed Halfpenny and Thurgood where anyone approaching could be ambushed, as Jacob searched the buildings. Moulon, Perrine, and Gaillard stripped the monks as the Tau knight accompanied Blackstone to where the carrion crows had been spotted. The 2 men rested a moment, catching their breath in the cold air, then looked back to where the slaughter had taken place. The naked corpses quivered like maggots as Blackstone's men dragged them into the centre of the killing field. "Could they have been monks?" Blackstone asked. "It is possible. Men have been known to lose themselves when they live such isolated lives," Stefano answered. He paused for a moment. "Who among us has not experienced madness?" Blackstone remained silent, but the remark struck home. Ram a bodkin pointed shaft into a man's chest, and the shock waves of pain tear through his body, as did the knowledge that when he fought he was possessed. Of what, he was uncertain. "And you?" he said, looking carefully at the Italian knight, whose gaze had not left the blood-stained sanctuary. "I have been in that place, and I swore to our Lord Jesus that if he delivered me from it, I would serve pilgrims and those who fought for him." "Then why help me? I'm no pilgrim. I wear a pagan goddess at my throat." Caprini smiled. "You are a man of reputation. Others fear you. Not I. You are unknown to me as a man. But when Father Niccolo Torlini asks that you be helped, then I know you to be a deserving man who must be in the service of God." Blackstone continued uphill. "I do not know God. I serve my king and my men. Have no expectation of me other than that," he said. Stefano Caprini sighed with the comfort of knowledge. "You are as Father Torlini predicted. But whether you know it or not, there is a goodness within you that can only come from suffering torment of the soul." Blackstone turned and pointed a finger at him. "Do not preach to me about who I am. Do not think you understand what I do or why I do it. I kill, and I do it well. That is all you need to know about me." The 2 men faced each other for a moment longer, and then the older man dipped his head in acknowledgment. He was not cowed by the younger, stronger man, but his own code of behaviour demanded he make amends.
"I apologize. It is not my place to speak of such things."
Blackstone had no doubt that this knight had fought his demons and won, but his own would always shadow his life. They made him who he was. He held them close, like old friends. Shallow graves had been turned and picked at by scavengers. Wild beasts had torn the earth back and feasted on what remained of the men buried there. Bones were separated from torsos. A few thigh bones and ribs lay scattered across the alpine grass. There was little depth to the soil for burial, so rocks had been placed over the corpses in an attempt to protect their sanctity, but they were inadequate against the wild creatures. There were no markers or headstones.
"Why would anyone bring their dead up here?" Caprini asked, looking at the place, which probably held 20 or 30 graves. "They have a graveyard near the sanctuary."
"To hide them from visitors," Blackstone said, tugging at an exposed piece of cloth and easing out its remains.
"Then these are the bodies of monks murdered by brigands, who took their place to kill pilgrims."
What was left of the dead man's skin beneath his threadbare clothing barely concealed his bones. Blackstone eased a skull aside with the toe of his boot. The matted mass that was once the man's hair slipped away. He bent down and poked at the remains with his knife. "Look for yourself," said Blackstone, and went to another grave, one that was better covered with stones. He pushed aside the rocks and scraped away the dirt covering. Caprini looked up from where he was examining the skeleton.
"That grave is sacred."
"Not up here," said Blackstone, exposing the skeleton's skull. This corpse had the remains of a cap and wispy strands of hair that clung to it. He flicked away the head covering with the tip of his knife. "These are not monks. They're pilgrims, slaughtered by monks." Caprini looked in disgust at the graves. Blackstone was already walking past him.
"Men of God who were placed here to give sanctuary to those on the journey to Canterbury and Rome, murdering innocent pilgrims," said Caprini, as if the shame was his own.
"Priests torture witches and non-believers. The Inquisition will burn a man's soul from his body. What more is there to understand? I'll have the men cover them up." Blackstone paid no more attention to the Italian's concerns and turned away.
"Do not condemn the Church because of these vile creatures," Caprini called after him. "These men were Sarabates, the most detestable of monks. They are loyal to the world, and without an abbot to shepherd them, they pen themselves in the fold of lust and wantonness. They affront God with their tonsures. They follow no holy rule, only whatever strikes their fancy. Better that we should stay silent than speak of them."
"Then you can offer prayers for those they betrayed and slaughtered. I'm happy knowing I cast them into the fires of hell." The naked bodies of those who had once made vows of holy orders lay in a ragged line. Moulin pointed at them. "There are no battle scars on any of them. There are a few healed wounds, nothing that a farm tool couldn't inflict. Did you find anything up there?" he said. "Murdered pilgrims. These bastards cut their throats or smashed in their skulls." Gaillard crossed himself. "Shit. John, call in Will and the others," he said to Jacob. "What of those who came from behind us?" he said to Moulin. "They are fighting men, all right. Scars on their backs from whippings." "Or penance," said Gaillard. "Gaillard, for Christ's sake. They're brigands, probably deserters. If Sir Thomas is right, then these men worked with the monks. Chances are we came on them before they had time to organize themselves," said Moulin, and looked to Blackstone. Am I right?" Blackstone nodded. "These buildings yield nothing but what you would expect from dirt-scraping monks. But if they're deserters, they're Visconti deserters," he said, showing them a couple of the bloodied jupons that bore the faded viper patch. "Planned, d'you think? Or chance?" said Jacob. "Can't be planned," said Blackstone. "How would they know which path we took?" "Unless they put men across them all," Jacob said. "Perhaps," admitted Blackstone. He threw the jupons down. "Search everywhere, find their booty, then drag them into that byre," he ordered. By nightfall their horses had been sheltered and fed. Fresh water had been drawn from the well, and the men had washed themselves, combing the blood from their wet hair, and then gathering at the fire that Jack Halfpenny and Thurgood had built up. Will Longden had boiled eggs, then slaughtered and plucked 6 chickens. He had roasted and seasoned them, while the others had torn apart the monks' dormitory and found a cache of coins, gold rings, and silver trinkets. Not all pilgrims were penniless. Moulin and Gaillard spilled everything onto a blanket and carried it out to where the men now sat around the fire. "And there's wine," said Longden, as he and Thurgood put down clay jugs and settled themselves to eat and drink. "Some of it was off," said Thurgood. "Tasted like piss and vinegar." "Didn't stop him from drinking it, though," said Halfpenny. "He'll be shitting a sword's length by tomorrow." "No," said Perrine. "He has a copper-bottomed gut. I've seen him drink laundry water with scum on it." The others laughed and grunted in agreement, quickly silenced by the chickens' soft flesh on their teeth. A clear sky glistened with stars that blessed them, and the hot food eased away the aches and pain of minor wounds from the day's killing. There was an added benefit of the cold night air. It kept the dead bodies chilled and slowed decomposition. Stefano Caprini hovered at the edge of the circle of men. Blackstone also stood to one side. He had eaten barely enough to satisfy his hunger, but it was enough that he had not lost a man to the ambushers, and that satisfaction had quelled his appetite. The food was good, and every man licked fingers and sucked bones from the tasty fowl. Will Longden was a good man to have riding with you. He could provide food better than most men. If there was a bird to be snared or a deer to be brought down, Will would find it, always had. And when he cooked, there was never a man who did not enjoy his offering. His whore mother had abandoned him as a child, and a washerwoman in a village had taken pity, and his mother's shawl as payment, and fed the boy. She must have been the one who taught him to cook, Blackstone thought, though he had never known for certain. Who among them knew the story of their own family? His own was vague. A French mother who softened the heart of an English archer and died giving birth to another son. Each and every man had his own story. One day they might even discover what they were. "You cannot take this," Caprini said, meaning the booty on the blanket. Moulin looked up at him, but turned away and devoted his attention to the succulent chicken leg. "Cannot," said John Jacob, "or should not." Thurgood and Halfpenny looked blankly at the other men. Thurgood's nose had been bent out of shape by many an alehouse brawl. Now it became as pinched as the rest of his features, as he tried to understand what challenges were being laid down. The Italian knight seldom spoke. Jacob tossed chicken bones on the fire and glanced towards Blackstone. "My men killed those who tried to kill them," said Blackstone. "It is tainted with blood," insisted the town knight. Will Longden snorted. "My hands are dripping in chicken grease, but I'll lick my fingers and taste the dirt from the ground and the blood of those men. It's what comes to us from our efforts." Blackstone watched his men's reaction. For an outsider to come between them and their reward could turn into a dangerous situation, and his rank would not help him. They were no longer in any king's army. They were company men who chose their own commanders. Gaillard got to his feet, his size looming even larger as his shadow was cast by firelight. He faced the Tau knight, but then turned away, muttering, "I need a peace." Blackstone understood his men. Gaillard was agreeing with Caprini, but did not wish to break ranks. "We are travelling fast," said Moulin. "This is no time to start carrying extra weight. Another fight like this, and the next thing you know we'd need a pack horse. Best to leave things as they are." The Norman might have been talking about the weather. He did not seem to be criticising Will Longden for wanting to take the booty. "Hang on," said Thurgood. "You agreeing with the Italian? What you saying? I did my share of killing today, and reburying the poor bastards murdered by them monks. A few coins and trinkets won't weigh me down." It was John Jacob who spoke the truth plainly. "It's tainted with pilgrim's blood, lad. We'll give it to a church when we next come to one." It was said in a manner that brooked no argument. Longden saw the look in the man-at-arms' eyes. He barely spared a glance in the archer's direction. "Why not?" said Longden. "Let's play the Good Samaritan, and give to the poor bastards who really need it, eh?" The sentinel knew his duty. Allowing dissent to fester was how a battle line could yield. Blackstone had taken a gamble, giving Longden 100 archers to command in the company, and now, even with 2 chosen men, they had been selected by him. He was still a rogue who would steal a pair of shoes from the dead, like any of them, but he would not allow one of his archers to cause discord, especially in such a small group of men whose objective was to get their sworn lord back to England. "What? No. A pig's arse," said Thurgood. Longden licked his fingers. "Besides, your arrow was wide of the mark when those men made their run." "I used my knife," said Thurgood defensively. Every archer knew when his strike was good or not. "I sliced as many throats as any man here." Longden got to his feet and gathered the corners of the blanket. "You're not here to use your knife, lad. Any arsehole swordsman, other than them among us, of course, can do that. You're here to put your man down with an arrow, to make sure we don't have to go around cutting throats." It broke the tension. By the time he had delivered his admonition, the blanket was gathered and taken to Caprini. Thurgood looked confused. It was true he had missed, once, but was that a good enough reason to be denied a share of the spoils? He looked from man to man, who either smiled or shrugged. The matter was closed. Blackstone stepped forward and threw his chicken bones onto the fire. "We'll let the Italian carry the extra weight. That's only fair, wouldn't you say, Robert?" he said, laying a comradely hand on Thurgood's shoulder. The question made the archer clear his confused dissatisfaction quickly. "Aye, I suppose it is, Sir Thomas." Then, with a more definitive assertion that he had made the correct decision, "It's only right." Caprini nodded his thanks to Longden as he took the tied blanket from him. "You're bloody lucky Thomas is here, Sir Knight. Me, I'd have had the trinkets round my neck, the coins in my purse and the rings on my fingers," said Longden, barely above a whisper. Caprini showed no concern. "But an English archer needs to hold his warbow, and draw an arrow without impediment. To wear rings on your fingers would make you less effective, surely." Will Longden turned away and sucked his teeth. Smart-ass knights. They were all the same, wherever they came from. By the time the morning sunlight touched the valleys, the men were ready to ride. The donkey and the goat were tethered behind one of the horses. 2 more days would take them to the monks at the pass. The livestock would serve as a contribution for their help, along with the booty, which was now tied onto the donkey's back. Thurgood had been persuaded that a donkey was better suited to carry it than the Tau knight, who was needed to guide them. The men's safety was still in the knight's hands, it was argued. And look what that had brought them, Thurgood had moaned. Then all the more reason to make certain that the monks, who would guide them through the pass should feel sufficiently rewarded, came the argument in answer. Thurgood tethered the goat and the donkey on a trailing rein behind his horse.
"And when we thirst, you can milk the goat for us," said Halfpenny.
"That's if he can tell the difference between donkey and goat," said Will Longden. As the men's humour jibed back and forth, Blackstone stood in the byre with John Jacob. The dead had already been thrown unceremoniously inside, their bodies covered with anything that would burn, mattresses, benches and stools, and then finally armfuls from the woodpile. Then tallow and oil was smeared and spilled. Blackstone looked at the carnage. 2 of the men waited outside with burning torches. Jacob gathered a handful of the brigand's clothing. "You've seen these, Sir Thomas," he said, pulling aside the cloth, so that the stitched, though faded, badge on its left breast could be seen. "Visconti men." He did the same with another. "But this livery I don't know. It looks German or Hungarian." He rubbed his thumb across the raised colours, more bloody than the others, and even less distinct. "These were men fighting for the Visconti. Now, why would they be here, in this God-forsaken place? Killing pilgrims was the monks' business. If anything, they got in these men's way." He tossed the clothing onto the pile. "If they were after you, they must have had men in place along the main routes of the Via Francigena. This must have been the last place they would have expected you to travel, but a good site for an ambush, expecting our guard to be down. From here, we're moving into de Montferrat's territory. The Visconti have no cause to love him, but they're not likely to send men that far west on a hunting expedition for you. It's either coincidence or these men here were waiting for you." And that meant betrayal. "Burn them," said Blackstone. By the time they rode across the ridgeline, the funeral pyre's black smoke had risen high into the sky, a signal to anyone beyond the horizon that if this had been a planned assassination, then whoever had tried to have Blackstone killed had failed. It would take days for the information to reach the men's paymasters. From hermit monk to itinerant pilgrim, word would go through village and hamlet until it reached condottiere patrols. The truth would become rumour and then legend. Thomas Blackstone, the scourge of his enemies, would be seen as the English knight who slaughtered innocent monks who had offered him shelter and respite. Chapter 20. There were 23 passes through the Alps. Transalpine princes controlled those that led into their territory, routes that had been established when man first questioned what lay beyond the next mountain. Great warriors such as Hannibal had achieved the seemingly impossible, and the legions of Rome had tramped beneath the great snow-capped sentinels. To the north was the Saint-Gothard, used by the Milanese to extend their influence, wealth, goods, and banking into the land of the Germans. Further south, the Brenner gave the Venetians and Florentines access across France towards Flanders and England. Even in midwinter, people and carts could get through the passes using sledges. However, the underbelly of the Alps was the route Blackstone had secured when he fought La Battaglia nella Valle dei Fiori and tore the citadel that guarded the route from the grip of one of the Visconti's captains. It was a treacherous pass that made men cleave to its ice and snowfields. When the thaw came, the monks who guided travellers across those narrow paths would try to retrieve the bodies, but more usually the mountain held them close. Except for hot food and a change of horses for his men, Blackstone declined further hospitality offered by the Marquis de Montferrat. Fresh mounts were given freely to the men, though Blackstone's warhorse had the stamina and strength to continue. It was a creature like its master, able to ignore privation and the harshness of nature. They were well suited. "Stay," de Montferrat said. "The snows have slowed travel this year. Even the monks have lost some of their own to icefalls. There are women here for your men, and it is paid for." He smiled because he was making good revenue thanks to Thomas Blackstone and the Pope. When Blackstone had fought the Battle of the Valley of Flowers at the border and seized the citadel, it gave de Montferrat control over a key route into Lombardy. The papal chamber and the city of Genoa paid the Marquis 100,000 florins to allow mercenaries through the mountains to inflict terror and destruction on the Milanese rulers and their German mercenaries. Genoa, like the Pope, was the Visconti's enemy. "And I take tolls for those troops to pass by the castle you seized." He raised a glass of wine in salutation. "You need never pay for anything in my territory, Sir Thomas." Blackstone realized that the harsh weather that had swept across the north that winter might have claimed any other of the king's messengers, had they been sent. Samuel Cracknell had sailed from England, his ship clinging to the coastline. Misfortune had struck when it was blown off course and into the hands of the Pisans. "Have you heard of anyone from England coming through the pass these past weeks?" he asked.
"Other than handfuls of routiers, and the foolhardy merchants thinking this was a land ripe for exploitation, none."
Blackstone watched the Marquis's response. There was no guile or deceit in his answer. Perhaps there had been only one messenger after all. "Only merchants, then?" said Blackstone. Montferrat laughed.
"By the Holy Cross, you would think they'd know the Italians are masters at making deals. Those poor bastards haul themselves through the passes. They come to make money, and they are cowed by disease and war, just like you mercenaries." He paused. As much as Blackstone had studied his host, so too had de Montferrat watched his guest. Both men were paid for the services they provided to their paymasters. Why was Blackstone turning his back on Florentine money? "No one goes back through that pass, not at this time of the year. Why else is it called the Gate of the Dead?" he said. "Not from this heavenly land. Stay here, and die here."
The meaning was not lost on Blackstone. Italy's republics might be at constant war, but it was nothing like the ravaged country of France. Montferrat picked remains of his food from a silver plate and tossed it to the dogs that lay gazing intently in the hope of scraps.
"You risk a great deal coming this far north. How you survived in Tuscany these years I don't know. The Visconti would like nothing better than to hang and gut you. You think the Hungarians are cruel bastards? Nothing compares to those brothers."
He kicked one of the hounds from beneath his feet. It yelped and slunk away. Montferrat leaned forward to make his point.
"When the Pope threatened to excommunicate Bernabo, he had 4 nuns and a monk stripped and put in a cage. He roasted them alive. He hates the Church and those who fight for it."
"And you?" Blackstone said.
"And me. Though I'm little more than a gatekeeper these days."
"You're a Piedmontese nobleman. You have influence, and that gives you information," said Blackstone. Montferrat shrugged.
"A little,"
he agreed, his attempt at humility fooling no one. He relented, knowing what Blackstone was asking.
"The word came that you had left the service of Florence and were returning to France, or at least those that were interested thought it to be France."
Blackstone gave nothing away. How difficult could it be for rumour to spread like a plague?
"Or perhaps not France," Montferrat said.
"Who knew?" He shrugged again. "I heard you were taking ship at Genoa, and if I heard, then your enemies heard." "And who was interested?" "The Visconti, the Germans, the Hungarians, other company captains, French noblemen dispossessed by you, Italian merchants robbed by you, those with a vendetta against you. The Virgin Mary, for all I know. You didn't crucify her son, did you, by any chance?" Blackstone drank the last mouthful of wine and pushed the stool away from the table. "My thanks for the horses and supplies. We'll leave after matins." "Thomas, you have made it this far. Whoever wants you dead will have to wait until after you pass through the mountains, because now they will know that you did not leave with your men at Genoa." Montferrat toyed with his eating knife. He could make money from informing Blackstone's enemies where he was going, but then he ran the risk of losing the Pope's largesse, and then, who knows, he thought, they might even use Blackstone to take back the citadel, pour thousands of brigands through the pass and lay siege to him. "Your intentions are safe with me," he said. "I never doubted it," said Blackstone, but the Marquis was uncertain, from the Englishman's smile, whether he meant it. Snow whirled in turbulent vengeance against those who dared to trespass through the mountains. It sought out the ravines and rock faces, punishing guides trying to cross the divide as they pushed and pulled wicker sledges carrying their passengers. The Italian villagers earned good payment for taking travellers through the pass, but it was the monks from the monastery on the French side of the mountains who had served pilgrims for 100 years, and knew every handhold, and it was they whom Blackstone would trust to take his men back to where they had journeyed 2 winters before. "The villagers' greed has already killed many this past week," the leather-faced monk told Blackstone as they waited in the lee of the mountain. The monk looked younger than Blackstone's 28 years, but Blackstone could not tell his age as he watched him coil a hemp rope in a great loop that he tied off and slung across his body. These monks could be twice the age they looked. Perhaps the high mountain passes brought them closer to God's domain, and he blessed them for their piety and courage. He had told them his name was Brother Bertrand, a novice, born and raised in the mountain villages and taken as an orphan into the monastery when still a child. Now he added that the pass was icy on this side of the mountain because of the north wind that swept down from the higher peaks. Once they reached halfway it would be easier, and the downhill approach would cause them less difficulty. Blackstone studied the young man. He had a foolish grin stitched across his face. Did that indicate that he was in the hands of an idiot? Blackstone wondered. Young, old, or idiot? Did it matter? He was a mountain guide. The monk's wiry frame could mislead an untrained eye as to his strength. Indeed, a life of fasting and prayer might weaken some men, but if he had climbed and travelled these mountains since going into the monastery, then his slight body would be as supple as an English archer's yew-bow. A trustworthy guide to lead them back. "You will do nothing, Sir Thomas, until I tell you, and then you will obey every word I say until we reach the other side," said the monk. "If a man falls, he is in God's hands, not ours. We do not stop on the path. You remember it?" Blackstone did remember. It was one of the most difficult passes to traverse. But when he had led several hundred men into Italy in fair weather, it had been less challenging. He had lost fewer than 6 men during that journey. The ground had been dry, the autumn winds not yet gathered behind the peaks. The sun broke through that day like a divine light, showing the way through the gate of the dead. Not so now. The unpredictable gusts of wind could lift a man the size of Moulin and cast him down. There was no argument from Blackstone or those who had previously made the same perilous journey with him. As the wind buffeted the mountainside, the men kept as close as possible to the rock face. Their horses were blindfolded, and weapons secured to the saddle pommels. Moulin held the reins of his horse tightly, his bare hand comforting its muzzle. Like the others, it was hobbled, so that its strides were restricted. Despite the horses being sturdy beasts and used to such difficult conditions, it was better to control any skittish behaviour. Horses were dumb beasts, whose erratic behaviour could kill a man. Only once they had traversed the worst the pass had to offer would the hobbles be untied. Each man wrapped sackcloth around the horse's hooves, and his own boots for purchase. Those who wore their hair long tied back its length with cord, and then pulled their helmets tightly onto their heads, and tightened the straps, or bound them beneath their chins with a strip of linen. Debris from a rock slide could stun a man, and to lose your footing meant a frightened horse and a long drop into oblivion. Thurgood cast a glance at his friend Halfpenny. This pass was more dangerous than he had imagined. The two archers had come into Lombardy by a more northern route, after they found their services as archers no longer needed after the English victory at Poitiers. Drifting, with many others, they had joined one of the routier companies, and plundered southwards, until they heard that Sir Thomas Blackstone had a few hundred men under contract from Florence. They were young men, easily swayed by the attraction of a good wage paid by Italian city-states, and the chance to share plunder when the company's terror was unleashed on the unsuspecting. Rape and murder suited them. However, they found it was different with Blackstone. They had to prove their worth. By good fortune, they were accomplished archers and experienced fighters, who wore an English soldier's belligerence like a coat of arms. And their animal instincts soon understood that Blackstone's command was little different than being in the king's army. Ill discipline was not tolerated, rape of the innocent was punishable by hanging, and looting a church could lose a man his hand. There were enough women among the camp followers who would spread their legs, provided they were paid, and Blackstone's captains saw to it that they were. Any fighting between soldiers over a woman that ended in a killing was judged on the circumstances. There were still those who would die over a whore. A drunken condottiere's knife attack meant Blackstone's company lost a fighting man. So whoever did the killing was well advised to have a good enough reason, or he would feel the weight of Blackstone's justice. "North was better," Thurgood said to Moulin. "A decent road, and space for cart and horse. This is too narrow." He squinted into the white flurries that buffeted around the weather's side. "And too high." He looked at Halfpenny. "Shit might freeze, Jack. But if I fall, I'll not be stuck like a turd on a rock for everyone to see. Put an arrow through me, and knock me off my perch. Will you do that for me?" Halfpenny's cap was bound around his head and chin. Before he could answer through gritted teeth, Moulin muttered his own reply. "I could put my spear up your arse now, and save us all the trouble later." Halfpenny's gag laugh through the binding sounded like a dog being strangled. "Piss off, Jack," said Thurgood. "And you French bastard," he said, pointing at Moulin, "can kiss my English arse." "Norman, bastard," said Gaillard. "We are Normans, and you forget, Moulin is one of Sir Thomas's captains. And my centener is Will Longden. That's who I take my orders from." Moulin grinned. "But you are travelling behind me today, so you will do as I do and watch for my command." Will Longden made his way down the line of stationary men and horses, muttering instructions as he passed each man. "Sir Thomas says to tighten the girths, bind loose clothing, secure weapons." Thurgood snatched at his arm. "Will, am I to follow Moulin? He farts like a horse. I'll be over the edge with his stench." Longden snatched free his arm. He was in no mood for bleating men. "Is your bow covered and tied?" "Aye, but—" "And the cords are stored and dry?" "Of course," said Thurgood. aggrieved a fellow archer was not standing up for him. Then cease mewling and get ready to move. Do what Moulon says. He's too mean and ugly to argue with. Longden turned back. His limbs were already seizing up in the cold. He steadied himself against horse and man as the intemperate wind whipped a flurry of snow against him.
In half a day the track widens, but if you can't hold on to your fear until then, I'll tie a rope around you and drag you along like a dog," said Moulon.
Halfpenny stepped quickly between his friend and the Norman. Thurgood was handy with a knife, and he was lighter on his feet than the big man.
"You wouldn't want that, Moulon. You're as big as a tree, and he'd end up pissing on your leg."
Halfpenny and Thurgood had only been with Blackstone's company for less than a year, and wielded no influence over any of the captains, and they only had Will Longden to vouch for them. It was the veteran archers standing with Blackstone that brought them so close to this bodyguard of men, that, and their skill. Nothing more was said as the horses resumed their hobbled steps. Moulon glanced back at the belligerent Englishman, and the thought passed through his mind that for once he did not want an archer at his back. Chapter 21. Oliviero Dantini had journeyed with Sir Gilbert Kilbert, a man who spoke little to him, even though Dantini could converse freely in English and French. They had placed him in the centre of the column of the 100 men to ensure his safety should any attack be made upon them. Dantini had already sent his commission to the Genoese for the ships needed to take these condottieri across to Marseille. The silk merchant lived in the city, but his trade depended on prevailing winds, and he knew that Thomas Blackstone had chosen a good time to send his men across the water. Had it been thought through, he wondered, or did the hulking Englishman understand the vagaries of weather? He had been treated with respect by Kilbert and these mercenaries, but he had never longed so much for his home. His sensibilities were continually offended by their presence, for he was a refined and cultured man, used to the courts of England, Flanders, and France, and being taken and held prisoner by Blackstone had scarred him as if scalded with molten lead. These men of war frightened him every step of the way, and their surrounding him made him feel like a lamb being taken to slaughter. At night he found it difficult to keep warm despite the quality of his cloak and bedroll. Maggots of fear ate away at him beneath his skin, so that he trembled like a carcass being devoured from within. Not that he was given much time to rest, because the English knight set off before dawn and rode beneath moonlight until darkness forced him to stop. Dantini was exhausted, but the older man showed no sign of fatigue. They were racing against time, eager to be in France. Dantini felt dirty and unwashed, and yearned for the softness of his bed and one of the slave girls who would do his bidding. In these desperate moments he even felt affection for his wife, whose unwavering duty towards him and their children did her great credit, but whose conformity and piety meant there was little pleasure to be had from sexual union with her. Despite these conflicting emotions, his dignity forbade him to yield to his fear, and he was proud of that. He placed himself in the hands of God, to whom he prayed each night. Kilbert assured him that once the men were aboard the ships, and his note of commission had been witnessed and executed legally, then he would be given an escort home to the gates of Lucca. There was nothing for him to fear, other than his own timidity, Kilbert said. Timidity? More like disgust at the company he had been forced to share. Their word had been kept. He had not been robbed or injured in any manner, and Blackstone's bond to him had not been violated. Was this a code these creatures lived by, or another layer of fear greater than his own, of Thomas Blackstone's intolerance of disobedience? Argument filled his mind, a conversation with himself that was as confusing as these men's behaviour. There was nothing about them he admired. He saw them through disdainful eyes as ignorant, brutal killers who inflicted savagery for payment, though he confessed in his prayers before God to the contradiction that he was grateful to have fallen into the hands of the Englishman, Blackstone. And as the journey reached its end, he knew that the powers in Florence would let the King of England know of his service to the crown. That thought, at least, gave him comfort. Once home, he would make immediate arrangements to travel to Flanders, and from there let it be known that he wished to visit the English court. King Edward's reputation went beyond that of warrior king. He was renowned for refinement and opulence. Money could buy culture, not like these barbarians, who took their blood money and bought women and drink, who thought themselves men of significance because they had purchased a house with a vineyard and a woman to bed them. A sovereign such as Edward was a benefactor, a great, cultured man whose library was renowned, who appreciated art and music, and who held those who served him in Italy in great affection. When Dantini saw the billowing sails carrying the men's ships away, he commanded his escort to ride for Lucca. He denied himself sleep in his urgency to feel the safety of the city. Once he'd entered, through the portal of San Donato, he let his escort return to their mountain lair. The city troops closed the great gates behind him, the strongest bodyguard he could wish for. He left his horse and saddlebags with the ostler at the gates, having no desire to wait while a message was sent to his house for servants to come and attend him. They could get the bags tomorrow. He was saddle-sore, and his body felt as though it had been on the rack. Even so, as he got closer to home, he could barely keep himself from running along the Via del Toro towards the comforts that awaited him. He could almost smell the fragrance of the warm bath that would be drawn for him, and then the smooth skin of the young slave girl as he commanded her into his bed, and then he would offer thanks for his deliverance in prayer. It was nearly curfew, and he praised God that he did not have to spend another night beyond the gates of his beloved Lucca. The city looms had fallen silent. Doors slammed closed as people went home, leaving only stray cats and ghosts to flit through the darkening streets. The household would not be expecting him. He raised the great iron door-knocker to strike against its plate, 3 strident blows of authority that would have the house servant running downstairs, flustered and bewildered as to who it could be at this time of night. Church bells rang, the door opened, and Oliviero Dantini stepped into hell. For a moment he was about to chastise the servant for lighting an expensive oil lamp so early in the evening, but before he could utter a word he was yanked into the entrance hall, where he fell heavily. As confusion turned to terror, another man grabbed him and hauled him to his feet. The man had the strength to lift him bodily from the floor, even though his legs refused to support him. The shadows moved, and from somewhere a hand slapped him across the face with such force that he saw lights burst from the pain behind his eyes and tasted blood in his mouth. The next thing he knew, he was being forced up the steps into his living quarters. He tried to say something, but his teeth had been loosened and his tongue cut from the force of the blow. He whimpered, begging to know who they were and why they were doing this to him. He realized the intruders were not dressed as commonly as the condottieri. Reality deserted him momentarily as he noticed with an almost detached expertise that the men's clothing was of high quality. They hauled him into his wife's bedchamber, and he saw that she sat upright in bed, propped by pillows, with the children under each arm. In the dull glow from the candles in the room, he could see there was a grotesque smile on each of their faces as they lay against the crimson bedding. He knew somewhere in the recesses of his mind that his wife had never purchased anything but the finest woven, embroidered linen sheets of pure white. And then he understood that their smiles were gaping wounds in their throats. He gagged and vomited, and felt the tears sting his eyes. The men let him lie in his own mess, and then one of them kicked him over and threw the contents of his wife's piss-pot into his face. He spluttered and wiped his face with his sleeve. One of the men bent down, holding the oil lamp, so that he could see his face and watch his lips move in case the blow had deafened him, and so that he understood why he was being punished.
"Your slave girl, the one who ran. She was picked up and taken north."
North? This killer was talking about Milan. The man with the fine cloth jacket nodded, seeing that the fool understood.
My lord, Bernabo Visconti, does not allow this loyalty to go unpunished. Lucca is beholden to Pisa, and Pisa has an alliance with Milan, and Milan is Visconti. You helped his enemy escape. This is your reward. Every living creature in this household is dead.
Oliviero Dantini fainted. The men carried his body to the top of his tower, slapped him back to consciousness so that he could know what was to happen, and then threw him into the street below. By the time Gilbert and the men lost sight of land, as a following wind eased them towards France, and Blackstone reached the first of the passes that would lead him home, the self-satisfied citizens of Lucca awoke to the slaughter. No bounty paid for protection could ever be enough to stop the Visconti's wrath. Chapter 22. There was to be no respite from the clawing cold that scratched its way through their clothing. Brother Bertrand, however, seemed impervious to the weather, and every few hundred paces turned to see that the tall figure of the Englishman followed faithfully in his footsteps, and behind him the town knight and the rest. The monks who led men across these dangerous passes lived in the monastery on the other side of the pass. It was a beneficiary of the Englishman's strength and courage. Thanks to him it flourished. Those who passed through the citadel that guarded the pass on the far side were seldom enemies of the Pope, and those that were stopped by the soldiers in the stronghold. This safe passage meant the guides were not threatened. There were whores in the villages, but the God-fearing lord of the area, Marazin, forbade fornication, and the women had been forced to move further away into the ravines and rocky defiles that scarred the foothills, where, to his mind, they gathered like a pestilence. Soldiers who sought employment in Italy camped beyond the citadel, and the women would come down to share their tents while their husbands took the soldiers' payment. Brother Bertrand made the sign of the cross at the memory of his travels through the soldiers' camp, disguising his true intentions by administering comfort to a wounded man. It was a place of corruption, where sexual acts were commonly seen. He had stood beyond a lit tent and watched a woman's rump moving rhythmically astride a Gascon soldier, her breasts loose from her dress. The warmth that spread from Bertrand's groin brought saliva to his mouth, and he understood the devil's insidious reach. "Brother!" a voice carried on the wind. He turned and saw Blackstone close behind him, the war-horse at the Englishman's shoulder. "What is it? What's wrong?" The images of the women in the valley had insinuated themselves into his mind and caused him to falter. The wind lifted snow from the ridges and lashed the men. He was glad of the mountain, praised God that its torment was his flagellation. "There!" he shouted to Blackstone above the roar of the wind. "You see it?" Blackstone raised a hand in acknowledgement. The low cloud had shifted suddenly, offering a brief glimpse of the distant valley. It was green and lush, the snow line barely touching it. It was like a promised land after the harshness of the mountain. Once into the valley, the men would make good time. By dawn, they would be there. "Keep going," said Blackstone, holding the hooded horse in check. It trusted Blackstone's scent, but quivered when it felt Blackstone's own uncertainty. The narrow ledge and jagged rocks still awaited man or beast if they fell. Blackstone had seen the novice's haunted glance. The man was used to travelling such dangerous routes, so he knew it had nothing to do with fear. In that one instant, Blackstone thought he saw within Brother Bertrand a desperation that cut deeper than the hardship of life in a monastery, alone with only prayer and hard work for comfort. Self-denial was a cross the man bore, visible in the fleeting moment of sadness that crossed his eyes. It took someone who knew that loss to recognize it. Brother Bertrand nodded and carried on. He had prayed hard in his attempt to resist the soft musk smell of the woman who had offered herself once she had been paid by the Gascon soldier. But he had failed. He had abandoned himself to it, allowing himself to wallow in her sin. It was a delight that could not be imagined, a betrayal of every vow he had taken, a moment of submission to the flesh that scoured his mind and pierced his heart with shame. The woman had taunted him for his excitement and inadequacy, and then gone to others, telling them what he had said to her in an attempt to impress her. And it was they who had questioned and threatened him until he had confessed the truth of what he had told the whore. He was one of many guides, not the most senior, not the most trusted, just one of many who escorted men through the gate of the dead. But this time he would return with Sir Thomas Blackstone. Bring Sir Thomas down through the narrow defile before the land broadened past the citadel, and nothing would be said of his fornication, said a hardened-looking man, a Gascon who curled a fist around Bertrand's habit, tightening it around his throat, as the other hand grabbed his privates and squeezed until the novice monk yelped in pain. Now, as he hunched his shoulders against the wind, he thought through what he had to do. Once the Englishman was through the pass, they told him, he could go quietly back to the life he had chosen. "Keep your mouth shut," they had threatened. "Spend your life in silence. No one need know you brought him this way." He smiled at the thought. A Judas act was the devil's joy. Contrition would put him on the side of the angels. They settled the horses into a wider, sheltered area of the mountain road. Water spilled from crevasses, not yet a spring melt, but the setting sun played some of its warmth onto the mountains and the weary men who huddled close to their mounts. There would be hot food that night, only a strip cut from a smoked ham and dry biscuit. But there was no threat on the remote pass from Blackstone's enemies, which offered some comfort. "He's a funny one, that," said Thurgood, pulling a blanket around his shoulders. Halfpenny looked to where the town knight knelt in prayer. The blazon on his cloak had been their beacon as they followed him through the foul weather, and now its shape was like a symbol of devotion in the shortening day. Mist and then snow, and the incessant wind had forced them to go carefully on the treacherous path. Thank God the worst was over. The descent already offered them more warmth. "Religious fanatics, them lot," said Halfpenny, passing a piece of cut meat to his friend. "Still, if any of us gets a bad one, something like a knife in the guts, then he'd give you the sacrament, so that's some use, I suppose." Thurgood chewed the cured strip of pig. "They say they touch God in their prayers, or God touches them. Don't like that idea. Me and God are best kept at arm's length. Bad enough he knows what I'm thinking most of the time. Don't want him touching me. God touches a mortal man, and he's a goner. Dead, I reckon, like being struck by lightning. Which is God expressing himself how he does best. Striking down them that's unfortunate enough," said Halfpenny. "Aye, you're right. We'll sleep well away from him. There's lightning in these mountains, and if he's spending half the bloody night in prayer, then him being touched could spell pain and grief for us all." "He's a good fighter, mind," said Halfpenny. "I saw him back there, and he can fight like a proper bastard, he can." The grumbling archers made the best of what they had. A stony path for a bed, a blanket, and a shoulder of rock to rest their heads. If it snowed, they would lie cramped and unmoving until forced to start another day. "I ought to think of him being a man of God," said Thurgood finally. "Worst kind," said Halfpenny, rolling himself into his blanket and pulling his cap down tighter over his ears for as much comfort as he could get. The two archers were not the only ones watching the town knight pray. The stony ground must have hurt his knees, but he knelt with barely a tremble from either the cold or the pain. Brother Bertrand waited for his moment. Blackstone and his men slept, or were at least curled into what little warmth could be had beneath their cloaks and blankets. Jacquerie made the sign of the cross and kissed his fingers. The monk walked quickly. His feet, covered in rough, woven sacking and sandals, made barely any noise over hard stone, but even with the wind's ghostly howl in the high peak, Jacquerie heard his approach. His hand was already at the dagger in his belt, when Bertrand stopped and raised his hand in a gesture of submission.
"Brother, I need your guidance," he whispered, loud enough to be heard by Jacquerie. "And forgiveness."
Blackstone awoke with a boot dug into his back. The clear, cold morning showed a smudge of pink on the snow-crested mountains. He peered up at the Italian.
"Get up, Sir Thomas," he said,
and turned to where Brother Bertrand knelt in painful penance, head bowed, hands clasped in prayer, dried blood crusting a swollen lip. By the time Blackstone had raised himself and eased out the cold cramp, others had stirred. It was eerily silent. The wind had eased in the night, and once it had blown the last of the cloud away, it had finally ceased, as exhausted perhaps as the men. Will Longden yawned and relieved himself against a slab of rock. "His prayers have worked, then," he said, meaning the kneeling man, then shivered with pleasure and relief. John Jacob kicked Thurgood and Halfpenny awake, and followed to where Blackstone had walked to the kneeling monk. The gathering men stood back and waited. The Tau knight put the toe of his boot beneath the monk's chin.
"Open your eyes." As if from a deep trance, Brother Bertrand blinked in the morning light.
His tongue licked his cracked lips, dry from the night air and lack of water. Jacquerie pointed at him as he addressed the men.
"He asked me to hear his confession, and that which is confessed is between him, me, and God. Unless he tells you why I had him pray throughout the night, and struck him to clear him of his sin."
The men shuffled in the cold, hugging themselves for warmth, yawning and scratching from the night's privation.
"That is permitted?" asked Moulin. "To admit what was said in confession?"
The thought could worry any man, devout in his belief that only God and priest would share knowledge of his sin. Will Longden hawked and spat, then rubbed his face to flush some warmth into the skin. "Moulin, you're the best throat-cutter I've seen. Don't tell me you're scared of God knowing it like the rest of us."
"Fra Stefano." "Isn't talking about how we live and fight, you dumb bastard. He's talking about what happens to a man's soul," said the Norman.
"That's enough," Blackstone ordered without anger. The last thing he needed at this time of day was two of his captains bickering like village women. He turned to Jacquerie. "He's confessed to what? Being involved with the ambush?"
"I am not permitted to tell you," said Jacquerie, and eased his boot again, toppling the monk over like a pot.
"He's had his hand down his prize, like the rest of us, I'll wager," said Thurgood. "Self-pleasure is a sin for the likes of him."
"And the only pleasure you get when a horse sees that face of yours," Longden told him. "Be quiet."
"Brother Bertrand," said Blackstone, "I've no time or patience for a monk's misdemeanours. I've a full bladder and a day's ride ahead. If you had a hand in our betrayal, we'll cut your throat and be done with it. It'll be quicker and less painful than being flung onto the rocks below. What's it to be?" The monk prostrated himself before Blackstone and began a litany of jumbled, almost incoherent words into the frozen ground. Blackstone looked imploringly at Jacquerie, who shook his head.
"I am not permitted to tell you."
"Get him up," Blackstone said irritably. Jacob and Longden hauled the burbling monk to his feet. "Give him water," he instructed Gaillard, who took a water skin from the nearest horse's pommel and dribbled water into the weakened man's mouth. He coughed and spluttered, and Gaillard tipped more over his head. The cold, almost frozen water made him gasp. "You heard my question," Blackstone said. The monk nodded vigorously and told them everything. Chapter 23. A month's ride away, across many horizons, an ailing woman lay on a bolstered couch, supported by cushions of the richest silks, finely embroidered by the most skilled hands. Her indigo velvet dress, smooth as brushed fur, exposed her arms to the man who stooped at her side. Her ladies-in-waiting hovered dutifully in the background as the physician eased away the silver bowl that held the royal blood. Master Lawrence of Canterbury had bled the king's mother for the second time that day. Despite her pallor, he knew that the moment he left to ride back the 70 miles home that this aging beauty would have her ladies attend her. They would apply makeup and comb her raven-black hair, now shot through with silver, and clothe her in the finest dresses, whose style would have come from Paris or Reims. Her illness would not defeat her sense of fashion nor her royal bearing. When he had first been honoured by the command to attend the Dowager Queen, he had been nervous. He had served the king, and his sovereign lord had then seen fit to make his skills available to the woman who, in her youth, had seized the crown of England in what many saw as a pretence to hold it in safe keeping for her son Edward. It was a history of intrigue and deception by a woman who to this day still held some power and influence behind the throne of Edward III. Master Lawrence had witnessed the affection still shared between mother and son. Acts of kindness that denied the rumours that she had been exiled to one of her castles years before. The physician led a privileged life. Not only was he intimate with all that befell the royal family, but he was an eye-witness to history, much of which would never be recorded by any scribe. This woman who lay in his care would ever be known as Isabella the Fair, once Queen of England and renowned for her beauty and intelligence. She was born to be queen, and her lineage connected her to the royal houses of Europe. Married at 12, how old would she have been when she gave birth to the future King of England? 16, perhaps. It was said her husband had lain with her as a matter of duty. Master Lawrence barely stopped himself from snorting with derision as his thoughts meandered back through time. How could any man not desire her? Unless they preferred the company of young men, of course. Edward II had defied the rumour that he was a weakling. Yes, he had loved art and music, but he was known to be a man of strength, known too, perhaps, as one who had failed in military conquest. And perhaps it was that which caused the ambitious Isabella to take a lover, though this did not stop her leading a life of piety and pilgrimage. Master Lawrence had witnessed her acts of compassion and charity, most of which had gone unrecorded, and did not quell the intrigue and gossip and, he acknowledged, the fear that surrounded her life. When her 16-year-old son seized back the crown of England with a small group of devoted young noblemen, he showed that he had inherited some of his mother's political skill by having her lover, Roger Mortimer, sent to London for trial by Parliament. Had the boy acted on impulse and slain the usurper, he would have been seen as little more than an emotional, uncontrolled youth. The physician felt a shudder down his spine. When Mortimer was judged guilty, he suffered the unspeakable agony of being hanged, drawn, and quartered. Through this baptism of blood and foresight, young Edward had taken the first step towards being a warrior king. Isabella the Fair was banished from court, but not from England or her son's heart. She was granted castles and a pension of more than £4,000 a year. The old physician had heard that she spent more than a third of it on jewellery. She was a woman who would never present herself as anything less than a queen.
"What vile liquid must we drink this time, Master Lawrence?" she asked. "Is there no improvement with the humour of my blood?"
"Some, Highness. Among other prescriptions, I recommend white, clear sugar. It will purify the chest and the kidneys, but it can cause bilious humours, so it will be mixed with sour pomegranates and a glass of theriac and barley water each hour.
That sounds disgusting.
But I am aware that my lady is an exemplary patient, he said, knowing there was a degree of familiarity permitted. A degree.
Your examinations are almost complete?
Almost, Highness.
Good. We have business to attend to.
He had seen the horseman ride in. A hard ride, given the lathered horse, and the mud-spattered Lord Robert de Marco had paced the courtyard, awaiting his audience with Isabella. So, the intrigue went on. Master Lawrence thought as he watched his assistants clean and bind the Queen's slender arm. He was at an age when he lanced his own curiosity as soon as he would a boil. Too much inquisitiveness could fester into a risk to life. A Norman lord was at the gate, a man who lived among squirming snakes, who had once plotted against the King of France. And now? What more could be done? The French king was Edward's prisoner. What need was there now for a nobleman who had sworn allegiance to Edward? It was no secret that the king used his mother for diplomatic missions to further England's influence. It was no secret to those close to the king that she had influenced his decision to invade France in the first place. What other intrigues she shared with the king, the physician could not imagine. His was not a political life, for which he was grateful, and what he heard and witnessed from those in his care could prove fatal should he speak of it. To have his hand on the pulse that beat from the royal heart was as close as he wished to be. He had no desire to know what lay within its dark chambers. Few words passed between the physician and his patient, often only simple pleasantries, sometimes questions from her that probed sharply like the instruments he used to open her veins, precise and skilled, questions that fed her information. She was ruthless, manipulative, and one of the most beautiful women who had ever graced the royal palaces. Master Lawrence of Canterbury wrote his prescription. Isabella allowed one of the assistants to wipe a smear of blood from her wrist. "We have scoured books over the years," she said wearily, "written by noble and literate men who have searched for the alchemy of everlasting life. If your prescription is the elixir we have always sought, your weight in gold would be given to you forever." She bathed him in the smile that made him think of a seductress or a she-wolf. He had never determined which. "My humble skills are recommendations to your apothecary, Highness. I myself would wish no longer a life than God may grant me." "Then you would deny me life, if it were in your power to give it?" she said. He sighed. He had stepped into one of her bear traps yet again. "Highness, you show me to be the old fool that I am."
"And we tease you, Master Lawrence. We could not wish for anyone better to serve us."
He bowed his head. Her gracious remarks always flattered him. "May I suggest that I be housed nearby, in case I am needed again at short notice?" The determined tone of her answer reminded him that her reputation was well earned. Her dark eyes flicked quickly at him, a change as sudden as a cloud passing over the sun. He feared rebuke, but an instant later she smiled, and he could see how a man would submit to her desires.
"Master Lawrence, we are, as always, in your debt. You have a long ride home, and we would not wish to keep you from your duties elsewhere. We thank you."
It was a gentle dismissal. He bowed and left the chamber. Her glance towards her ladies-in-waiting was sufficient for them to hurry forward and help her from the bed, so that she might be dressed in more fitting clothes to receive her guest.
"Is Lord Robert here?"
"He is," one of the ladies answered. "Then we must hurry. He has travelled a long way, and it would be ungracious to keep him from a well-earned rest." Robert de Marco was a Norman lord with lands in England and, like Isabella, with spies in France. He was only a few years younger than the Dowager Queen, but age and the damp weather of Normandy and England crept into his joints and found the old injuries sustained in a half-century of fighting.
He was one of the few great knights of his generation still active. Many others were ailing or dead. His generation had seen the last of the huge pitched battles, but not the intrigue that often caused them. He waited patiently in an antechamber where a fire burned in the grate, with a woven rug spread before it. There was but a single piece of furniture in the room, a wooden stool. He had ridden through the night, and his limbs ached with fatigue, but the stool was not for his comfort. He bowed as Queen Isabella entered the room, and sat on the simple stool, her back straight and her eyes unwavering, while her attendant ladies moved back against timbered walls that displayed paintings done, he had been told, by Italian artists. He knew she was ill. It did not take much to discover the truth when one had influence. She was a woman in her 60s, who had never been anything but a queen. He knew she must be in pain, but she sat with her back straight as a blade as she watched him.
"What news, my lord?"
A servant approached him with a tray that held a glass of deep red wine. He could hardly wait to bring it to his lips and gulp its invigorating warmth. He shook his head at the servant, who retreated. It was always a test of wills with Isabella. "Blackstone sent men by ship from Genoa. It was a feint. He went north, alone, with a handful of men," said DeMarco. "He will use one of the passes."
"Then he is on his way." "What else?" she said.
"There are those at court who believe Thomas Blackstone has been summoned as an assassin to kill the Prince of Wales, given the animosity between them." Isabella showed no emotion, but her mind's eye saw how easy it would be for a determined lone knight accompanied by a few men to slip past those who wished to stop them.
"Is our grandson aware of this?"
"No." She considered the news carefully.
"Once he gets into France, he would be nearly impossible to find. Killing him here in England would be easier. Can he be stopped?"
The Norman did not answer. Who could know? A legend could be killed as easily as a common foot soldier. One arrow, one knife thrust.
"Do you believe he will get through?"
Isabella asked. "Thomas Blackstone does not always use that sword of his to beat an enemy. If that was the case, he'd have been dead years ago. He is not a blunt instrument like a poleaxe, Highness. He uses his brain. That's what makes him so dangerous." Chapter 24. 50 men waited in the trees that flanked the defile beyond the castle. The brutish Gascon who had threatened Brother Bertrand sat in plain sight on his horse for anyone approaching to see. Behind him 14 others sat astride their horses, so that no one could approach from their rear. The track, the hillside, and the way forward were effectively blocked, and those who held the citadel, in de Montferrat's name, barely 500 yards away, would cause them no trouble. They had waited on horseback since first light, and if the guide had been as good as he said he was, then he would have Blackstone through the pass before the sun's rays reached the snow-capped peaks. How many rode with Blackstone was unknown, but word had it that there were fewer than a dozen. The cold made the Gascon's nose drip. He snorted and spat away the moisture. Fewer than a dozen men following a man with a price on his head. Christ! How had he managed to get this far, let alone expect to reach England? Horses shifted their weight, their muscles having stiffened as they stood still. The damned cold would seize a fighting man unless he could move, and to move might give away the positions of those in the trees. It occurred to him that Blackstone might even have an advantage. If he had been riding since before dawn, then horse and man would be warmer than him, and if Blackstone perceived any threat awaited him, then the Englishman would try something. The last thing he wanted was Thomas Blackstone taking his own men by surprise. He swore beneath his breath. Perhaps this hadn't been such a good idea after all. Better to have let them ride through the defile and onto the plateau. God, it was cold, sitting and waiting. A man's mind could wander. He wiped the cold tears from his eyes. Something moved in the distance. He peered through blurred vision and swore, wiping them again with a rag pulled from his jacket. A lone horseman came forward at the walk. The misshapen head of his horse swayed as it snorted, pluming air like some kind of damned demon beast. It looked as malevolent as the man riding it, who rode without a sword in hand. Had he been the only one to survive? The Gascon looked behind him and then to the trees. No one could have got round them. The rider stopped and pulled off his helm, dragging fingers through his neck-length hair. Pulled back the hair so he could be identified. The Gascon peered, but could not see the rider's face clearly enough. Damn! He wiped his eyes again. Whoever it was, he hadn't moved, just sat there and waited. The Gascon tentatively urged his horse forward at a walk. The horseman raised a hand. That was plain enough to see, and then he called across the 100 or more yards that separated them. "No further. Come closer, and you'll die." The Gascon stopped, uncertain now as to whether this horseman was indeed Blackstone. Would such a renowned knight ride a horse that looked like that? Take nothing for granted. His own sworn lord had taught him since boyhood. His horse snorted nervously, its ears pricked. Something was wrong. It involuntarily took another pace forward, and another before he reined it back, and as he did so, a rushing sound made him look to the sky. He knew that sound. He jabbed spurs into the horse's flanks and yanked the reins, moving it no more than 4 strides from where it had stood. 3 arrows thudded into the ground where moments before he had been. Sweet Jesus! It was Blackstone without doubt, and he would kill the leader of any group of armed men before asking questions, and that would make it easier to draw out the others. Blood of Christ! The Englishman might have slipped 50 archers into those rocks without his knowing it. "Sir Thomas! Hold! I am Bayard, a captain to my lord de Grailly, sworn men to your king. We mean you no harm," he shouted, his voice echoing across the rock face. He settled the skittish horse as Blackstone beckoned him forward. "Come alone," he called, recognizing the Gascon accent. De Grailly, the Captal de Buch, was one of the greatest knights and, like his ancestors, held the hereditary title of Master of Gascony. He was sworn to Edward. Bayard spurred his horse. If Blackstone did not believe him, he would be dead in the next minute. When he got to within 20 yards, he drew back on the reins and pulled up the horse. Now he could see the scarred face. He glanced left and right. There was no sign of anyone else. Where were those damned archers? "You bear his arms?" Blackstone asked. The man had no shield by which to identify him. "I do." He pulled back his riding cloak and showed the blazon of 5 scallops set against a black cross that was stitched on his jupon's chest. "I have been here a week, Sir Thomas. More men have been at the next 2 passes. We have been waiting for you. No one thought you would risk going further north through Visconti territory, so we chose the lower 3 routes." "How many men in all?" asked Blackstone. "This pass and the route to the coast." "Near enough, 200. If the man was speaking the truth, then Blackstone knew such a sizable escort would get him through without being slowed by caution. "And where did you think I was going?" he asked, making sure the man knew enough to be trusted. "You have been summoned to England, Sir Thomas. That's all I know, but you are in danger. There are those who wish to stop you." "The Visconti's men, perhaps," said Bayard. "Men will fight for those bastards either side of these mountains, but no, I believe it is other Englishmen." Since Lucca, Blackstone had known that Englishmen were involved in trying to kill him, though there was no evidence that they had been sent from England. Perhaps they were mercenaries wishing to claim the prize. "Call down your men from up there," Blackstone told him, glancing up at the forests. Bayard realized that Blackstone must have remained hidden since before dawn, watching the deployment of his men. He signalled, and the horsemen eased their way down and made their way into the open ground where they could all be seen. "Are they all my Lord de Grailly's men?" "Most. Some Provençal." "And your Lord de Grailly?" "On crusade in Prussia. A messenger was sent. My sworn lord would have been here himself, there's no doubt about that. He holds you in high regard, Sir Thomas. I brought what men I could." He paused, still unable to see where Blackstone's archers were. "Your archers, Sir Thomas. I don't see them, so how could they see me?" "You went into position too early, Bayard. We watched where you stood. An archer knows his distances. You were 138 paces from where I intended to halt. They fell back another 80. They knew exactly where to aim. You invited them to kill you." Bayard flushed with anger at his own stupidity. He had fought at Poitiers. He knew what English and Welsh bowmen could do. Blackstone rode up as behind him 3 archers ran from beyond the rocks. They came fast, running hard to be at Blackstone's side, carrying their bows in their hands, ready to stop and shoot again if so commanded. Behind these 3 men, 5 mounted men spurred their horses. They came on almost silently, and Bayard noticed for the first time that the ugly beast that Blackstone rode had muffled hooves, as did the others. 9 men. That's all Blackstone had brought with him for this perilous journey. At the rear came a floundering figure, his habit caked with dirt, his feet wrapped in sacking. "He betrayed me, then?" Bayard said, nodding towards the figure of the monk whose flailing arms seemed unlikely to propel him along any quicker. "Not really. The devil betrayed you." Blackstone smiled at the Gascon's confused look. "He tasted sex, and he wants more," he said, as the breathless Bertrand reached the men. "God's blood! Send him to Avignon, then," said Bayard. "Priests and nuns there go at it like rabbits." "No," said Blackstone, nudging the bastard horse forward next to the Gascon's. "Says he doesn't want to be a monk after all. Wants to be a fighter. God help us. We had best warn the men. I don't want any trouble from them with the women." It was Blackstone's turn to be uncertain. Bayard gathered his reins. "The horse said Bertrand had no experience, that he shot faster than an arrow, but he's hung like a donkey. There'll be a line of horse stretching from here to the coast to sample his pleasures. I doubt the rest of us will have much luck, and I'll wager he'll not do much fighting." The Gascon bodyguard had secured the plateau so that no intruder would be able to strike at Blackstone. He accepted the hospitality offered by the allied castle, and next morning would lead the men towards the safe havens across France, prepared by Lord de Grailly's household. There would be little chance of attack now, not with the Gascon lord's protection to Calais. Now that he was back on French soil, he felt the pull of his family even more strongly. All he knew of them was that they were somewhere in the north, close to Christiana's guardian and friend, Blanche d'Harcourt. Blanche had written to him. 4 letters in 18 months, 4 sheets of paper. The family was well. His son, Henry, placed with a knight of good standing to serve as a page, his daughter growing more beautiful every day. No mention of the bastard child, the result of his wife's rape, which by now must have been born. Barely a word about Christiana. Had she taken a lover? Did she still speak of the deception that Blackstone had kept hidden from her during their years of marriage? Fate had twisted a knife into their hearts when the truth was finally revealed. He had been a young archer when he had flanked the French ambush in Normandy that day years ago. An arrow shot, and an old knight dead. A knight whom he later discovered was Christiana's father. The truth had finally burst like a boil from the plague. There was no mention of her demanding a divorce in the letters. 4 letters was all he had. The words conjured their images in his mind. He had wanted nothing more than to live free from war on his Norman domain. It had been almost perfect until the King of France had set a rabid murderer after him, and then the secret that he had borne for so long had been exposed. Blackstone shuddered as his thoughts chilled him, emotions clawing his innards. Anger and despair ignited a longing for his family. It was this bleak place that brought the memories flooding back. He had inflicted his revenge here, had lost his wife here, and gone through the gate of the dead to Lombardy with no expectation of ever returning. But somewhere in France was everything that he held dear. Blackstone shielded the candle flame as he walked along the line of men settling themselves into the empty horse stalls. Blackstone's men would take the castle's hospitality, while Bayard's men stayed vigilant outside. Now that he had passed safely into their care, no sneak attack from his enemies would catch them off guard. "We should get drunk tonight," said Will Longdon, as he threw down his blanket. John Jacob kicked straw into an acceptable pile, towing aside horse manure. "Will's right," said Thomas. "Some decent ale after the food they gave us would warm the bones. There's a chill to this place." "Aye, John, I know. But it's more than a chill from these stone's walls that creeps into us," Blackstone said. Jacob and Will Longdon had scaled the slippery fortification above the lake at the back of the castle when they fought for his family's lives the year before last. "No drink, though," he said. "We start early, and ale won't drive this kind of cold from your bones." There was a truth to the superstition that lost souls clung to places they had known when they were taken suddenly from life, and Blackstone had been part of a great slaughter here. If only prayer and a thick cloak was enough to give some warmth to those who had done the killing. Blackstone promised himself that he would offer thanks to his guardian goddess, the naked figurine bathed in the candle glow at his throat. He moved along to where the horses were stabled and found the corner stool where the darkness held his own horse, where others stood lifting a hoof as they slept, ears back and eyes closed. His horse faced him, ears pricked forward, eyes glaring through the flickering light. Did it ever sleep? He stood before the great beast, saw in his mind's eye the brand on its right leg, and remembered the day it took 12 men and ropes to hold it long enough so the mark could be made. Like all horses contracted to the Italians, it was obliged to be branded. Right leg for stallion war horses and coursers, left for palfreys and mules. Everything was accounted for, so payment could be made for its loss. Horse and man each branded in his own way. He reached out for the animal to take his scent and snuffle his palm. Its yellow teeth snapped, making him snatch his hand back in time to save his fingers. It was a beast of war that gave no favour unless it felt inclined. Blackstone understood it perfectly. As he went across the yard to his quarters, he saw the dull candle glow from the chapel. His own candle was spent, and the following wind urged him towards the chapel. That and something else drew him to its flame. Caprini knelt in prayer, but turned quickly, knife in hand as the door creaked open. Blackstone saw the blade and the man relax when he was recognized. "Forgive me," said Blackstone. "I didn't know anyone was here." Caprini crossed himself and got to his feet, tugging the cloak around him. He glanced at the crucifix and then back to Blackstone. "I'll leave you to your prayers." "No need," said Blackstone. "I doubt he would listen." "Every prayer is heard," said Caprini. "Do not blaspheme, Sir Thomas. You may stand a hair's breadth from the devil's grasp, but you have not been snatched into his lair. Not yet. I have laid waste towns, and slaughtered all those who resisted me. I have left widows and orphans across the breadth of 2 countries, and their screams would drown out any prayer of mine." "Then pay a priest to say them for you." "There isn't enough money," said Blackstone. "Then you live without salvation. Stefano Caprini nodded curtly and walked out of the chapel. Blackstone glanced at the burning light and the shadows it threw across the silver-inlaid crucifix on the small altar. How many men had prayed here before battle for their salvation? He could never know. But he had sent many of them to meet it. Caprini tightened the belly strap on his horse. "You have no further need of me now," he said to Blackstone, who had seen the black-cloaked figure slip away from the castle's chapel to the stables. He was going to leave as silently and mysteriously as he had arrived in Lucca. "I have every need of a man who can fight as well as you," Blackstone told him, "and these men need spiritual comfort. A fighting man close to God's heart. We only have a horny novice with us now who has renounced his vows. He won't be much good for prayers." "Sir Thomas, you have been brought safely through the mountains. In 3 weeks you will be in England, and will need men I can trust at my back. I have sworn an oath to help those on pilgrimage. You swore an oath to take me to Canterbury." The two men stared at each other. The older man shook his head and pulled down the stirrup strap. "Do not play with words, Sir Thomas. They can cause more wounds than that sword of yours." Blackstone placed a hand on the man's arm as he gathered the reins. "I don't know where Canterbury is," he said. "Go with God, and I'll follow in your footsteps. That should get me back to England." Caprini thought about it without answering Blackstone, and then unfastened the saddle straps. "Canterbury," he said in little more than a whisper. "An oath is an oath." Blackstone walked back into the night. The town knight was a strange creature, a man who yielded little of himself, as if the dark cloak shielded his secret past. And what man didn't, thought Blackstone. Caprini may have fought well, but Blackstone did not yet trust him. Better to have the devil you know at your side, he told himself. The men gathered at dawn as the mist tried to escape the forest's embrace. Caprini and the other men waited respectfully as Blackstone's lone figure stood by the graveside of the young man who had sacrificed his life less than 2 years before. Time, and the passing of it, was a concept beyond Blackstone's understanding, but the lingering ache of separation was real enough. He missed his wife, his daughter and his son, and still mourned the loss of this boy who had tried to protect his family. He had chiselled the memoriam with his own hand. This stone marks the resting place of Master Guillaume Bourdin, esquire to the English knight Sir Thomas Blackstone, cruelly slain in defence of the helpless by Gilles de Marcy, the savage priest. A scaffold held the remains of the man Blackstone had killed that day. His skin, as taut and blackened as weather-beaten leather, clung to the skeleton that was spread-eagled in warning. The dead man's dark shield still hung from his neck, held by wire that bit deep into bone. Words Blackstone had etched on it still gave warning to those who passed. "Here hangs the body of this cruel murderer, killed in single combat by Sir Thomas Blackstone. So will all evil perish." Blackstone spurred the horse and heard the rumble of hooves behind him. Ahead lay England and a king who had summoned him. The mist whispered away on the breeze, but the ghosts in that place lingered. Part 2. Tournament of Kings. Chapter 25. Blackstone had never been to London. In truth, before going to war, he had seldom travelled beyond his own village. Since then, the streets of Rouen and Paris had been his only experience of big cities. He didn't like either, and his recent journey into Lucca confirmed everything he felt about being confined within a city's walls. He had no idea where Canterbury was in relation to London. It remained a place that existed only in his imagination and in stories, no doubt exaggerated, told by those who had been to the great place of pilgrimage. They had travelled across France day in and day out, with long hours in the saddle, but often walking across difficult terrain, caring more for their horses than themselves. The further north they rode, the more familiar the landscape became. He was close to home, or what had once been his home. Normandy was as blighted as the rest of the country by the roving gangs of routiers. Since King Jean le Bon had been captured at Poitiers, his son had failed to heal the bankrupt nation. The Estates General in Paris had risen up, and Charles of Navarre was a spectre that still haunted the Dauphin. Each lord's house that sheltered Blackstone told the same story. France was in tatters, and King Edward was sucking the marrow from its bones with his ransom demands for the French king. Knights fortified their manor houses. Others had moved their families into the walled towns or cities. Blackstone asked all those who gave him hospitality if they had heard of his wife Christiana and the Countess Blanche d'Harcourt, who sheltered his family. "The routiers are off down the Rhone Valley, from what we've heard. I pray they take their blight to others, as unchristian as that seems," said one old knight, still loyal to King Edward's desire to rule France, who had offered them a frugal meal. "The Harcourt family is still divided. The Countess dispersed her band more than a year ago. She had torched the king's villages in revenge for what he did to her husband. Then—" He shook his head in weary despair at Blackstone and Caprini, who shared the honour of his table. "Then, like the rest of us, she returned home to try and save what she could. As far as I know, she went to her fief in Aumale, safer up there. Wish I could get my people somewhere like it. But in truth, there's been trouble everywhere. The Dauphin is losing what little control and support he has. No one knows what will happen. I'm sorry, Sir Thomas. I don't know where your family is." He heard the same answer many times over the month it took the men to make their way to the coast. At every hamlet he was reminded of the life almost lived with Christiana and the children, and the villagers who had depended on the strength of his sword-arm. Every turn made him wonder if his family were close by. Blackstone parted company with Bayard 3 days south of Calais, with thanks for the Captal de Buch's captain's protection. "I have sent word ahead, Sir Thomas," said the Gascon. "The boat waits for you at Le Havre. Go cautiously. I cannot tell who waits for you on the other side." Blackstone and the others rode on, sleeping rough so that no one could identify his coat of arms or remember the scar-faced knight. When he caught the scent of the salt marshes on the wind, Blackstone took leave of his captains. "Gaillard and Moulin, you both know Calais. You and the others take lodging outside the city and wait until Sir Gilbert arrives. John and Fra Stefano and I will take a ship to England." "Good luck on the crossing, Thomas," said Will Longden. "We'll find a priest and have him pray for calm sea and fair wind." "Then pay him double, Will," said Blackstone, "or there'll be more of me on the sea-bed than arrives ashore." The men laughed. Sea crossings were the devil's realm. "We've Fra Stefano to help calm the waters," said Jacob. "The Lord won't ignore us." "I should warn you, I am still paying for the sins I committed," said the Tuscan knight. "You would need to build a cathedral to find favour with God on my behalf." Blackstone embraced his men in farewell, with an admonishment that Bertrand be allowed only 1 whore a week, and for the rest of the time be kept from the brothels. His training in looking after equipment and horses was to continue, and he was not to be given any other clothing than the habit he wore. It might prove advantageous to have a monk who could sniff out information in the town. He would sniff out more than that, Will Longden had suggested. They watched as their sworn lord and his companions rode out of sight. "I always thought Fra Stefano was as stiff as a monk's cock in a monastery. I never knew he had a sense of humour," said Will Longden as they turned for Calais' protection. "I'd have warmed to him more had I known." Moulin eased his horse across a stream, heeling the uncertain beast into the shallows. "There was no humour in him, Will. When we crossed the mountains, the seneschal at the castle said he had heard of an Italian by that name. A man from Tuscany who once murdered and raped his way across Italy. He made the Visconti look like children torturing a cat for fun at a village fair. He had more sin than all of us put together before he turned to God and good deeds." Longden crossed himself. "Sweet Jesus, you never thought to tell Thomas?" "He knows," said Moulin. "Why do you think he's made him go to England?" "A man like that seeks redemption every day of his life. He's God's shield for Thomas." They were blessed with a southerly breeze and a gentle swell long before his men paid any priest. Near darkness smudged the English coast, and it was night by the time they landed and guided their horses uphill through the fishing port towards the burning torches held by the men who waited for them. Blackstone's hand rested on Wolfsword's grip. A voice cried out, "Do as this man commands. No harm will befall you." John Jacob tugged his horse forward. Blackstone said quietly, "Whoever sent these men is the same who sent Samuel Cracknell." "Maybe so, but I'd feel better if we knew who they were." "It would do us no good," said Blackstone. "They could give us any name they wanted. He must be close to the king, otherwise he couldn't know what was written." Blackstone moved closer to the torchlight to see the face of the man who had called out. There was little to be seen beneath the open-faced helmet and the man's greying beard. He offered no hand of welcome or friendship, and his eyes showed no fear as Blackstone's shadow fell across him. His authority, Blackstone reasoned, was probably sufficient to give him such an unwavering gaze. Rank and privilege, men whose authority would not be challenged. The 6 men who accompanied him did not seem anxious to draw their swords, so there was no threat intended, not yet at least. The man's cloak was held with a silver clasp at his throat, beneath its fur collar, and he pulled it back so that Blackstone could see the cross of St. George on his padded gambeson. "What month and day is it?" Blackstone asked. "The day after tomorrow is St. Anselm's Day." April. They had reached England in time for the tournament on the 23rd. Perhaps now the meaning of the king's command would become plainer. "We ride through the night," the man said. He glanced at Caprini. "You're a pilgrim's comforter?" he asked gruffly, barely able to disguise his disdain. "The Italian?" "My companion," said Blackstone, as Caprini gave no sign of answering. Scratch a scab and it will bleed. Scratch a man with Caprini's pedigree, and God's servant or not, he might take offence at such a dismissive question. "And him?" "John Jacob, my captain. He served the king in London, and was trusted to take an emissary to the king's son before Poitiers. An Italian emissary, held in high regard by the king, trusted with secrets, as I trust these men." Blackstone's answer seemed satisfactory. Nothing more was said as the men mounted their horses. "Forward!" the man commanded the escort who rode ahead to light the way. "How well do you know London?" Blackstone said to John Jacob. "Barely. I went across its bridge once, the big one with the houses on it, and I served at Windsor for a while. Then I was sent to France. You'll know when we're there. You'll smell it. The Thames is a sewer." They rode at a steady pace on country roads, alerting cur dogs as they passed hamlets and villages, but nothing more. No challenges were made, and no horsemen lunged from the forest. White-edged clouds slipped across the sky, then blanketed the moonlight, casting them back into darkness. Pockets of rain swirled across the land, lashing down and then scurrying away once man and horse were soaked. They reached the edge of the town whose castle dominated the landscape. The low-roofed houses were lowly subjects to its grandeur. A toll-bridge cottage yielded a man carrying a stave in one hand and a burning torch in the other. He seemed uncertain as the horseman clattered towards him. "Stay clear," one of the front riders shouted, barely slowing his horse. The man stubbornly refused to move out of the way, forcing the horseman to halt. "I answer to the constable. This is the King's Road, and there's a toll," he insisted. "There's an ordinance, and I must obey it." By the look of him, he was little more than a local villain, granted the privilege of minor authority. However, a small man with any kind of authority could cause a problem, and if the knight who led them thought his rank would be obvious, then he was mistaken. The toll-gate keeper peered into the gloom, trying to see who it was that forced his horse through the body of riders. "A penny a cart, a farthing a horse," he recited. "Each way, that is." The cloaked man rasped out a command. "Stand back now." The man's voice had the desired effect. "My Lord de Marcoux," he gasped and bowed his head quickly, obviously recognizing the threatening tone. And no man of rank or wealth ever paid a toll. That was for the poor. De Marcoux turned in his saddle and glowered at Blackstone. Now his identity was known, and Blackstone understood. A Frenchman sent to escort Blackstone home. A king's messenger to Italy and Gascon, and Frenchmen to get him to wherever this place might be. "Sir Thomas," said John Jacob, "I don't know where we are, but this isn't London." "Nor Canterbury," said Caprini, as he slipped a knife into his boot. Despite the distance they had travelled, the castle gates stayed closed, and de Marcoux made no attempt to have them opened. A sentry would challenge them at this time of night, and might even raise an alarm. Clearly de Marcoux wanted their arrival to be kept as quiet as possible. Men ran from a stable yard as they dismounted. "We go through the postern gate," said de Marcoux, handing his reins to one of the men. Others began to lead horses away into covered stalls where oats and hay bags were already prepared. "They've been expecting us," said John Jacob. "But keeping it quiet," said Blackstone. He handed the bastard horse's reins to one of the stable boys. "He bites and kicks. Keep him away from the others, and don't beat him, or I'll beat you." The boy's eyes widened. "Yes, Lord," he said. "Tether him and let him feed. Groom him, clean his hooves, and make sure there's fresh bedding straw for him, clean, not swept of dung and reused, you hear?" The lad nodded, and coaxed Blackstone's horse away. Blackstone watched. The fellow knew how to deal with the big horse, bringing his shoulder in close to his neck and jogging forward, making the horse stride with him, but keeping his hand and face well away from its yellow teeth. The escort had carried extra reed torches for the night ride, but now even those spluttered with exhaustion. More were taken from the ostler, and once again Blackstone and his companions were obliged to follow de Marcoux. One man went ahead, as the others flanked Blackstone, Jacob, and Caprini. The men set off, striding quickly through the darkened houses towards the castle walls and the meadow that lay beyond it. The town's houses snaked this way and that, a mixture of cob, thatch, wood, and stone. Unpaved streets, muddy from the rain, clogged the men's boots, but the escort was intent on moving as quickly as they could through the darkened passageways. As they turned into a wheel-rutted path, a cart blocked their way. Instinct put wolf sword into Blackstone's hand. If this was the street that led to the postern gate, then it was the most obvious place for an ambush. A scuff of a boot made John Jacob push his shoulder against the nearest soldier, the sudden action alerting everyone to the attack from the darkened street to the left. Crossbow bolts struck down 3 of the soldiers, their torches falling into the dirt, throwing a flickering light into the alleyway. Blackstone saw that John Jacob had read the ambush perfectly and shouted a command to the startled de Mercoux. "Go with him!" The Norman was no stranger to reacting quickly, and as Jacob grabbed one of the fallen torches and ran into the side street, Blackstone broke to the right, finding purchase in the stony dirt, hunched, ready to ram anyone that lurked, waiting to attack. The first volley of quarrels and the narrow confines of the street and its darkness told him there would be little time for their attackers to reload their weapons. John Jacob and the others would kill quickly. Caprini was already at his shoulder. Behind them, curses and shouts of pain rang out as steel struck steel from Jacob's counterattack. Blackstone threw a burning torch into the darkness and saw the glint of flame catch men's faces as they jostled towards him. They had chosen unwisely. These narrow streets meant only 3 men could fight abreast, and there were 4 of them. In the dancing shadows, Blackstone let the first 2 men attack, one a pace behind the other. They had created their own fatal disadvantage. Blackstone held the blow on Wolfsword's crossguard and took a half-step back, letting the man's momentum put him off balance. He grunted, knees buckling, hand outstretched, sword-arm useless. Blackstone twisted Wolfsword, rammed it down into the man's spine. It pierced mail, grating the links, shattering bone. There was no cry, as the man could not draw breath to utter one. The weight of his body released the blade, and Blackstone yanked it upward, letting the pommel strike into the second attacker's face. It struck him on the cheekbone, between open helm and face. The force of the blow threw the man back on his heels, floundering as pain blinded him and stripped the strength from him. Blackstone followed through. He stepped across him, forcing the sword into the man's gullet. Caprini had moved quickly and lightly in a cold-blooded exercise in killing. Efficiently and almost without effort, he parried the third man's strike and then opened his guard momentarily, letting his attacker think that the older man could not sustain the fight. Caprini blocked the blow that immediately came, held it at head height, and rammed his knife into his assailant's exposed armpit. The man's gasp of pain shuddered from him. His knees sagged, but he had not yet gone down. Stubbornly, desperately gripping his sword, fighting through the wound that had not yet killed him. Caprini supported the man's weight on his sword and then twisted the knife, tearing deeper inside the assassin's body. He sighed, as if reluctantly letting life slip away from him. Caprini stepped aside and let him fall dead into the darkness. The fourth man hesitated, snatched the fallen torch and used it as a weapon against the hulking shadow that came for him. In desperation, he threw the torch towards the scarred face, but Blackstone's arm flicked it aside. The sparks and embers from the spitting tallow flared, a fatal distraction. The man's eyes involuntarily followed them, allowing him only 2 more breaths of life. Caprini ran forward into the darkness, quickly going down onto one knee in case another silent enemy was waiting, but there was no further attack. Torchlight bobbed towards them from the ambush site. "Sir Thomas," called John Jacob. "Here, John." Jacob and the surviving soldiers strode quickly towards them, illuminating the killing scene. De Mercoux's men turned back and forth, torches high, ready for another assault. The Norman's blood-streaked sword glistened in the reflected light. "Assassins. They bear no coat of arms. They serve no lord," he said. "5 men," said Jacob. 3 bows. They should have used more of them. They'd have brought us all down. 4 here," said Blackstone. 9 men. Perhaps they were only expecting the 3 of us. John Jacob spat and towed one of the bodies. "Still wouldn't have been enough," he said. and in the devil's firelight, Blackstone saw his captain grin. Sounds of the fight had alerted the castle guard, and Blackstone heard men's feet thudding across the narrow wooden bridge, straddling the castle moat that led to the pointed archway of the postern gate, the castle's side entrance to the town. They bore torches, which gave enough light to see where the houses ended and the meadowlands began, and the belly of a river curving around its one side. A great tower loomed up in the darkness from where sentries would have seen and heard the attack in the streets. Once through that gate and in the confines of the castle, there would be no escape. If there were any chance of freedom, then being in a place unknown to him would make evasion from a determined enemy more difficult. Rivers often denoted boundaries, and they in turn revealed landowners and loyalties. "Wait," said Blackstone, as the Marquis strode towards the stronghold. "What river is this? Where am I?" The Norman stopped and faced him. "It is the Lee, and this is Hertford Castle, north of London, Sir Thomas. You have been summoned here with as much secrecy as possible. It was my duty to protect you, and I thought I had taken sufficient measures. I offer you my apologies." Blackstone was none the wiser as to where he had been brought, but he knew of the knight who had escorted them. "Lord de Marcoux, your domain was east of Paris, and you supported Charles of Navarre rather than your French king. I remember your name mentioned by my friend Jean de Harcourt. Are we to be imprisoned here?" De Marcoux looked at Blackstone and the two men who flanked him either side. A part of him was grateful that there would be no conflict between him and the hardened fighters who stared him down. "Follow the command sent to you," he said. "Men should not question a royal summons." "Not all men are outlawed," said Blackstone, "and I have already been attacked more than once." The Marquis and his escort faced the three men. The older man was senior in rank, and Blackstone was being impertinent. "You were escorted safely across France by my doing, and commanded so by those who summoned you. Even an outlawed knight must show some gratitude by extending his trust," said de Marcoux irritably. Bad enough that a man of his age had spent so long in the saddle, and then been forced to fight at close quarters within spitting distance of the castle. Now this bent-armed, scar-faced barbarian was questioning him. Blackstone dipped his head in respect and acknowledgment, then followed the column of torchlight through the castle grounds. He had little choice but to go where his fate took him. The bailey inside the curtain wall had timber-framed buildings, built closely together, most likely used by officers of the court, he thought, and somewhere in that labyrinth were the royal apartments. This place overwhelmed any lord's manor that Blackstone had previously known. It was a king's country palace, and comprised all that went with it: chapel, great hall, kitchens, and offices, everything the sovereign would need when hunting away from London. Despite the poor light, his mason's eye saw enough of the stone and flint walls to know they were several feet thick, and, like a cage door trapping an unsuspecting wolf, the imposing walls of the gatehouse held the portcullis. Blackstone's trepidation gnawed at him. Being brought halfway across Europe to meet the king in a castle away from London meant it was to avoid the prying eyes of his court. Father Torlini had warned him that the king would usually send a summons through his chancellor. So had he been brought here as a safeguard against conspirators? If so, it had not worked. 9 men lay butchered in the dark streets as proof. "If it was the king who wanted us dead, Sir Thomas, our heads would already be on the end of a pole," said John Jacob quietly. "But we might still get a bird's-eye view over these walls by morning." "No doubt it's a fine view," said Blackstone, as they ducked below a low arch into a darkened passage. The chapel bell rang for matins. It was morning. 49 days since they had tried to kill him in Lucca. Chapter 26. Isabella the Fair wore the plain garments of the Franciscan Poor Clares beneath her velvet dress. The simple linen, dry against her skin, denying the comfort and sensuality of better cloth. She had watched them take Blackstone into the antechamber, and now gazed through the screen's latticed woodwork as he stood without moving, while de Marcoux paced back and forth. Both men showed the signs of a hard journey, and she knew about the ambush. Her life had been spent watching men, and hers was a calculating intellect that saw through the hubris so many carried like a battle flag. Some were devious enough to be used to undermine an enemy or to gain power. She had once fallen for a man as strong as Blackstone, and together they had seized the crown from her husband, the second king to bear the name Edward. His chivalrous attributes had been admirable, and he had been a lover of music, poetry, and art, but it was she who had the steel in her blood. Her husband had had strength enough, but there had also been uncertainty in him, which some took to be timidity. His tenderness meant he had failed to grasp the importance of waging a war and securing peace on terms that suited the conqueror. The steel had been inherited by her son, the third Edward, and how willingly he had wielded it, snatching back his rightful crown from his regent mother and her lover, who had paid the price with a mutilated death while she was banished from court. 28 years had passed since that fateful day. Now there was no passion, only age and pain, and a mind that could still reach into men's lives and manipulate their destiny. Blackstone had still not moved, a sentinel guarding the gates of an unknown land. It was time to bring this warrior knight into plain sight. The potion she had taken eased the pain that was so insistent these days, but her poise did not desert her as she sat on a high-backed chair, supported by cushions, warmed by the fire in the grate. She had prayed, as she did several times during the day and night, and, looking at the man who bent his knee before her, wondered if Sir Thomas Blackstone was the answer to some of those prayers. She let him stay on his knee longer than would normally be required. Behind him, de Marcoux had already been given permission to stand. The old knight would have knelt on broken glass had she demanded it. But loyalty needed to be rewarded with gentleness. She waved away her chamberlain, the constant companion, who saw to it that all was as it should be in the Queen's household. What was needed now was privacy, and God knew there was precious little of that rare commodity to be had. "All right. Enough of that," she said, without any hint that gentleness might still find any refuge in her. "What took you so long? Were you waylaid with whoring and theft?" she added in a bitter accusation. Blackstone stood before her. The morning light softened her features, brushing away age, letting his imagination see how beautiful she must have been in her youth. John Jacob was outside, and Caprini had gone to pray, while he, after 3 hours, had been ushered in to await the Dowager Queen's presence. More bells rang out for prayer. A thought delayed his answer. If fighting men had to spend so much time on their knees, there would be no time for war, and then what use would any of them be? "Highness, I travelled as quickly as I could, thinking I was summoned by the king," said Blackstone, daring to probe for an answer to Isabella's presence. "Don't fish with me, Sir Thomas. I am no toothless lamprey to take your meagre bait. You do so at your peril. I am a pike that devours others in this murky pond." She saw that her rebuke cut through his dogged fatigue. "You thought the seal to be that of your king," she said. "I did," he paused, "and then it was shown to me that it belonged to his father." "By the good priest Torlini, no doubt." "Yes, my lady." "An eye as keen as his brain. A trusted go-between.
So a dead king summons you, and you came. Why?
A king's seal is enough. I thought my lord might have wished to disguise the summons, Blackstone answered, as simply as he could. There was no point in trying to offer clever answers, not to this woman. But he could not resist trying once again to see what her connection was to him being brought to this place. "I serve the king," he said. She studied him, the clenched sword of defiance stitched onto the blood-stained jupon, grime on face and hands, and his scar cutting a valley across a stubbled face. She could imagine him in battle, remembering the stories told to her of how he had thrown himself into the fray, an action that saved her own grandson. She ignored his statement of loyalty.
"And the coin?"
"A fine talisman, Highness. Its inscription blessed my journey."
"And I'll wager our friend Torlini translated that as well. Your lack of education serves you badly, making you depend on others," she said, her gaze as unrelenting as her criticism.
"I am no stranger to my own shortcomings, my lady," Blackstone answered respectfully.
"Are you not? Then you share the same understanding with the rest of the world," she answered, her voice laden with sarcasm. "Which of my messengers reached you?"
"Master Samuel Cracknell, Highness." She considered his answer for a moment. At least one had got through.
"And what of Master Cracknell?" she asked.
"Dead of his wounds. But he clung to life long enough to deliver his message."
Isabella blinked and looked away for a moment, and it seemed to Blackstone that news of Cracknell's death was not something she cared to hear. "That saddens me," she said, as if to herself, confirming Blackstone's instincts. "He was a favoured sergeant-at-arms. His family will be rewarded for his courage and loyalty, and you shall give a full account later. My command went beyond words on parchment. Did you realize that? Did he?"
Blackstone was no closer to finding out why he was standing before a queen who had once seized the crown, and who still seemed to have great influence. "St. George's Day," he said. "I had to get here before then." She smiled. Blackstone had seen beyond the simple message. Her instincts were still as sharp as a blade, and she had been correct in choosing him.
"We are both exiles, you and I. But I am a daughter, sister, mother, and widow of kings. I was a child when I was betrothed, a young woman when I seized the crown to make this country strong. I choose men carefully, Sir Thomas, and I have chosen you."
She stood, and Blackstone bowed.
"And in serving me, you will serve your king."
Isabella the Fair left the antechamber, flanked by her ladies-in-waiting. Once out of sight, her resolve gave way and she faltered. Her ladies stepped forward quickly to support her arms. There was little hope for her own future, but bringing the outlawed knight home might well serve that of her country. Blackstone and his two companions were taken to rooms much better than a common dormitory for soldiers. Their clothing was taken by washerwomen, and they were fed meat and pottage, with white bread whose burnt base had been cut away. Guards were placed at their door, which remained unlocked. Who were there, said de Marcoux, for the men's safety. The Norman knight made no attempt to have them disarmed, and instructed the men to sleep before they left for Windsor and the great tournament. "We'll find you armour," he told Blackstone. "I don't fight in tournaments," he answered. De Marcoux was as tired and irritable as a man could be who lacked sleep, and was exhausted by the journey back from the coast, yet was still expected to await Isabella's command. "You will do as she instructs," he said edgily. Blackstone tore off a chunk of the bread and soaked it in the thick pottage, then sucked the moisture from it until the mush squelched in his mouth. but he kept his eyes on the older man. It would be too dangerous to antagonize such trusted confidants. "With respect, my lord, she did not summon me all the way here to fight in some extravaganza that has no meaning and value to anyone other than the king and his noblemen. It's a damned party piece, and I have no interest in being part of it." De Marcoux glared at him, but knew the argument would be lost if he continued. No one could force Blackstone to take part, and the fighting man was correct. It was an expensive piece of showmanship. "Get some sleep," De Marcoux told them, and pushed past the sentries, who closed the heavy door behind him. John Jacob took a slice of meat. "The food's good," he said, "and the mattresses look as though they have enough straw in them to settle a horse. We're being cared for, Sir Thomas. You're going to piss them off, so we should eat and sleep while we can, before they throw us into a damp cell." "They won't cause us harm, not yet, at least. Perhaps when we've served our purpose, not before," said Blackstone. Caprini ate delicately, choosing the lesser cuts and slicing the bread where the top crust was browned darker from the oven, a humble man who allowed others to eat better than himself.
"What purpose could there be for your presence here?"
As yet, there was no answer being offered by anyone. Blackstone shook his head. Jacob worried a piece of bread in his fingers. "Do you think the king's son is behind this? Maybe using his grandmother to get you here. He's the one who exiled you and took everything from you. A man carries a grudge long enough and it grows bigger every day. A trap can be sprung in a dozen different ways." Before Blackstone could answer, Caprini asked, with a quizzical look at him,
"The prince holds a grudge against you?"
"Sir Thomas tried to kill the King of France," said Jacob, "at Poitiers."
Caprini's hand faltered before the bread reached his mouth.
"The King of France will be at the tournament. He is a royal prisoner of the King of England, an honoured guest."
In his desire to reach England, it had not occurred to Blackstone that the man he had vowed to kill would be present, but the Italian knight was correct. Caprini leaned forward, elbows on the table.
"I have heard that King Edward keeps lions and leopards in the Tower of London. Perhaps, Sir Thomas, you have been lured here to fight like an ancient gladiator."
"Perhaps, Fra Stefano, it's time for you to go on to Canterbury and prostrate yourself at the place where Thomas Becket was slain."
"And amidst such a spectacle, I think I will stay with you. Someone will have to pray for your well-being, or bury what scraps are left of you."
For the first time in the long journey to England, Caprini's face broke into a grin, and the three men laughed. Blackstone raised the goblet of wine in a toast. "Lions and leopards," he said. "Long may they reign." The air was dry and light. High clouds veiled the sun's glow when Blackstone was escorted next morning across the bailey towards the postern gate. The castle yards buzzed with activity as liveried servants and household staff made final preparations for the journey south to Windsor. From what Blackstone saw in the confines of the yard, there must have been 100 or more coming and going, all to serve Queen Isabella. He had known Norman lords to show their wealth by having households of servants, but now that daylight had come to Hertford, valets, huntsmen, grooms, squires, clerks, and stewards scurried like rats in a hay barn. Isabella's waggon carried her standard of a shield divided, bearing on one side the arms of England, and on the other the fleur-de-lis of France. A hierarchy of servants fussed silk cushions embroidered with flowers and birds into a daybed arrangement, and tied back woven curtains behind a voile drop to afford Isabella privacy on the road. Soldiers attended their horses as sergeant-at-arms barked orders. Blackstone looked at the activity and thanked God that when he rode anywhere it was just him and the bastard horse. De Marcoux and the escort strode across the footbridge towards the meadow, where a dozen or more courtiers hovered like marsh flies around the king's mother, who sat on a cushioned chair. Her huntsman stood to one side with a brace of dogs as her falconer gazed up, pointing something out to Isabella. Blackstone's eyes found the fast-moving silhouettes against the sky's white veil as the raptor found its target, and when it struck the hapless pigeon, Isabella slapped the arm of her chair in triumph. By the time Blackstone was escorted to her, the hunting bird had been retrieved and settled back on the falconer's arm.
"Sir Thomas," Isabella said, "you slept well?"
A crispinette held her hair neatly, balancing the beauty of her face and the makeup that accentuated her cheekbones and the red stain to her lips. Like the veiled morning sun, she projected a muted glow of health. Her cloak was open despite the morning chill, and she seemed in good spirits. He bowed. "In great comfort, Highness."
"Good. We have 2 days on the road, but I could not resist an hour's pleasure. Falcons are my indulgence, and I am spoiled with gifts of them from my son, and those who still profess to admire me."
"I am certain that your Highness has many admirers, who are genuine in their affection for you." She gave him a knowing look. A lifetime of fawning servants and courtiers had encrusted her heart with a brittle disregard for such compliments, but at times there was someone who found the right words and spoke them plainly, as had Blackstone.
"You have learnt that flattery to a woman, even a queen, does not go unnoticed or unappreciated." "You were taught manners by a Norman lord's wife," she said, the tone of her voice telling Blackstone that she knew exactly who had nurtured him from common archer to man-at-arms.
"My lady the Countess Blanche de Harcourt," Blackstone answered.
"Her husband was a loyal supporter in those days. She taught you well."
A memory of a Norman castle and a lasting friendship that ended beneath a falchion's blade on the orders of the French king flashed into his mind. Her eyes lingered on him for a moment.
"You look a different man than the one I received," she said.
His jupon and breeches were laundered, his boots cleaned, his beard trimmed.
"You look better groomed than my dogs."
"I have been spoiled by your Highness's generosity."
"So you have," she said.
She saw the goddess Arianrhod at his throat.
"I have seen her amulet before. Our Welsh archers have her as a talisman. They say she protects them. It's a pagan belief. You're no Welshman."
"I am not, but years ago a dying Welsh archer pressed her into my hand at Caen." She nodded knowingly.
"Where much slaughter took place. No matter. A soldier seeks protection wherever he may find it."
She stood, and a lady-in-waiting stepped quickly forward, but was waved away. Isabella needed no helping hand in public. Besides, the sleeping draught had taken her through the night, and her morning prayers had strengthened her, and the joy of her early hunt had lifted her spirits. She stroked the hooded falcon.
"I have 20 birds. Falcon, goshawks, tearcells, lannerets. An expensive indulgence. It costs a penny a day to feed each of them."
She faced Blackstone.
"But their ability to strike so silently and effectively is worth paying for."
Blackstone waited, but her gaze made him lower his eyes.
"Not so defiant after all," she said. "You have good sense not to challenge me, young Thomas Blackstone."
She made a slight gesture, and the courtiers backed away out of earshot.
"Are you worth paying for, I wonder?"
"I have always served the king, Highness. I ask for nothing in return."
"But your loyalty comes at a cost to others. I know what happened after Poitiers. I am a Frenchwoman who has family and friends in France. I know the ladies of the courts. I know the rumors and the gossip and the truth of what happened. You fought and won your battle, but you lost your wife and children. And you did not force them to remain with you. A man's affection betrays his heart, Sir Thomas. You are a confusing man to me, and I like things to be clear. How else does one make decisions? She walked a few paces, and then pointed at the ragged pigeon that lay on the ground. Blackstone bent and picked it up. She took it from him, its limp neck and opaque eyes a sad sacrifice to a queen's pleasure. You strike your enemies with the same ferocity. You kill efficiently. You leave women and children weeping. She put a finger beneath the dead bird's head and lifted the almost weightless neck. And yet you give comfort to those who seek it, and mercy to those who beg it. She dropped the dead bird. Where does a killer find such compassion? Perhaps, my lady, it was there first, and the killing came afterwards. She nodded. A good answer. She lifted her arm. Help me to my chair. The gesture almost caught him by surprise, but he quickly levelled his arm for her to grasp, and, in the instant she took it, he felt her weight to be little more than the bird's. You trust the men with you? She asked, as she settled onto the cushions. John Jacob has served the king and me with fierce loyalty. The Italian knight of the Tau was unknown to me, but he saved my life from assassins and fought at my side on our journey here. Every man I have with me I would trust with my life, and that of my king. Then what I tell you is for you alone, for now at least. You will decide when the time is right to share it and with whom. Do you see how I extend my trust to you? He nodded, but felt that she had already lured him into her web. This woman could entice the devil to forswear Satan. Then treasure it, because it can be easily squandered, and my grandson's life could be at risk. And with those words, the cage door fell, and held his loyalty captive. Chapter 27. The tournament on St. George's Day was to be a great celebration before the two kings reached agreement on the treaty that would give Edward much of what he desired from France. He would renounce his claim to the French crown, provided his sovereignty over widespread fiefs and counties was recognised. King John the Good's ransom had yet to be paid, and there was great concern that it would be further delayed because of the strife that still tore across France. The Dauphin held Paris, but civil violence and class hatred were being stirred by Charles of Navarre, the French monarch's duplicitous son-in-law, who had escaped from prison the year before and who wanted to be king. Taxes could not be raised, and the ransom would not be forthcoming unless order was re-established and the violence quelled. And who would succeed in doing that was far from clear. If the treaty were not ratified, the demand not met, the ransom not paid, England would go to war again. A king and queen are divine, Sir Thomas. We have the hand of God on our shoulder, and we have great responsibility to heal a nation and secure its future, Isabella said. Blackstone waited patiently. He knew parts of France were in turmoil, but what did it have to do with him? Paris and the Seine were the key to the heart of France, and whoever held those controlled the country. Last year you helped common townsmen and villains rise up against the Duke of Milan's soldiers. I did, my lady. The Visconti's troops were contracted men who committed atrocities. France bleeds from civil strife and routier. Wounds fester into poison. A king can lay hands on the sick, and if God wills it, they will be healed, or he, in his wisdom, lets the afflicted die. Until we know God's desire, we must strive with the attributes he has blessed us with, our instinct and intelligence. Your king stands back, while France turns on itself. It suits him. It suits a king who waits for a treaty to be signed.
Blackstone saw the logic of it. While a nation tore itself apart, the English king sat back until a victor emerged. John the Good would be desperate to agree terms that would at least leave him a country to rule. Then the king lets others do his fighting. It places great pressure on King John and the Dauphin. It makes sense, my lady. It's what any good general will do. Loose the dogs at the bear and see who wins. Isabella looked suddenly tired.
France and England are one. We inflict this on ourselves. It will become a hollow victory.
I see no role for me to play in all of this, Highness, said Blackstone.
You will, and I will instruct you later. Your mother was French. Your wife is French. You are suited to my plan. But first it is enough to know that you must take part in the tournament. That is my wish, and you will fight with shield covered and without your coat of arms displayed. The king and the prince must not know you are here, not yet.
She stood, and he watched as she hid the pain. He took a half-step towards her, and she rested her hand on his arm. In an instant he saw in her eyes not the most powerful woman in England and France, but a dying woman, who feared for her family and the country they ruled.
You cannot see the future, Thomas Blackstone, but I tell you that one day it will be more than a dying queen who relies on your strength.
She withdrew her arm and walked bravely past the courtiers, who stepped clear of her path and lowered their heads in respect. The cortege rumbled slowly southward on roads the King of England had vowed would be repaired. Blackstone and his two companions rode on the verge, easing the horses' amble. It was a slow, laborious ride that demanded patience, and reminded Blackstone of the baggage trains of war. How a woman in pain endured the rocking wagon he did not know, but royalty were not the same as ordinary people. They were chosen to rule, divine, and that gave them what, he wondered? The ability to hear the voice of God? The money to buy his grace, more like, Blackstone reasoned. Common men fought in blood for holy benevolence. He silently thanked the great mystery of it all for a king and his son who had built the bridge between themselves and their soldiers. A warrior king was blessed by God and his people. As the journey progressed, there were frequent stops as Isabella gave alms. One day he counted 170 poor being blessed with her largesse. At each place they stopped. Isabella beckoned him and used the strength of his sword arm to help her from her wagon. Each stop she spoke carefully to him and drew him in further. As his horse shadowed the royal wagon, he knew that Isabella the Fair had enticed him to her more as an enchantress who cast her spell than a queen who commanded. Blackstone had not been summoned again, but on the second night, as they approached Windsor, he saw in the distance hundreds of burning torches illuminating the castle's great walls, and tournament fields that fluttered with pennons and banners.
"Do you think we'll ride in tonight?" asked Jacob. "It's a murky business, all of this, Sir Thomas, and there's a kingdom's worth of armed men down there."
"A queen arrives in the daylight, so that she may be noticed," said Caprini.
"Aye, tomorrow, John. She'll not skulk in. Not she." Voices drifted across the distant fields. Entertainers were singing as their music beat its rhythm in what sounded like a country fair.
"Well,
"King's tournament or not," said Jacob, as they gazed down at the burning fields, "there'll be whoring and drinking." He smiled. "At least I hope so." Blackstone turned to Caprini. "There'll be a monastery somewhere around here. Perhaps you'd prefer to find lodging there. Knights and the nobility can be as drunk and raucous as a tavern's villeins."
"What others do is no concern to me, Sir Thomas. I live my own life."
"As you wish," said Blackstone. "But when a man wades through a swamp, some of the slime always sticks to him." He nudged his horse forward. Servants had gone ahead to pitch Isabella's pavilion for the night's rest. Blackstone and Jacob lay in silence on the damp ground, watching as stewards controlled the camp's never-ending activity. The intemperate horse was hobbled and fed and kept close by. Until Blackstone knew what was being asked of him, he wanted the chance to escape if danger loomed out of the night. Liveried staff scurried this way and that. Cooking fires burned, food was prepared and served, and ladies-in-waiting came and went from the Queen's pavilion. The two men lay beneath a tree and rolled themselves in their blankets. Caprini had gone beyond the pickets and found a hermitage to pray at. Across the camp a boy servant, little more than 6 or 7 years old, was cuffed round the ear by a cook for dropping something. He made no sound of pain or complaint, and went on with his duties, with the cook's scolding voice following him. "You miss your lady, Sir Thomas?" Jacob said unexpectedly. The question took Blackstone by surprise. Men seldom shared their feelings with each other. Their actions spoke louder. Though perhaps it wasn't such a strange thing to ask, Blackstone thought. It was John Jacob who had killed the man who had raped Christiana, and who had kept silent to protect her name. And when Blackstone fought the savage priest before they were exiled, it was Jacob who had scaled the castle walls and brought her and his children to safety. Jacob was a strong man. With his cropped hair and stubbled face, he looked like someone who would not be troubled by a fight, and on many occasions Blackstone had been grateful for the man's stubbornness. No task was too great for this captain. "Yes, I think of her every day." "Rightly so. She's a fine woman. And that boy of yours, Henry, he's a lion's heart inside of him. Bit uncertain of some things, I grant you, but he's a son to be proud of." Jacob was one of the chosen few, whom Blackstone trusted without question. The men seldom spoke about their families, if they knew of them, preferring to remember whores who gave pleasure and drink that smothered memories. But John Jacob was quieter than most. "You have family," said Blackstone. "South, aren't they? Near London?" "Once," said the captain, without any hint of regret. "They died." "The pestilence?" Blackstone asked after a pause, trying to remember when last they had spoken of home and hearth. What little there was of either. John Jacob shook his head, still gazing to where children ran back and forth carrying platters of food. "The famine, back in '50. Stored rye went mouldy. Crops failed. All they had was drauk and darnel, and them weeds don't keep a body alive. My girls died first, 2 of them, then the 3 lads. I don't know what happened to Beth. Neighbours said she wandered off into the woods after she buried them. Wolves probably took her." He spoke matter-of-factly, as if telling of something simple instead of a great loss at a time that had taken the lives of many. "You weren't there?" "No. King's business in Flanders after Cressy. My belly was full." They lapsed into silence again. The moment passed. Soldiers formed an outer picket as Marcous's captain with 30 men stood guard closer to the royal quarters. Blackstone and Jacob had been fed, but no summons had come from Isabella. "It's a bugger not knowing what's going on," said Jacob after a few minutes. "She's enough men here to protect a king. I've never been this close to a queen before, and she spoke to you. Personal, you say, with no one there? No chamberlain, chancellor, or household controller, no one?" "No one," said Blackstone, taking the last bite out of a flaccid skinned apple. The horse lowered its head and snuffled his hand, lips back, teeth seeking the fruit. Blackstone gave it a gentle slap, making it pull back its head, but then it scuffed the ground with a hoof and repeated its demand. Blackstone relented and opened his hand, letting the horse take the core, turning his palm to cover its nostrils. It swung its head away, needing no comforting hand once it had what it wanted. "Until we find what's going on, John, we'll keep watch between us. There's bait being dangled, but I don't know why. Not yet." They pulled their blankets up and propped themselves against the tree. There were enough shadows flitting through the torchlight for anyone to move in the darkness with a knife in hand. Within a few hours' ride was the prince who had outlawed him and stripped him of his towns in Normandy, and with him was the captured King John, who had slain his friend Jean d'Harcourt, and whom Blackstone had sworn to kill. Whatever lay over that hill on the tournament fields, there was enough hatred and distrust to be the cause of Blackstone's death. The movement was slight, a will-o'-the-wisp that came through the night mist. A candle's dandelion glow followed by the soft rustle of a woman's brocade. Isabella had not sent a captain of the guard or the grizzled de Marcoux, but a young woman who attended her. She appeared like a vision, and for a moment Blackstone thought he had fallen asleep on his watch and was dreaming. "Sir Thomas," she said, keeping her distance, fearful that if he slept he would react with a knife in his hand. Blackstone didn't move. "Yes," he answered. "My lady awaits you." John Jacob half rose as Blackstone got to his feet. "It's all right, John. They've sent an angel for me." Jacob grunted when he saw there was no danger. "I'll stay awake. Angel or not, priests say women are Satan's gate, and they should know. Tread carefully." The captain of the guard stood aside as the woman led Blackstone into the pavilion. A rich orange glow from candles placed around the carpeted tent offered a false sense of warmth. Isabella sat, wrapped in a fur-lined cloak. A stool was placed 10 feet away. Isabella smiled and nodded to the angel. "Merci, Jehan." The angel glided away, back into the night mist. Blackstone had kept his head bowed until the elderly queen spoke. "The stool is pitifully small for a man your size, but I need to see clearly the face that earned its scar from saving my grandson. The eyes betray the truth of what someone really thinks, and what I have to say to you will leave me in no doubt about your thoughts." Blackstone eased Wolf's sword's scabbard and squatted on the stool to face her. "For some time our spies have been telling us that an assassin has been sent to England, here to kill the prince. You are suspected of being one of those assassins." It was an opening gambit meant to throw Blackstone off guard. He said nothing for a moment, thinking of those who had tried to kill him. An Englishman at Lucca, Visconti's men on the Via Francigena. "An assassin would kill the king," he said. "If a protracted war takes place, even a warrior king may not sustain the effort demanded," Look what my grandson achieved. It would be he who went to war in the vanguard. Kill the prince, and you leave a bereaved king, weakened by grief, perhaps reluctant to go to war, or inflamed with an anger that would burn down the world in revenge," said Blackstone. "Neither result benefits England." "Then it was the king who sent men to kill me?" "More likely those close to him." "How would they know I was sent for?" Isabella made no show of regret. "Because someone in my court betrayed me." Betrayal and conspiracy were a daily fact of life among the labyrinthine passages of court. "Do you know who, my lady?" "Not yet. It will be someone privy to my sending Master Cracknell. I will find out in due course. I always do." "Who holds the seal that you used, Highness?" "I hold it. Had I used my own, Father Torlini would have known immediately it was I who summoned you." "I think he knew anyway," said Blackstone, trying not to look too obviously into the Queen's eyes, but as determined as her to seek out the truth or catch any fleeting glimpse of lies. "But he did not divulge it to you, because why would you trust a disgraced queen, an old woman who stays in the shadows?" "Torlini, you devious old bastard," Blackstone thought. There were confidences shared between the Florentine priest and the English throne that he would never know. "The assassins, who were they?" he asked. "The king pardoned and released many criminals when he went to war. They are known to his advisers. It is not difficult to find men who kill for money, Sir Thomas. You are such a man yourself." "I'm no assassin." "A distinction that will not be considered when they discover that it was I who sent for you." "They think that you would kill your own grandson?" "There are those who believe I had my own husband murdered. What difference in their minds between killing a king and a prince?" For the first time, Blackstone realized that the Queen of old was obliged to vie for power with those close to her own son. How much trust had been lost over the years? How much affection remained? "Then you will be under suspicion." "Yes," she said, matter-of-factly, "and you will be killed when they discover you are here." They had tried and failed so far, but he knew that once he showed himself in the open, defenseless without his men or any other protection, then they would have him. "I'm in a bare pit, aren't I? What do I do?" She turned her wrist in a small gesture of distraction, twirling one of the gold bracelets that was loose on her thin arm, as if considering her answer. "My lady, I'm a common man, but I'm no fool. You have not brought me this far, to this moment, without knowing what is to be done." He saw the truth in her eyes as clearly as the written message that had been sent to him. "You go into the lists and beat the prince in combat." If she had planned to catch him unawares, she succeeded. "I cannot. I've seen bravery in men, but the king and my prince are the lions of England. I cannot challenge them. In battle, men stepped forward into an overwhelming enemy because of them." She saw the anguish on Blackstone's face. His admiration and love for the king and the prince was genuine, but she made no concession to his feelings. "You will yield when he knows you have beaten him. There is no need for him to suffer humiliation, but he will know when the better fighter has won the day." Defeat squeezed Blackstone's chest. "I cannot." "This is the only way your name can be cleared, and the journey I planned for you be completed. I will be able to convince the king that what I see lying ahead is to his benefit, his and England's." Blackstone stood, as something more fearful than facing any enemy gnawed at him. "My lady, when I fight to kill. There's no other way I know. My fury unleashes itself without my knowing it. I cannot do it," he said, as if confessing a mortal sin to a priest.
"Cage your demons, Sir Thomas. Grasp them by the tail, and do not let them loose."
"There is no control of them once they are set free, my lady. They slip their bonds and carry me into the fight." Isabella turned her eyes away from the scarred knight. His loyalty was beyond question. She understood that no command of hers would ever force Blackstone to fight. It would take more.
"Then you may never see your family again," she said quietly.
Blackstone felt as if a mace had struck him. He blinked. "My family? Where are they?"
"Safe for now, but only as long as you do as I command."
Defiance edged his voice. "Tell me, and I'll do as you wish."
"You do not bargain with a queen," she bit back. "You bend your knee, and offer thanks that she gives you the chance to save their lives."
Blackstone went down on his knee and bowed his head. A surge of hope for his family was beaten down by a sudden distaste for the woman who manipulated him. He would do anything to save Christiana and the children, even defeat a king's son.